The ABCs of Communism, Bolshevism 2020. Jason W. Smith, Ph.D. Volume 8. Communism in North America. Before White Contact. Chapter 111 The Earliest Americans 4. Chapter 112 Peoples of the Lithic 17. Chapter 113 Band and Tribal Agriculture, Urban Revolution 28. Chapter 114 Agricultural Revolution East 40. Chapter 115 Tribal Agriculture to Simple Chiefdoms East 49. Chapter 116 Advanced Theocratic Chiefdoms Hopewell to Cahokia 56. Chapter 117 Agricultural Revolution in California 68. Chapter 118 Gulf Coast Tamaulipas Road 78. Chapter 119 Prehistoric Florida 89. Chapter 120 The Far North Part 1 101. Chapter 121 The Far North Part 2 111. Chapter 122 Primitive Communism to ATCs on the Northwest Coast 119. Chapter 123 Foundations Revisited 129. 2019 Published Discoveries 134. Chapter 111. The Earliest Americans. It was late May in 1969 when our lead vehicle in my Ice Mountain archaeological expedition pulled onto the old fish house site on the Talton River in northern British Columbia. Geographically we were at the confluence of the Talton and Stikine rivers. Socioculturally we were a century into the past at about the time of white contact in this part of the Canadian subarctic. Geologically, we were near Canada's only active volcano known to the Native American Talton people as Ice Mountain and on the white man's maps as Mt. Edziza. I had been accepted into the graduate program at the Department of Archaeology at the University of Calgary in 1967. Professor Richard G. Forbes in his congratulatory letter to me in Los Angeles had asked where I wanted to specialize and I had responded in the far north. When Rachel and I had arrived in Calgary at the end of August the previous year he told me that the only specialist they had in the far north, Richard S. McNeish, had just left Canada. He had gone to Andover, Massachusetts to take up a far less financially lucrative appointment at Phillips Academy. However, it had the research funding McNeish wanted for his projects in Mexico and Peru at the R.S. Peabody Foundation headquartered on that ruling class prep school campus. Meanwhile, Forbes had arranged an office for me with Brian Gordon, who was a graduate student specializing in the far north. And he had arranged with Charles Borden at UBC in Vancouver to be my external examiner. In my first year at Calgary, Gordon introduced me to an area of Canada I had not previously considered, and now we were there. In the way of preparation, in addition to my heavy course load, Gordon had schooled me in the ways of the far north. And he had been kind enough to share with me the results of a preliminary survey he had conducted in the area of Telegraph Creek, BC. He had returned with bags of obsidian tools he had collected from surface scattering sites between Telegraph Creek and the old fish house site where we had now arrived. Fortunately, the Indians had not collected these obsidian flakes, blades, and tools for their own reasons. No white people had been up there to collect anything with the exception of one graduate student from Alaska named Bill Workman. Using Brian's field data and maps from the Geological Survey of Canada, we had located 5 areas we wished to test for the presence of artifactual remains in stratigraphic context. The first of these was the old fish house site itself that had the remains of the last 200 years ranging from projectile points of obsidian and bottle glass, and Chinese coins from the earliest foreign contact. I am going to skip to the 2 most important finds we made that summer. The first was at a site that contained a complete set of obsidian microblades and microblade cores. That discovery was the result of a lead given to us by a former Talton chief named John E. Carlick. He took us to a site where he said he had been born and raised when there were about 2,000 people in his village. There in 4.5, 2 by 2 meter pits, and in the top 10 centimeters we had found what turned out to be a complete Kobayashi tool assemblage. It was identical in every way to what Professor Kobayashi had excavated on Japan's northernmost Hokkaido island. When dated by obsidian hydration by Leslie B. Davis and a lab at Pennsylvania State University, we were able to place the arrival of this assemblage about 9500 BP. I wrote my doctoral thesis about this assemblage, and photographs have been published in the Journal of Field Archaeology and in my textbook Foundations of Archaeology. The second most important find was made on a terrace 100 feet above the old fish house site. This was an ancient terrace made much earlier than the one on which we had camped. In it we found a completely different type of tool assemblage. There were no obsidian tools. However, there were basalt tools, including one nicely made large blade tool and some fragments of similar material in direct association with an old fireplace. Dating would have to be geological and typological, as the charcoal in the fireplace had been inundated countless times by rain and snowfall, as well as rootlets and rodents. Later I would conclude that this represented the first, or at least much earlier, occupation route of people from Northeast Asia. I think this is the earliest remnant of that migration across the Bering Land Bridge of people entering the New World. Along with the graduate student Valerie Harrison, I published a report on this assemblage in the Journal of Field Archaeology. From whence they came. These first Americans came from Northeast Asia. I think we can define at least two waves of immigrants. The first wave we had come across on the Talton River ancient terrace site. The second wave is represented in John Carlick's village site with its complete Kobayashi toolkit. Let us look at the geography of Northeast Asia. Siberia borders in the west on the Urals Mountains. From there to the central Siberian highlands and the basin of the Lena River, we arrive at the northeast Siberian highlands. During the ice ages, the fauna and flora of the northeast Siberian highlands continues all the way to Alaska across Beringia. During interglacials, when the ice recedes and the oceans rise, Beringia becomes increasingly waterlogged and eventually submerged, so that the eastern frontier of Siberia is much the same as it is today. That is, it has a coastline with the fauna and flora associated with the far northern hemisphere. The climate in Siberia is variable. Yakutia, northeast of the Lena, in the winter is among the coldest places on Earth. Rainfall is very low all the time. This is true of the southwest as well, where steppes, deserts and semi-deserts border on one another. The climatic situation is responsible for the different biomes of the region. In the northernmost section, there is tundra with minimal vegetation. Before the beginning of the Holocene about 11,500 years ago, the tundra extended much further south and an ice sheet covered the Urals and the area to the east of the lower Yenisei. Today the largest part of Siberia, aside from the mountainous regions, is taiga, northern coniferous forests. In the southwest this becomes forested steppe, and even further south it transitions to grass steppes and the Central Asian desert. During the North American Illinoisan glaciation, an ice sheet some 2 miles thick covered the northern hemisphere rather continuously. In Siberia, it was gone by 100,000 years ago in what is called the Sangamon Interglacial in North America. That Sangamon period lasted until about 70,000 years ago, when the ice sheets began to reform. These are called the Wisconsin in North America. The ice lasted through its maximum extent in southern protrusion and in thickness that occurred 22,000 years ago. After this, the Wisconsin glaciation began to melt, and it ended some 11,500 years ago. The sea levels again began to rise, and the connection of Siberia to Alaska that we call Beringia was resubmerged. There is a 2010 excellent documentary movie streaming on Netflix called Happy People, A Year in the Taiga. You should watch this story about the village of Bakhtia in central Siberia on the Yenisei River. Many of the diagnostics of primitive communism have been carried over into a pre-modern communism form, and for all these reasons will be helpful in understanding this chapter. Primitive communism in the form of lower Paleolithic archaeological sites litter the Siberian landscape between East Kazakhstan to the Altai Republic. And, a Neanderthal child burial was found at Teshik-Tash, Uzbekistan in 1938, along with tools that show similarities with the Mysterian artifactual assemblages of Iraq and Iran. Primitive communism continues in the Upper Paleolithic archaeological remains in the Urals Mountains. Petroglyphs depicting mammoths are found on the Altai River and on the upper Yenisei River west of Lake Baikal. Pictographs are found dating to 25,000 BP on the shore of the Laptev Sea, north of the Arctic Circle. Similarly, dated remains of huts have been found in the settlement of Malta near Irkutsk. Sculptures of animals and Venus figurines of women date to the Siberian Upper Paleolithic. In the post-glacial period, taiga, or swampy coniferous forest occurs in the high northern latitudes, especially between the tundra and steppes of Siberia and North America. Microblades and microtools appear in the Upper Paleolithic and continue through the Siberian Mesolithic. In Siberia from 7500 to 5400, BP archaeological sites feature the introduction of pottery. Southwest Siberia by 5000 BP, witnessed the introduction of copper, working. However, so far in the northern and eastern regions, copper work has not been detected. These people were hunters and gatherers from the time of their arrival. That hunting-gathering Lower Paleolithic mode of production lasted until the Middle Paleolithic, when broad-spectrum wild resource exploitation was extant. South of Siberia is Mongolia. At 603,909 square miles, Mongolia is covered by grassy steppe, with mountains to the north and west and the Gobi Desert to the south. Ulaanbaatar is the capital and largest city. In 1923, the Roy Chapman Andrews expedition of the American Museum of Natural History in New York arrived in Mongolia. He returned with many microblades and microblade cores. Some of those were lost until I found them at the Field Museum in Chicago. Homo erectus probably inhabited Mongolia, but fossils of H. erectus have not yet been found there. Homo sapiens did occupy Mongolia by 800,000 years ago. We know this because stone tools have been found in the southern Gobi, dating back as much as 800,000 years. And, globally, in this presentation I assert that all humans had advanced from their erectus stage to their sapiens stage by 1 million years ago. Another way of putting it is that all humans had cubic centimeter cranial capacities of 1500 by that time. These people were hunters and gatherers from the time of their arrival. That hunting-gathering Lower Paleolithic mode of production lasted until the Middle Paleolithic, when broad-spectrum wild resource exploitation was extant. Microblade and microblade core makers of the Upper Paleolithic occupied all of Mongolia. They were broad-spectrum wild resource exploiters of land and lake-dwelling plant and animal species. Their remains constitute part of the Northeast Asian Northwest American microblade tradition, which covered all of both those areas in Upper Paleolithic and Lithic times, of the Old and New Worlds respectively. In June of 2016, Polish and Mongolian researchers found stone tools in the southern Gobi Desert. These they describe as highly diversified forms of objects and the varied techniques of working stone that prove that certain locations were repeatedly colonized. Josef Zykulski of Wrocław University says the oldest tools date to the Middle Paleolithic, between 200,000 and 40,000 years ago. The lakeshore site components were deposited when wildlife was abundant. The team also recovered 11 jasper artifacts, which were dated to about 40,000 years old. In the Upper Paleolithic, that mode of production was perfected in the form of microblades and cores. The Himalayan and Greater and Lesser Khingan Mountains blocked the warm and wet air from penetrating Northeast Asia. Even so, the climate was more humid hundreds of thousands of years ago than it is today. The crossing. The land area connecting Northeast Asia and Northwest America is called Beringia. It was westerly bounded by the Lena River in Russia. Easterly it was bounded by the Mackenzie River in Canada. It extended north to 72 degrees north latitude, bordering on the Chukchi Sea, and on the south it extended to the tip of the Kamchatka Peninsula. Beringia included the Chukchi Sea, the Bering Sea, the Bering Strait, the Chukchi and Kamchatka peninsulas in Russia, as well as Alaska in the United States. During the Pleistocene ice ages, like most of Siberia and all of North and Northeast China, it was not glaciated because snowfall was light. It was a grassland steppe stretching for hundreds of miles. Beringia. The road to the New World. During Pleistocene glaciations, of which there have been 5 in the last 4 million years, Beringia formed the Bering Land Bridge. It was 620 miles wide, covering 620,000 square miles. Another way of thinking about its size is that it was as large as British Columbia and Alberta together. Across this bridge, Paleolithic people moved into northwestern North America by 100,000 years ago. Initially they found their passage eastward blocked by a huge sheet of ice until a temporary recession in the Wisconsin glaciation opened an ice-free corridor through Alberta. Then people made their way further south so that they arrived in Brazil by 70,000 BP. Along their way they left many archaeological remains in North, Middle, and South America. Band-organized, primitive communist, human populations have moved across this entire Beringia area from Illinoisan times until the historical era. I consider the ancient Talton River terrace site discussed above to be evidence of one early migration. My doctoral dissertation presented proof of another later migration that had originated in northern China, Mongolia, Siberia and northern Japan. As we have seen, descendants of these people arrived in northern British Columbia by 9,500 years ago. Alaska witnessed all 5 major Pleistocene glaciations and a multitude of minor ones. During Pleistocene glaciations, it had a cool climate and corresponding environments. During interglacials, Alaskan climate varied from Arctic and subarctic, alpine and subalpine to subtropical environments. Interglacial low sea levels exposed the land bridge connecting it to Siberia. Early humans and the animals they hunted crossed this bridge. Archaeologists have excavated their remains and those of then contemporary local wildlife, including butchered woolly mammoths. Ethnographic Native Americans interpreted local fossils mythologically. Some of these local fossils had attracted the attention of formally trained scientists by the 1830s. Major local finds include the Kakaktegosic Pacorinosaurus bone bed. The Pleistocene-aged woolly mammoth, Mammuthus primigenius, is the Alaska state fossil. In 2017, Chinese scientists announced that they had recovered and reconstructed the entire genome of the woolly mammoth. Their research awaits permission to go to the next step, which is insertion of mammoth DNA into the egg of an East Asian elephant. The people who hunted them were primitive communists, were organized as bands and eventually tribes of hunter-gatherers. They fanned out south of the continental glaciation that covered Canada and much of what is now the lower 48 United States and spread throughout the rest of the continent. Meanwhile, in Beringia, with the inundation complete after the last ice age, the only land still visible is at its center. These mountainous protrusions are the Diomede Islands, the Pribilof Islands, St. Lawrence Island, and King Island. Today, early Alaskans are divided into several main groups: the southeastern coastal Native Americans, the Athabascans, the Aleut, and the 2 groups of Eskimos, Inupiat and Yupik. Prehistoric Siberia had several archaeologically distinct cultures. Then the ethnographic cultures of western and southern Siberia were pastoral. Those of the eastern taiga and the tundra were hunter-gatherers. Nomads emerged in the Central Asian steppes 3000 BP. Diomede Island site. According to the United States Census Bureau, the village has a total land area of 2.84 square miles. Little Diomede Island is located 25 miles west of the mainland, in the middle of the Bering Strait. It is 2.4 miles from the Russian Big Diomede Island. When Alaska was connected to Siberia by the Bering Land Bridge, Little Diomede was a part of the bridge. Its first visitors came by foot on the bridge and on top of the sea ice. As the sea level rose, driftwood and whale skin boats were used for visiting Big Diomede Island, whale hunting, fishing, and mainland Alaska and Siberia. Anangula site. Anangula is the oldest archaeological site in the Aleutian Islands. The Anangula Archaeological District National Historic Landmark is on the tiny, 1.5 mile long, Anani Yuliak Island of the Aleutian Island chain. The Anangula Archaeological District consists of 2 pre-contact sites, the Anangula Village site and the Anangula Core and Blade Manufacturing site. The latter sits atop a bluff that provides a view of fish, sea mammals, and passing boats. A ridgeline protects the site from strong Aleutian winds. The Agaxi-Iluka core and blade site of Agaxi-Ilup, the place for making stone blades, is around 9,000 years old. It represents one of the earliest known human occupations in the Aleutian chain and the earliest known ancestors of the Onangan or Alaskan Aleut. The core and blade site covers an extensive horizontal area. The most common stone tool making technique at the site produces long narrow blades, which yield polyhedral-shaped cores. Many of the blades are retouched with finer flaking perpendicular to the edges to create a sharper blade. In some ways, these are similar to the microblade core and microblade technology found in Northeast Asia and at Telegraph Creek, BC, but without the distinct Kobayashi system. This important relationship needs to be worked out. Other stone tools include scrapers and abraders. These tools are fashioned from chert, shale, basalt andesite, and obsidian, none of which is available in the immediate area. Another curious feature of this specialized manufacture site is the absence of hammerstones. The absence of striking tools at this manufacturing site leads to three possibilities. First, the same material of the blades was used for striking tools. Second, organic materials used as hammers have decomposed. Third, the artists carried their tool-making tools away with them when they left the factory. The core and blade factory is covered by multiple layers of ash from the Okmok volcano, in some places up to 6 feet thick. The technology at the Agaxi-Ilup core and blade site is the Upper Paleolithic tool technology of Siberia. DNA studies have been done on contemporary Aleutian Islanders and on the skeletal remains of their pre-contact ancestors. These prove both continuous contact and incursion of DNA from the eastern Aleutians. The village site was built on an even higher sea cliff than the core and blade site, and has views of Nikolsky Bay and Umnik Island. Climbing ridgelines surround the village on the north and west, protecting it from wind. The large ancestral Ainangula village site is younger than the core and blade site. The Ainangula village site was built on a bluff over 70 feet above the sea. Here are remains of dozens of semi-subterranean houses, storage pits, tool scatters, and a few densely packed midden features. Another smaller village site of the same age is on the opposite side of the island from the main village. This smaller village was a seasonal camp used by people from the main village. At the main village site, archaeologists have recorded up to 24 depressions in the ground that indicate the location of house ruins and many more smaller depressions revealing the locations of storage pits. The houses are arranged in 3 kinship unit reflecting rows along the edge of the bluff. This is the same pattern as recorded at the Talton River ethnographic village site number 2 of the Ice Mountain Archaeological Expedition. A small stream, supplying fresh water, runs down the cliff face to a narrow beach below. Only 6 of these houses have been excavated. Each of these is semi-subterranean and roughly rectangular ovoid in shape. These range from 13 to 20 feet across and 20 to 30 feet wide. Archaeologists also excavated some of the contents of a midden feature. On a slope at the edge of the village are additional archaeological remains. These have stone-paved floors and narrow trenches on 2 sides that meet to form a V-shape, with the point of the V on the uphill side of the ruin. The V-shaped trenches drained moisture from the floors. These structures were used as food storage facilities, especially for a root plant called umkin. This is proof of the broad-spectrum revolution. Ainangula village was buried beneath deep layers of volcanic ash that have grown over with ryegrass and monkshood. The ash layers protected the site from wind erosion. Archaeologists found hammerstones, anvil blades, scrapers, retouched blades, and tools made for right-handed or left-handed use. These artifacts were preserved in their original positions at the time of the ash fall. Outside the houses are several intact stone tool workshops where thousands of stone flakes had been left behind by these ancient craftspeople. 20,000 artifacts were recovered from less than 1% of the site area. The Aleutian chain faces the Bering Sea to the north and the Pacific Ocean to the south. The archipelago follows the arc of the Aleutian Trench, where the Pacific Plate meets the North American Plate. The Aleutian Islands encompasses 52 volcanoes, 27 of which are active. Anani Yuliak Island is within the Alaska Maritime National Wildlife Refuge. Migratory seabirds nest in the rocky cliffs of the island while imported rabbits roam the grassy slopes of the island. Alaska. The Kobuk River headwaters are in the Brooks Mountain Range. This 200-mile-long river runs through a landscape of birch, spruce, poplar, and willow, well above the Arctic Circle. Finally, it rolls through frozen tundra as it nears its Chukchi Sea destination. The summers are short and ice-free. This remote Kobuk Valley has been home to people for millennia. Their first houses were dug into the ground with above-ground extensions. Some of these house pits have been excavated about midway on the Kobuk River at the site of Onion Portage. The first Americans camped here. It was like New York to settled and incoming generations of arriving Europeans. Their economy was broad-spectrum wild resource exploitation as evolved over the preceding several 100,000 years in Northeast Asia. This time featuring a concentration on the herds of caribou that were funneled through this bridge in their annual southbound migration. We know them archaeologically, and among the artifacts they left behind in these homes are jade tools and weapons. This jade is found in the form of river nodules washed down from Jade Mountain. 150 miles from Kotzebue Jade Mountain is made of beautiful dark green jade and is one of the westernmost peaks in the Brooks Range. In China, this jade is called Heaven Stone. We excavated an adze made of it at the Talton River Old Fish House site in 1969. Alaska's thousands of summer tourists leave homeward bound with jewelry and trinkets made of Alaska jade from that remote valley. At any rate, Onion Portage features a prolifer of wild onion species, giving its name by the descendants of the first arrivals whom live there today. Louis Giddings, then of Brown University, made a surface investigation of the house pits at Onion Portage before World War II. In the 1960s, he began to work the site in earnest. By 1963, a large crew of scientists and helpers worked the site. They were carefully uncovering layer after layer of habitation and collecting the artifacts of each layer's exposure. Onion Portage was, and may still be, the oldest human campsite so far known in Alaska. In one of Giddings' several books he also tells of finds at Cape Krusenstern, that now is a national monument on the Arctic Ocean coast just north of Kotzebue. This site of ancient populations is quite large, indicating a large population. Proving again that peoples of the Upper Paleolithic in Siberia were very competent broad-spectrum wild resource exploiters. They would have had a lot of time on their hands, which like all cultures of this mode of production would have been spent in thinking and talking about their environment in supernatural as well as natural terms. Acting on these beliefs includes proof found in one Krusenstern site where the ancient skeletons had ivory spinal columns holding the vertebrae together, and with eye sockets filled with ivory eyeballs. Broken Mammoth. The Broken Mammoth archaeological site bottom layers date before 13,500 BP at the end of the Bridge period. Here were found biface tools, microblades, and microblade production spalls. The site overlooks the Tanana River Valley of interior Alaska. Excavations have revealed three distinct occupations. The oldest hearths date 12,200 BP. This was a site of temporary seasonal hunting and fishing. A small bone needle was found at one of these hearths. The totality of evidence shows that small band populations built this and other camps of the Nanana complex. Three sites in the Tanana River Valley date to this period. These are the Swan Point Site, Mead Site, and Broken Mammoth Site. Above these stratigraphically, are remains of the Chindaden complex of stone tools. The Chindaden complex dates from 13,500 to 13,000. The stone tools from this period are small triangular or teardrop-shaped bifaces, usually made of thin flakes and often poorly edge-flaked. The Chindaden complex is present at the Broken Mammoth Site, where a few flakes and bones are dated to within this period and no microblades. Artifacts found at the Broken Mammoth Site in Cultural Zone 1 include a lanceolate-shaped projectile point, retouched flakes, end and side scrapers, points and point fragments, flake burins, burin spalls, microblades and microblade cores. The materials that these artifacts were made from include rhyolite, chalcedony, chert, basalt, and obsidian. The obsidian originated from Batsatina in northwest Alaska and from the Wrangell, St. Elias National Park and Preserve in East Alaska. Cultural Zone 2 has only produced a few flakes, fire-broken rocks and hearthstones. Microblades may yet be excavated closer to the bluff edge. Excavations at Cultural Zone 3 at the site have yielded many tiny flakes, retouched flakes, larger biface fragments, points and point fragment, hammers made of quartz, and anvils. A small-eyed bone needle was found associated with a hearth that radiocarbon dates to approximately 10,300 BP. The bone needle means that the occupants used the site to process skins to make clothing. Debris from the making of tools has been found at Cultural Zone 4. The debris is composed of rhyolite, basalt, obsidian, chert, and quartzite, implying that the occupants of the site carried out some manufacturing and or repair of tools. Artifacts at this zone include retouched flakes, scrapers, and a large quartz chopper/scraper/plane. In addition, several ivory tusk fragments with scratches that came from stone tools. One tusk fragment has a stone microchip embedded in one of the scratches. A tool cache was also found with ivory artifacts, 2 projectile points, and a possible handle. One of the ivory fragments from this cache was radiocarbon dated to approximately 15,800 BP. The age of the ivory suggests that the occupants brought it from a much older kill site. The obsidian used at this site came from Wiki Peak and is dated as early as 13,400 BP. The same obsidian was also used at the Walker Road site, and Moose Creek site in the same area that date earlier than 13,000 BP. The discovery of the Broken Mammoth site establishes that human occupation of central Alaska began before 11,000 BP. Artifactual evidence proves humans occupied parts of central Alaska before 13,500 BP. People had to have lived in the region even earlier given the probable early Sangamon interglacial site at the confluence of the Talton and Stikine rivers in northern BC. The obsidian artifacts discovered at Broken Mammoth prove earlier occupation in northwest and east Alaska. The Broken Mammoth site offers excellent preservation of remains of the animals, providing insight into the hunting methods and food resources utilized by these early peoples in North America. Early occupation of the Broken Mammoth had a setting similar to the lowland tundra with low vegetation, mostly shrubs, and few trees. The regional pollen record provides evidence of shrubland with plant life including dwarf birch and willow. After 9,000 years ago, this shrubland became woodland which supported spruce and alder trees. The faunal remains of a red squirrel and a porcupine date the process of forestation at slightly more than 9,500 years ago. Windier conditions re-established at Broken Mammoth around 10,000 BP with Loess accumulation accelerating until about 7,800 BP. Modern climates stabilized after 5,700 BP. The stratigraphy at Broken Mammoth is well preserved and is one of the primary factors that have helped establish the age of the site. The site consists of wind-deposited sand and loess overlying weathered bedrock of the Yukon-Tanana crystalline terrace. These deposits are divided into 4 units, A, B, C and D. The oldest layer being is Unit A and is composed of fine sand dating to approximately 12,000 BP. Units B, C, and D are also made up of wind-blown silt or loess. Unit B contains 3 different paleosols. B1 dating from 11,200 BP to 11,800 BP. Unit B2 dates from 10,300 BP to 9,300 BP. There is no direct dating for B3. Unit C dates to sometime after 9,000 BP. The final unit is an accumulation of silt deposits over the last 9,000 to 8,000 years. Large mammals, fish, and waterfowl provided a broad spectrum of plentiful exploitable wild resources. Especially when one remembers that avian fauna was extremely diverse including mallard, teal, swan, and geese. The Broken Mammoth site has remains of large animals including mammoth, elk, caribou and bison. Furthermore, hunted or scavenged people had access to mammoth ivory. Radiocarbon dates on some of the fossilized ivory tools run from 20,000 to 18,000 BP, on their hearth charcoal that dates to 13,525 BP. Anyway, these people were organized into highly mobile bands that moved seasonally over the landscapes, exploiting the various resources and wildlife. Interception of the various migratory routes of herd of bison and elk and migratory birds was the strategy that may have required a commoditization of their labor power occasionally. People had the technology for hunting mammoths, but they probably killed one mammoth in a lifetime and never stopped talking about it. As I say, the ivory tools made from mammoth tusks was probably scavenged. Swan Point. The Swan Point archaeological site is located in eastern central Alaska, in the Tanana River watershed. The Tanana sites provide evidence of the megafauna that no longer exist in Alaska, including extinct varieties of wapiti, bison, and mammoth. Artifacts at the Swan Point site have been given radiocarbon dates of 14,500 years BP. Swan Point has been occupied at least 5 times since and is the oldest known site in the Tanana River Valley. The oldest cultural level dates from 11,600 to 10,000 BP. Artifacts found include worked mammoth tusk fragments, microblades, microblade core preparation flakes, blades, dihedral burins, red ochre, pebble hammers, quartz tools and choppers. A variety of bifacial points were found at this level, which dates to approximately 10,230 plus or minus 80 BP. They include lanceolate points with convex to straight bases, along with graver spurs, quartz pebble choppers and hammers. The mammoth ivory artifacts found in the latest Pleistocene zone date to approximately 14,000 BP and were scavenged elsewhere. The Yukon. The Yukon covers 186,000 square miles in northwest Canada. Alaska borders it in the west, the Northwest Territories to its east, British Columbia to its south and the Arctic Beaufort Ocean to its north. The Yukon abounds with snowmelt lakes and Canada's highest perennial white-capped mountains. Its ragged eastern boundary follows the divide between the Yukon River Basin and the Mackenzie River watershed to the east in the Mackenzie Mountains. Except for the coastal plain on the Beaufort Sea coast, most of Yukon is part of the American Cordilleran mountain ranges, plateaus, and river valleys. The Yukon's climate is Arctic north of Old Crow. Then it becomes subarctic between Old Crow and Whitehorse. The long sunshine hours in the short summer allow a profusion of flowers and fruit to blossom, especially in the more humid southeast. Otherwise, the Yukon is boreal forest until except in the extreme north and high elevations where tundra becomes the main vegetation. Permafrost is common. The northern part of Yukon has continuous permafrost, while it is widespread in the central part. Even the southern Yukon has scattered patches of permafrost. The Kluane ice fields in Kluane National Park and Reserve are the largest nonpolar ice fields in the world. Kluane National Park also contains 8 of Canada's 10 highest mountains, including the 5 highest, all in the St. Elias Mountains. A number of glaciers flow out of the ice fields, including the Logan Glacier, the Hubbard Glacier and the Kaskawulsh Glacier. The Denali Fault and the Tintana Fault have created major valleys called the Shockwalk Trench and the Tintana Trench. The former separates the Kluane Mountains from other mountain ranges north of it. The Haines Highway and the Alaska Highway north of Haines Junction are built in the Shockwalk Trench. The Tintana Trench bisects the Yukon from northwest to southeast and its edges have rich mineral deposits including the Klondike Gold and the lead zinc deposits near Faro. The volcanoes in the Yukon are part of the circle of volcanoes around the Pacific Ocean known as the Pacific Ring of Fire. The Yukon includes more than 100 separate volcanic centers that have been active during the Quaternary. The Fort Selkirk volcanic field in the central Yukon is the northernmost Holocene volcanic field in Canada, including the young active cinder cone, Volcano Mountain. A volcanic field in south-central Yukon is called Alligator Lake Volcanic Complex. It contains 2 well-preserved cinder cones that cap a small shield volcano. Lava from the cones traveled north and erupted at the same time. Volcanoes in southwestern Yukon are part of the Wrangell Volcanic Field, which is related to the subduction of the Pacific Plate beneath the North American Plate at the easternmost end of the Avalanche Trench. The St. Elias Mountains are part of the Coast Mountains that range from southern British Columbia to Alaska and cover the southeastern Yukon. While the St. Elias Mountains contain the highest mountains, there are numerous other mountain ranges, from the British Mountains in the far north and the Richardson Mountains in the northeast. Both are part of the Brooks Range. Then we move from the Selwyn Mountains and Mackenzie Mountains in the east, to the Cassiar Mountains in the southeast, the Pelly Mountains in the central Yukon, and the Ogilvie Mountains north of Dawson City and along the Dempster Highway. Most of the territory is in the watershed of the Yukon River, which flows into the Bering Sea. The southern Yukon is dotted with a large number of large, long, and narrow glacier-fed alpine lakes, most of which flow into the Yukon River system. The larger lakes include Teslin Lake, Atlin Lake, Tagish Lake, Marsh Lake, Lake Lauberg, Kusawa Lake, Kluane Lake. Bennett Lake on the Klondike Gold Rush Trail is a smaller lake flowing into Tagish Lake. Rivers flow into the Pacific Ocean or into the Arctic Ocean. The Alsek-Tatshenshini drainage flows directly into the Pacific from southwestern Yukon. A number of rivers in northern Yukon flow directly into the Arctic Ocean. The two main Yukon rivers flowing into the Mackenzie River in the Northwest Territories are the Liard River in the southeast and the Peel River and its tributaries in the northeast. Subarctic Köppen Climate Classification (DFC) characterizes the long cold winters and brief warm summers. There is an airstrip at Snag, 15 miles east of Beaver Creek near the Alaska border that recorded a low temperature of -81.4 degrees Fahrenheit on February 3, 1947. The Arctic Ocean coast has a very dry tundra climate with little precipitation. Even so, it is considerably wetter in the southeast. Precipitation is much greater in the mountains, and the snowpack melts well into the summer, resulting in high water in July or August. As we have seen, except for the Arctic Ocean coastal plain and highest elevations, most of the Yukon is boreal forest. Mountain peaks and higher elevations are alpine tundra while the coastal plain is Arctic coastal tundra. The Peel River area in the northeast is in the Taiga Plains ecozone and the Arctic coast is in the southern Arctic ecozone. This is a continuation of the central Siberian taiga. The Yukon was and is covered with forests. These trees being small took a long time to grow and regenerate in the dry cold climate. Black spruce, white spruce, quaking aspen, balsam poplar, and Alaska birch are found throughout much of the Yukon. The lodgepole pine reaches its northern extreme in the south-central part of the territory, while tamarack groves flourish in the southeast. The subalpine fir occurs at high elevations in the southern part of the territory. Large mammals include caribou, moose, wolves, grizzly bears, and American black bears. Higher elevations have Dall sheep and Rocky Mountain goat. Polar bears inhabit the Arctic coast. The mule deer and its predator, the cougar, are common in the south, as are coyotes in the northern Yukon. Elk and bison greeted the first humans arriving. There is a plethora of rodents, including squirrels, ground squirrels, lemmings, pikas, beavers, various voles, porcupines, and muskrats. Mustelids include the wolverine, marten, ermine, least weasel, American mink, and the river otter. Other small carnivores present are the lynx, red fox, and Arctic fox, along the northern coast. More than 250 species of birds inhabit the Yukon. The common raven is the territorial bird and is seen everywhere. Other common resident birds include bald eagles, golden eagles, gerfalcon, and peregrine falcon, as are 5 species of grouse. Many migratory birds breed in the Yukon at the northern end of the Pacific Flyway. Other than the cod-like freshwater burbot and the northern pike, most of the large fish found in Yukon rivers, lakes, and streams are salmonids. 4 species of Pacific salmon, chinook, sockeye, coho, and chum, breed in Yukon rivers and lakes in the Pacific and Yukon River watersheds. The Yukon River has one of the longest freshwater migration route of any salmon. Another long migratory reproductive route is through the Stikine River drainage and up the Talton River, where my crew and I assisted the local Native Americans in the summer of 1969 catching salmon on their way to spawn. Anyway, Chinook salmon swim 2,000 miles from river mouth in the Bering Sea to spawning grounds upstream of Whitehorse. There are also landlocked kokanee and rainbow trout. Lake trout are present in most large Yukon lakes, as well as Dolly Varden, bull trout, and Arctic char. The Arctic grayling is ubiquitous, while the lakes have various whitefish and ankanu. There are no Yukon reptiles, but there are a few frogs. Northern British Columbia. Geography. The vast wilderness of northern BC has 193,051 square miles of area and a diverse ecological geography. The Queen Charlotte Islands extend into northern BC latitudes and have an equally diverse ecology. Ancient old-growth forests grade into coastal ones. British Columbia consists of two major continental landforms, the interior plains in the province's northeast, the British Columbia portion of which is part of the Alberta Plateau. The rest of the province is part of the Western Cordillera of North America, often referred to in Canada as the Pacific Cordillera or Canadian Cordillera. The Cordillera is divided into four main systems. Some of the earliest American arrivals traveled down the Pacific coast and up the navigable rivers before building camps. There was an ice-free corridor for most of the last 100,000 years along the margin of the Rocky Mountains from the Yukon through Washington state. Therefore, some of the earliest inhabitants of North America arrived in this way. Still others seem to have moved across the northern coastal tundra all the way to the Atlantic coast and then down into what is now Gringolandia. Chapter 112. The North American Lithic Stage. I follow the periodization terminology of Gordon R. Willey and Philip Phillips as published in their classical textbook Method and Theory in American Archaeology. Therefore, we begin with the first of the New World stages they term the Lithic. In general, this is the New World equivalent to the Old World Paleolithic. North America in this book refers to Canada, the USA, and northern Mexico. We begin our review of the peoples of North America with the earliest sites of primitive communism in North America. Primitive communism in Northwest North America. By 24,000 BP, humans occupied the northern Yukon at Bluefish Caves. From there they made their way eastward to the Atlantic coast, and southwards through Alberta's ice-free corridor. Southern British Columbia and Washington state were occupied in late Pleistocene times. As the last glaciation of the Rockies melted, so did that part that formed the ice dam containing Glacial Lake Missoula. Glacial Lake Missoula. Cataclysmic floods swept periodically across eastern Washington and down the Columbia River Gorge at the end of the last ice age. These glacial lake outburst floods were the result of periodic sudden ruptures of the 2,000-foot-high ice dam on the Clark Fork River that created Glacial Lake Missoula. After each ice dam rupture, the waters of the lake would rush down the Clark Fork and the Columbia River, flooding much of eastern Washington and the Willamette Valley in western Oregon. After the rupture, the ice would reform, creating Glacial Lake Missoula again. At the end of the last glacial maximum, the cycle of flooding and reformation of the lake lasted an average of 55 years. There were 25 massive floods between 15,000 and 13,000 years ago. The largest discharge was equivalent to 13 times the total Amazon River. The peak flow rate of the largest flood may have been 60 cubic kilometers per hour. The maximum flow speed was 80 miles per hour. Its 2,000-foot wave struck all at once as the dam burst all at once, taking hundreds of miles before losing significant amounts of water and emptying into the Pacific Ocean. From an archaeological perspective, this has meant that there is dearth of information about a critical time period during the Wisconsin Ice Age when humans occupied the northwest U.S. plateau. To pick up the trail we move southward. Oregon. The Great Washout of the state of Washington occurred in the critical time after initial human migration into the Western Hemisphere. People had also moved across the Arctic coast to the Atlantic and down its coast. Their movement through the far west we pick up again in the state of Oregon. Peoples occupying the far west of North America evolved from lithic stage hunting and gathering to a true broad-spectrum wild resource exploiting mode of production by the end of the last ice age. Much of the last 100,000 years featured big game hunting and broad-spectrum wild resource exploitation. During the last 11,000 years this economy expanded to include grinding tools for processing wild plant seeds. Baskets were used in harvesting seeds and nuts. Watertight basketry could be used as containers and even as cooking utensils. In my initial foray into academic archaeological research, I searched the site reports done for the earliest levels at Fort Rock Cave. I was in the greater Los Angeles area where the Southwest Museum Library in Pasadena had original site reports of Luther Chessman. I was looking for evidence that people had invented the technology to grind wild seeds. Indeed, I found grinding stones reported in the earliest level of 13,200 BP of that cave and several northern Great Basin sites. Now included for this horizon are Cougar Mountain Cave 11 miles from Fort Rock Cave at 11,000 BP, Paisley Caves at 14,250 BP near Paisley in south-central Oregon, and Indian Sands on the Oregon coast near Brookings at 12,000 BP. Idaho. Excavations of Ruth Groon in Jerome County northeast of Twin Falls recovered human occupation in an elevated lava bubble at Wilson Butte Cave dating to 15,000 BP. Utah. In the Bonneville Basin of western Utah human occupation at Danger Cave dates to 11,000 BP. Wyoming. At the eastern entrance to Yellowstone National Park, at Mummy Cave human occupation is proven to have occurred by 9280 BP. Of special interest, is the first occurrence this far south of the Nanam microblades we have recorded for the Talton-Stikine River drainage in northern BC. A Marxist perspective requires the motor of change to be internal to any given phenomenon. In this case, the mode of production is the internal motor of change in socio-cultural evolution. Humans are first and foremost collective tool makers and users, so the part of the mode of production we must examine first is that part which is the very subject matter of much of North American archaeology, stone tools. The presence of grinding stones was important because it demonstrated the acquisition of the knowledge of making flour from wild seeds. Such knowledge prepared the people of the Great Basin to withstand the vagaries of climate change and the migration of large herd animals to terrain more to their liking. It was also important because it demonstrated the human socio-cultural ability to accept the Mesoamerican domesticated corn when it arrived. Along with the arrival of this critical protein-supplying grass seed domesticate came the Mesoamerican squash and beans. In other words, to accept something external the recipients had to have technological preparation. And, the proto-archaic Fort Rock Cave levels did prove to have that preparation in the form of grinding stone technology. In the advent of the New World stage of agriculture archaeologists call the formative, the preceding socio-cultural evolutionary stage had to have preparation. Primitive communism in Nevada. Tule Springs. The site of Tule Springs is located 13 miles north of Las Vegas, Nevada. In 1933, an obsidian flake was found in association with the remains of an extinct Pleistocene animal with a radiocarbon date of 28,000 years BP derived in 1955. A large-scale excavation took place over a 4-month period in late 1962. More than 2 miles of trenches, up to 10 meters deep and 4 meters wide, were dug. Bulldozers were used to remove 180,000 tons of overburden. Large numbers of Pleistocene animal remains were found, including mammoth, camel and horse bones, in association with 3 bone tools, a stone scraper and 5 stone flakes. These are the stone tools of humans and the Pleistocene animals they hunted. Sunshine. The Sunshine site is located in the north-central Great Basin in Long Valley, Nevada. Thousands of artifacts, primarily stone tools and waste flakes, were produced during the manufacture and repair of these stone tools. Late Pleistocene surface scatters spread over 2 miles and exhibit scrapers, burins, bifaces and projectile points. A projectile point, along with a scraper and a biface, was found in direct association with several bones of yesterday's camel, date 11,330 BP. Primitive communism in the Mojave Desert. Malcolm Rogers and George Carter. Malcolm Jennings Rogers was a pioneering archaeologist in Southern California, Baja California, and Arizona. His field work included extensive survey and excavation work in the coastal zone of San Diego County and northwestern Baja California. Rogers explored the deserts to the east through western Arizona. He identified and named the San Dieguito, La Jolla, Amargosa, and Human archaeological complexes. His formulations are the starting point for research in the region. Among Rogers' students was another person destined to become an expert on this region named George Carter. While Rogers was curator at the San Diego Museum of Man, he took Carter under his tutelage. In the summer of 1930, Carter accompanied Rogers on a 5-week expedition to San Nicolas Island, where they excavated numerous sites. After college, Carter was hired by the San Diego Museum of Man and began working with his old mentor Malcolm Jennings Rogers. The two conducted field work on the coasts of Southern California and in the Mojave Desert. While surveying in 1937 to 1938 near Silver Lake in the Mojave, Carter found the first Folsom fluted projectile point in California. In 1966, Rogers published his magnum opus Ancient Hunters of the Far West. Carter and Rogers were eventually in dramatic disagreement over the age of the human occupation of the Silver Lake area. Rogers thought it dated back to only 4,000 years ago. Carter said the geology proved 40,000 years to be the date. Carter got his PhD at Berkeley in 1941. During World War II, Carter was an analyst for the Office of Strategic Services. In 1943, he left the OSS to teach geography at Johns Hopkins University. In the summer, Carter would return to San Diego to conduct archaeological excavations, seeking to prove that man had inhabited the Americas at an early date. In 1957, his findings were published in his book Pleistocene Man at San Diego. For our purposes, the most important assertion made by Carter in that book is the date of early Wisconsin for human occupation of Southern California and the Mojave Desert. In 1967, Carter left Johns Hopkins for Texas A&M University. There he was a distinguished professor of geography until 1978. In 1977, I met him while conducting archaeological excavations along the La Jolla coast and into San Diego's Mission Valley. He was kind enough to invite me to his home, where he had a vast collection of artifacts he had collected over the years. There is no doubt in my mind that these were left behind by prehistoric people. It was clear to me that these people were probably descendants of that first wave of Northeast Asian immigrants we had found at the ancient Talton River site. In 1980, Carter published Earlier Than You Think, A Personal View of Man in America. The book describes Carter's evidence for humans arriving in North America approximately 100,000 years ago. Mannix Basin. In the Great Basin, late Pleistocene and Holocene alluviation has buried and sealed earlier Pleistocene sediments. In the Mannix Basin of San Bernardino County, California, ancient environments featured lakes, alluviation and erosion, faulting and folding. Erosion of ancient lacustrine sediments has yielded a series of deposits that represent more than 350,000 years of quaternary history. The Mannix Basin, a structural basin in the central Mojave Desert, is the third and lowest major valley of the Mojave River. That river is now an exotic stream with episodic flow, which has its source in the San Bernardino Mountains, 120 miles to the southeast. A freshwater lake developed in the basin 500,000 years ago near the Calico archaeological site. It was present until 18,000 BP. The last high stand of Lake Mannix was 1,781 feet and had a surface area of 91 square miles. The sediments of the Pleistocene Mannix Formation contain a prolifer of Rancolaborian animals ranging in age 350,000 BP to 20,000 BP. Fossils recovered include camel, horse, mammoth, saber-toothed cat, dire wolf, short-faced bear, coyote, flamingo, pelican, eagle, swan, geese, mallard duck, ruddy duck, canvasback duck, double-crested cormorant, grebe, crane, seagull and stork. Calico. In 1959, Louis Leakey, while at the British Museum of Natural History in London, received a visit from Ruth de Et Simpson, an archaeologist from California. Simpson had acquired ancient scrapers from a site in the Calico Hills to show to Leakey. Leakey viewed it as important to study the Calico Hill site, as he was convinced that the number and distribution of native languages in the Americas required more time than 12,000 years to evolve and acquire their current distribution. In 1963, Leakey obtained funds from the National Geographic Society and commenced archaeological excavations with Simpson. Leakey and Simpson conducted excavations in an area stratigraphically separate from a verified 10,000-year-old site. At any rate, at Calico they believed that they had located stone artifacts that were dated 100,000 years or older. In 1966, I had taken my first course in archaeology and watched the National Geographic film on Leakey's work in Old Duvay Gorge, Tanzania. A few weeks into that course I decided to become an archaeologist. Rachel, my constant companion, and I went to see Leakey speak to his wealthy supporters when he visited Los Angeles. Shortly thereafter, I met with Ruth Simpson, who was head of the San Bernardino County Museum by that time and co-investigator with Leakey at the Calico site. The archaeologist Jeffrey Goodman, who worked at the site with Leakey, had also claimed the stone artifacts to be human-made. Louis Leakey continued to visit the site several times a year and was connected with the project until his death in 1972. The site was taken over by California's Bureau of Land Management and was open to the public, and today is the Calico Early Man site near Barstow in San Bernardino County in the central Mojave Desert of Southern California. This site is on an in late Middle Pleistocene now cemented alluvial debris flow deposit known as the Calico Hills, the Yermo Hills, or the Yermo Formation. It includes artifacts of the Lake Manox lithic industry found on and just below the surface at elevations greater than 1,781 feet, with a shoreline elevation of 91 square mile freshwater Pleistocene lake which emptied approximately 18,000 years ago. Material recovered from nested Pleistocene alluvial deposits stratigraphically beneath a 100,000-year-old soil profile, a rock ring dated to 135,000 years by thermoluminescence. Then about 200,000 years by uranium series analysis. And 197,000 plus 20,000 years by surface beryllium-10 dating. The rock ren biface, a large well-formed bifacial tool recovered from a younger nested inset alluvial deposit at Calico, dated by sediment thermoluminescence to 14,400 plus or minus 2,200 BP. The tools and flakes of LMLI and those found in the nested inset known as the rock ren locality. The stone tool industries consist of preforms, stone cores, flakes, and lithic waste, mainly of chalcedony. These are found on and in late Middle Pleistocene age alluvial fan conglomerates and younger inset alluvial terraces in the Calico Hills, east of the Calico Peaks and the Calico Mountains. The location is in the central portion of Southern California's Mojave Desert. Historically, this archaeological project has also been known as the Calico Mountains Archaeological Site and the Calico Hills Archaeological Site. Today, it is called the Calico Early Man Site. I think the creators of these lithic stage horizon sites are the descendants of the Talton River ancient terrace occupants we discussed in the previous chapter. They are lithic stage broad-spectrum wild resource mode of production that evolved from this early settlement of Northwest America. Meadowcroft has animal remains of 149 species, proving people gathered small game animals as well as wild plant nuts and seeds. Great Plains. By 11,500 years ago, small hunting-gathering bands with excellent weaponry populated the Great Plains of North America. Their mode of production was broad-spectrum wild resource exploitation. Their band and seasonally tribal economy featured the collective hunting of mammoths, bison, and other large mammals. The northern plains of Canada, the USA, and especially the montane basins of the central and southern Rocky Mountains contain some of the best evidence of this mode of production after 11,200 years ago. By 11,000 years ago, a number of large mammal species, including the mammoth, mastodon, camel, and horse were extinct or nearly so, and some subspecies of bison would soon follow. At any rate, the main large mammal prey became the surviving bison. By 8,000 years ago, rising temperatures of the altithermal favored an increase in reliance on the small animal and plant food percentage of their hunting and gathering. As we have seen for this shift, they were well prepared. A now extinct subspecies of bison was discovered at the Folsom site in northern New Mexico. And, a mammoth at the Dent site in Colorado as well as the Blackwater Draw site in eastern New Mexico. Central and Southern Plains. Band-sized peoples were small and highly mobile but left evidence of their presence in well-stratified geologic contexts in a few ideal situations. Sophisticated radiocarbon dating and multidisciplinary investigations have enhanced the lithic Proto-Archaic archaeological chronology. In short, our knowledge of the chronology of late lithic and Proto-Archaic hunting-gathering bands is based on stratigraphy, artifact typology, and radiocarbon dates. For our purposes there are 4 stratified, multi-component sites upon which to focus. These are Blackwater Draw in eastern New Mexico, Hell Gap in southeast Wyoming, Agate Basin in east-central Wyoming, and Carter/Kerr, McGee in central Wyoming. However, there are numerous other sites with radiocarbon-dated components that fit into this period. 7 cultural complexes, Clovis, Goshen, Folsom, Agate Basin, Hell Gap, Alberta, and Cody, are known from 11,200 years to 9,000 years BP. Clovis is the only one presently known to have confirmed association with mammoth remains and is recognized by the distinctive fluted projectile point. This was the third autochthonous projectile point tradition arising from the first wave of immigrants to the New World. These first Americans had migrated through South America by 70,000 years ago. As they specialized, they developed 3 traceable and diagnostic projectile point types. The fish-tailed points of South America, the Lerma points of Venezuela, and the fluted points of North America. My map showing this development is on the cover of Peopling of the Americas edited by John Erickson. Horses were extinct in North America, so the next arrival of horses had to await those escaping from the Spanish Ronin conquest of Mexico. Those escaping horses made their way into the southern plains. The pedestrian hunting-gathering peoples of this region soon captured some horses. The capture of these modern horses brought about a revolution in the social organization as well as in the technological strategy of subsistence on the Great Plains. A distinctive projectile point type is diagnostic of Goshen. It was first recognized at the Hell Gap site in southeast Wyoming and better defined at the Mill Iron site in southeast Montana. It was contemporaneous with late Clovis and early Folsom. Folsom, best known from the Lindenmeyer site in Colorado, added the distinctive flutes to their weaponry, which may have had both functional and ritual purposes. Overlapping with Folsom is the Agate Basin complex, as defined by the bison kill site of this name in east-central Wyoming. A projectile point very different but every bit as lethal as the preceding ones identifies it. The Hell Gap complex was recognized at the site with the same name in southeast Wyoming and appears to have developed directly from the immediately preceding Agate Basin. Several bison kills confirm the expertise of Hell Gap hunters and the efficiency of their weaponry. The Alberta complex introduced different but equally efficient weaponry in the form of a stemmed and shouldered projectile point. First recognized in southern Alberta, its age and chronological position were confirmed at the Hell Gap site, as were several other lithic stage complexes. A large Alberta bison kill is located in western Nebraska. The Cody complex, named from the Horner site in northwest Wyoming, evolved directly from Alberta. The weaponry is more varied. One part is the Eden projectile point, named after a bison kill site in western Wyoming. Another is recognized by the Scottsbluff projectile point, named after a bison kill in western Nebraska. A diagnostic of the Cody complex is the tool known as the Cody knife type. After Cody, the archaeological picture on the northern plains and Rocky Mountains is unclear and is represented by a number of geographically isolated groups identified by a bewildering array of projectile points, mostly lanceolate in outline form but some with stems and lateral restrictions and nearly all with parallel diagonal pressure flaking patterns. One small bison kill in the Laramie Basin in southern Wyoming contains this type of projectile point and is radiocarbon dated at 8,000 years BP. Most of the evidence between 9000 and 8000 BP indicates a diminishing dependence on bison. After this date and until 5000 BP, bison become noticeably rare in northern plains archaeological sites. Bison in lithic times were larger and had different skull characteristics than the modern subspecies. These changes in northern plains bison are seen from an arroyo kill radiocarbon dated at 6,500 years ago in the northeast Wyoming Black Hills. These animals are intermediate in size between modern bison and those of the late Pleistocene and early Holocene. The Black Hills of South Dakota and Wyoming during the period 8000 to 5000 BP was a refugium for bison while their numbers on the plains declined. Lithic Proto-Archaic chronology is complex. An ongoing study of the Hell Gap site suggests that Goshen, Folsom, Midland iron sites were partially contemporaneous. Goshen projectile points are technologically and morphologically identical to the Plainview complex, named after a bison kill on the southern plains. Thus, the Goshen complex developed in the northern plains and its carriers migrated to the southern plains. Additionally, there are assemblages regarded as transitional between these complexes. One is the 10,000-year-old bison bone bed at the Horner site, in which the diagnostics demonstrate technological attributes of both Alberta and Cody. From 9000 to 8000 BP, human subsistence strategies demonstrate a lessening dependence on bison and more on plant and other animal resources. The northern plains hunting-gathering bands had highly efficient weaponry systems. Clovis is the only lithic stage tool complex unequivocally associated with mammoth. This tool complex exhibits a projectile point that withstood the shock of penetrating the thick mammoth hide and produced a lethal wound. Bands other than Clovis carriers perfected equally effective stone projectile points with sharp points and blade edges sufficient to open a large enough hole in the hide to allow the point and foreshaft to enter and produce a lethal wound. With the exception of the mammoth, most species hunted on the northern plains and Rocky Mountains in prehistoric times are present today. In the case of the bison and the mountain sheep, there was a gradual decrease in body size from the late Pleistocene until 5000 BP. Then the present-day forms appeared. Preserved mammoths and mammoth parts are increasingly recovered from frozen deposits thanks to climate change and provide good evidence of their physiology. Whether or not the matriarchal structure of mammoth and mastodon families was the same or similar to that of African elephants is not known. This is an important issue in attempts to reconstruct Clovis hunting strategies because the matriarch elephant provides strong family protection. Any threat to a member of her family brings an immediate challenge. Although replicas of Clovis weaponry have proven lethal against African elephants, their skull structure prevents a Clovis projectile point using either thrusting spear or atlatl darts from being delivered with sufficient force to penetrate the brain cavity and produce instant death, thereby effectively excluding that hunting strategy. Elephants have relatively poor eyesight but an acute sense of smell. Provided mammoths were similarly endowed, a more likely hunting strategy would have been for Clovis hunters to monitor a herd closely and carefully and quietly spear an animal far enough away from the matriarch to avoid alerting her. It is critical to be properly positioned to obtain a lethal wound. The ideal location of penetration using Clovis weaponry is the rib cage forward of the diaphragm and high enough to penetrate the lungs. The heart is a bad choice because the ribs that widen and flatten distally protect it. The experienced hunter tries to avoid flesh and slash or stomach wounds, which nearly always result in time and effort wasted in trailing wounded animals. There are 3,300 to 4,400 pounds of meat on a juvenile mammoth. A strategy of stalking a single animal would have served the purpose in terms of meat products. The analysis of the Colby mammoth kill site in Wyoming suggests an accumulation of individuals killed over a period rather than a large group killed at one time. The Lang, Ferguson site at South Dakota involved two animals, one mature and the other a juvenile. After the Clovis mammoth hunters, extinct subspecies of bison were the main target of the Ankle Express hunters on the plains of North America. To date, the most visible bone beds suggest large communal kills, but there were also single-person and small band hunting. Many natural and artificial features characterized lithic bison killing. These include arroyos, parabolic sand dunes, and stampeding animals into narrow, deep, steep-sided cliffs. One component at the Horner site is a bison bone bed with remains of 70 animals. They were killed as a group in late fall or early winter in a shallow, low-gradient drainage channel 0.5 m in depth. There are complete bison skeletons remaining after removal of unarticulated bones. A wooden corral to contain the animals exists at the Jones, Miller site in eastern Colorado. Hell Gap bison hunters at the central Wyoming Casper site utilized a long, narrow, steep-sided parabolic sand dune to trap nearly 100 animals in the late fall or early winter. The dune field nearby contains several features that would serve as operationally similar bison traps. Bison hunters at the Agate Basin site used a head cut in an arroyo to impede the animals. Analogues of these head cut features are in the surrounding area and in other areas with similar landforms. Pronghorn antelope, camel, and horse bones are found in lithic stage sites. The camel was extinct by 10,500 BP. Elk skeletal remains are rare, but their antlers were used for tool, weaponry, and decorative items. More rare yet is evidence of mountain sheep and mule deer in plains lithic stage sites. Temporary storage of surplus meat by freezing was part of lithic stage subsistence strategy on the northern plains. A mammoth bone pile at the Colby site contains an articulated front quarter of an adult mammoth covered with long bones of other mammoths and topped with the skull of a young male that was such a temporary cold weather meat cache. Bison at the Agate Basin site were killed during the winter and the animals were cut into large units and frozen. The hunters then camped at the site and ate most of the meat before spring. Drying meat was common in historic times and was a common practice in lithic stage times. Caches of tools and weaponry in different stages of manufacture and use comprise Clovis finds. Exceptionally high-quality stone tools, carved mammoth bone, and ivory are present. In some of these caches, evidence of shamanism in the form ethnographically recorded miniature projectile point and bone whistle along with a large post hole was found in a Hell Gap age bison kill in eastern Colorado. Such a large post was used ethnographically by a shaman who stationed himself on top of the post with special paraphernalia to call the bison. The Cooper site, a large Folsom age bison kill in northwest Oklahoma, contained a large male skull placed on top of the bone bed. The zigzag pattern of red lines on the frontal part of the skull indicates ritual activity. Additionally, in this and in each of some other bison kill sites, a single unbroken and unused projectile point of unusually fine workmanship was recovered. Its morphology tends to refute its utility as a lethal weapon and it was probably part of a ritual. Large mammal hunting characterizes northern plains lithic stage hunters, who lived in small groups and were highly mobile. Raw materials for tool and weaponry manufacture were moved long distances by trade across cultural boundaries or visitation. Lithic and Proto-Archaic peoples adapted to a harsh environment with advanced tools and weaponry and were affluent in their own terms. Bison were hunted heavily, as were pronghorn antelope, and both species survived. The evidence for use of small mammals and plant food resources abounds the archaeological record. All areas of the Rocky Mountains adjacent to the Great Plains were occupied and featured animal hunting. Primitive communism in Pennsylvania. Reliable radiocarbon dates of 19,000 BP date the bottom of the Meadowcroft Rock Shelter site in southeast Pennsylvania some 27 miles from Pittsburgh. This is the earliest well-dated lithic stage archaeological site in North America. The Meadowcroft site has several occupation layers containing over 2,000 stone flakes and tools, 150 fire pits and 1 million animal remains. A heavily cut and burnt deer antler base dated to 16,175 plus or minus 975 years BP was the oldest bone found at the site. Artifacts from the lowest cultural layers include bifaces, unifacial knives, projectile points, and small, prismatic blades. Diagnostic is the 1 Miller lanceolate point dating roughly 12,000 years ago. This is a medium to large lanceolate with an elliptical cross-section. The blade is excurvate with the tip curving in, becoming widest at the top third to 1/2, and curving back in towards the base. The blade may become parallel towards the base, forming a waist. The base is straight with squared basal corners. This point has collateral to horizontal flaking and exhibits basal and hafting region grinding. The principal investigator, Professor Adovagio, says that the Meadowcroft point is a heavily reworked and shortened version of what a Miller point diagnostic would normally look like. Topper. The Topper site is located on a terrace beside the Savannah River, 82 miles southwest of Columbia, South Carolina. Chert artifacts and burins retrieved date by thermoluminescence slightly earlier than 13,000 BP. Primitive communism in Virginia. Cactus Hill. The Cactus Hill site is located 40 miles south of Richmond, Virginia, in a sand dune. It exhibits a stratified series of cultural layers. The lowest level exhibits blades, projectile points made of quartzite dated 16,670 BP. Above that cultural layer are basally fluted projectile points are made of chert and dated to 10,920 years BP. These early radiocarbon dates have been confirmed by optically stimulated luminescence. Chapter 113. Band and Tribal Agriculture. Urban Revolution. Experimentation with plant domestication began in North America about the same time as it did in the rest of the Western Hemisphere. Three interrelated things should be kept in mind as we begin to explore the formative revolution. The first is that the Americas contained very few high-protein grass seeds compared to the Old World. Thus, experimentation in North America necessarily focused on these few potentially high-protein grass seeds. The second is that experimentation on other edible plants accompanied the grass seed main target and was adequate to nutritional needs. Third, although the American suite of these other plant domesticates was quite large, it was different from that available in the Old World. Especially in South America, where cassava and potatoes were available as carbohydrate sources. Therefore, among other things, when we speak of an agricultural revolution horizon anywhere in the New World, we are also speaking of a different rate of agricultural reliance than was experienced in the Old World. Accordingly, the Old World stage of tribal agriculture should be seen in the New World as a stage of band and tribal agriculture. Because the rate of reliance depends on the number of both grass seed protein supplier species, and this means hunting and gathering bands as well as tribes are involved. The high-protein grasses are the sector that determines how fast the rate may be for reliance on agriculture as opposed to broad-spectrum wild resource hunting and gathering. In the New World, as we have seen throughout these volumes, that rate was several thousand years slower than in the Old World. This is a drop in the bucket of human socio-cultural evolutionary time, but it is enough of a gap on close inspection to account for some substantial differences. For example, the time gap between the mode of production status of Mexico and Peru compared to Spain and Portugal would be decisive at the time of contact. For example, this meant the latter were in feudalism and had steel and firearms, while the former were in slavery, had not yet invented steel nor firearms. In our survey of primitive communism in North America before the advent of white contact, it is useful to divide North America into East and West, with the Great Plains in between, when focusing on our American Neolithic or agricultural revolution. What we should more properly call the formative revolution in the New World following our Willie and Phillips terminology. The agricultural revolution in northwest Mexico and southwest USA led inexorably, inevitably, to the simple chiefdom stage. The challenges confronting these simple chiefdoms led in turn to the final transitional stage of advanced theocratic chiefdoms. These ATCs were on the verge of the slave stage of an autochthonous servitude epoch when their development was cut short by white contact. European contact with the NW Mexico SW-USA was indirect at first and direct soon thereafter. A true urban revolution did occur in the ATC stage, and that is how we shall conclude this part. There are distinct experimental zones in North America, beginning with the primitive communism of broad-spectrum wild resource hunting and gathering. These experimental zones took on their own diagnostic characteristics in the eastern woodlands and western deserts. The Great Plains were far narrower then than they are today. Nevertheless, they formed a natural barrier between east and west. North from Querétaro, The mountain chains and coastlines of North America acted as freeways for the movement of domesticated plant carriers from Mesoamerica. People were constantly moving north of the latitudes of Querétaro and Tolan as their chiefdoms collapsed and disgruntled farmer families headed toward relatively virgin lands. Eventually, oppressive ATCs and slave kingdoms emerged in central Mexico. These produced a flow of discontented and disaffected lower ranks and enslaved families fleeing the state apparatus of one or another oppressive social order. In other words, once contact was established with the Cochise version of the desert culture 4,000 years ago, population movement northward was constant from Mesoamerica. Focus. As we have seen, the peoples of northwest Mexico and southwest US were well prepared to accept the technology that came along with the immigrants. Much of North American archaeology after 4000 BP has been devoted to deciphering this influence, and it is the proper purview of specialists. Our purpose in this volume is not to focus on tracing the origin of specific features such as plant species or pottery types. Rather, our purpose is to delineate the stages of socio-cultural evolution in North America. Not surprisingly, since socio-cultural evolution is law-governed, we shall see that it has been the same as everywhere else on the globe. Along the way, I will make note of the first appearance of, or continuing use of, specific plants and animals and particular styles and techniques in ceramic technology. Desert culture of the Far West. Cochise culture of Arizona. The desert culture is located in northwest Mexico in the states of Baja California and Sonora, and in the USA in the states of Nevada, Utah, New Mexico, Arizona, and southwest Colorado. It spans the period from 13,000 BP to 4,000 BP. Subsistence was gathering wild seeds and plants and on hunting small game. Social groups were nomadic bands. The people used baskets, nets, crude milling stones, simple bone tools, and stemmed or notched chipped stone projectile points. By 9000 BP, diagnostic at all desert culture sites are flat milling stones and basketry. Half of their diet was bred from wild seed flour and the other half was every conceivable type of animal trapped or hunted. The desert culture earliest period in New Mexico is called Sulphur Spring. It dates from 9000 to 6000 BP. It was characterized by milling stones for grinding wild seeds and by various scrapers. The economy continued to be based on seed gathering and hunting. The second desert culture period is called Chiricahua, lasting from 6000 to 4000 BP. It witnessed the appearance of well-made projectile points. From 4000 to 2000 BP, the specific evolution of the New Mexican Western Desert culture is named for ancient Lake Cochise, now a dry desert basin called Wilcox Playa. Here hunting and gathering bands evolved into the stage of band and tribal agriculture and prepared to become simple chiefdoms. We know this because excavation at Bat Cave, New Mexico in the 1980s, dated corn to 3120 BP. This corn horticulture accompanied seed gathering. These remains of a primitive form of corn are proof of the beginning of stage of tribal agriculture. In the final San Pedro period, from 2500 BP to AD 200, mortars and pestles replaced flat milling stones, and pit houses appear. During the San Pedro period, pottery appeared in the area of the Mogollon sub-area. Challenge. Beginning in Volume 1, we have discussed continuously the role of challenge in every part of the world where the chiefdom resolution of the crisis of tribal agriculture arose. As of the moment, it has become clear that the original challenge was in the first area of agricultural revolution, that of nuclear China. The area centered on the Huanghe and the Yangtze rivers, where the challenge was the population explosion that accompanied the agricultural revolution. This area was the world's most favorable geographical locale in terms of climate and plentiful plant and animal species. We have seen the same thing happen in the hilly flanks of Southwest Asia, the northern zone of Black Africa from the Atlantic to the Arabian Sea. Then in the highlands and lowlands of Mesoamerica, and finally in the central Andes of South America. In these latter exceptions to the initial rule of population explosion in response to positive opportunity, The spur to mobilizing natural and human labor resources came in the form of climate and resource scarcity and environmental catastrophe. These are actually exceptions to the rule that the classical diagnostic reason for agricultural revolution was population explosion. Thus, the exceptions prove the rule. That is, it was always challenge presented by the social and/or natural environments that provided the opportunity for internal causation in the mode of production to negate itself in favor of onward and upward socio-cultural evolution. The far west of the USA and Mexico had more than their share of resource scarcity and environmental catastrophes, spurring the tribal agriculturists towards simple chiefdom stage resolution. In fact, the stress of environmental fluctuation was so great that it propelled these first chiefdoms rapidly toward religion and the emergence of the advanced theocratic chiefdom stage. There are 4 sub-areas to the culture area of northwest Mexico, southwest USA. From north to south these are: the Anasazi sub-area that takes in southern Utah, southwest Colorado, northern Arizona to the northern Little Colorado River and New Mexico south to a line from Quemodo to the Pecos River. The Patayan sub-area directly west of the Anasazi sub-area through all of western Arizona and adjacent Sonora. The Hohokam sub-area that takes in all of Arizona south of the Anasazi sub-area and all of Sonora south through the extent of the Yaqui River. The Mogollon sub-area that takes in all of New Mexico south of the Anasazi and eastern Arizona. Then all of Chihuahua and adjacent Sonora. Its extent into Chihuahua does not end until after the rivers Conchos and Fuerte. For our purposes, we shall take the sequence of the Mogollon sub-area for the agricultural revolution from AD 200 to AD 1000. Then we shall continue our socio-cultural evolutionary journey to the servitude epoch with a selection from the archaeological data of the Chaco Canyon region. In other words, our journey from primitive communism in the west of North America will end with the establishment of full-fledged advanced theocratic chiefdoms. White contact in the form of conquest of Tenochtitlan cut this autochthonous process short in several ways. And, within another century, white contact with New England began to affect the rest of native North America. Primitive communism. To chiefdoms. The people of the Mogollon culture area span the centuries from AD 200 to AD 1450, in the mountainous and desert region of what is now southeastern Arizona and southwestern New Mexico. Their name derives from the Mogollon Mountains in New Mexico. These people made the first pottery in the southwest culture area. In Chihuahua and New Mexico north of the Rio Grande there are 2 corn-centered agricultural complexes recognized archaeologically. The Upper Sonoran complex includes corn, squash, bottle gourd, and the common beans and occurs where rainfall was greater than 8 inches annually. The Lower Sonoran complex, with less annual precipitation, includes corn, squash, cotton, tepary beans, lima bean, scarlet runner bean, and jack bean. Corn is radiocarbon dated at 3120 BP at Bat Cave in eastern New Mexico. End of primitive communism. The 500 years from 100 BC to AD 400 witnessed the emergence of the stage of tribal agriculture. This was the end of primitive communism in all 4 of the sub-areas of northwest Mexico, southwest USA. Leading to this transition were the autochthonous inventions that formed the core of the desert culture that received intermittent domesticate insertions along the mountain and coastal highways from Mesoamerica. Cochise to Mogollon. There is excellent archaeological control over the chronology of all the sub-areas and we shall focus on that of the Mogollon since it was the earliest in manifesting all of the most important diagnostics. This is southeast Arizona, southwest New Mexico and adjacent portions of the Mexican Republic. Mogollon 1, 100 BC to AD 400. Villages of 20 pithusas, with outlying single-family pithus and 3 families pithouse hamlets. These face east but are otherwise randomly located here and there. Circular and oval-shaped pithusas with short entranceways are typical. The interior had about 17 square meters of living area surrounded by benches. Food was stored outside the home in specially constructed bell-shaped pits, and inside the homes in bins, subfloor pits, and wall cabinet niches. All Pithusas had central fireplaces stone shielded from drafts and vented upward through a hole in the roof. The first pottery in this Mexican USA culture area is found in this phase. Mogollon II, AD 400 to AD 600. Round Pithusas continue, as do similarly shaped chapels. The roofing of Pithus homes was made of strong timbers supported laterally at the edge of the above-ground section by adobe. Smaller wood pieces were laid over these timbers and a mixture of dirt and stone grout cemented the whole, making the house rain and snow proof. Mogollon III, AD 600 to AD 900. Pithusas have D or elongated bean shapes. Center timbers were used to support a conical or gabled above-ground roof in the D-shaped homes, and 3 support pillars were used in the elongated bean-shaped homes. Distinct entryways to the Pithusas are always present. Mogollon IV, AD 900 to AD 1000. Living area decrease in size of the Pithusas accompanied a decrease in family size. The tradition of burying the dead outside the house or inside abandoned buildings. Burials were of entire flexed bodies and sometimes cremation. Burial goods were placed with the interred. Mogollon V, AD 1000 to AD 1390. There was a transition through time that featured Pithus architecture moving to villages of above-ground houses with as many as 20-room structures. Structures of 100 or more apartments have been uncovered. In the Mimbres region at the Swartz site, one apartment building has 125 rooms, and there are several larger ones in the Mimbres Valley. Religious structures are located centrally and demonstrate the ATC level of socio-cultural evolution has been achieved. Structures are often centered on a common-use plaza. Regional variation within the Mogollon subarea features above-ground jackal architecture between Pithusas and above-ground structures. Setting slim poles close together made a jackal structure. Later versions were made of adobe bricks of sun-baked mud and sandstone. By the end of Mogollon V we see masonry pueblos in the Pine Lawn region. Urban revolution. There are many known early towns in the NW Mexico SW-USA cultural area. I have selected the city of what is now the Chaco Culture National Historical Park because it has the most ancient ruins north of central Mexico. It is the example for you to focus upon because it has the densest diagnostic urban concentration. It is located in northwestern New Mexico, between Albuquerque and Farmington, in a canyon cut by the Chaco Wash. Until the 1800s, the 15 major Chaco towns were comprised of the largest buildings in North America. Its urban revolution fits into the great transition going on in the Mogollon subarea we followed above. That is, between AD 900 and AD 1150. Chacoans quarried sandstone blocks and hauled building timber from great distances, assembling 15 major complexes. Evidence of astronomy at Chaco includes the sun dagger petroglyph at Fajeda Butte. Chacoan buildings were aligned to reflect the solar and lunar cycles. Acquiring this knowledge would have required generations of astronomical observations and centuries of skillfully coordinated construction. This in itself is proof that its monumental architecture was a product of ATC stage socio-cultural evolution. As we have seen, such societies either advance to the class-divided and state-organized level of slavery or collapse in rank war. By AD 1130 a great drought overtook the entire NW Mexico SW-USA culture area. The climate change lasted for 50 uninterrupted years. The ATC religion could not hold the society of Chaco together without state emergence. Accordingly, the primary causal factor of rank struggle resulted in the emigration of Chacoans and abandonment of the cities. However, the people continued to live in the area, and by AD 1180 gave rise to what are the contemporary Hopi and Pueblo people of the Four Corners region. Archaic early basket makers. The first people in the San Juan Basin were hunter-gatherers. They evolved into the archaeological Archaic as the early basket maker people. More than 70 campsites from this period, carbon dated to the period 9000 to 3500 BP, have been identified. Stone tools were found in Atlatl Cave and elsewhere within Chaco Canyon. These archaic, Early basket maker people were semi-nomadic hunter-gatherers making baskets to store gathered plants. Slab-lined storage containers prove the change from a wholly nomadic lifestyle. By the end of the period, they cultivated food. By 2900 BP, archaic people lived at Atlatl Cave and other cave and rock shelter sites. By AD 490, their descendants, of the late basket maker II era, farmed lands around Shabikeshi village and other pit house settlements at Chaco. A small population of basket makers remained in the Chaco Canyon area. The broad arc of their cultural elaboration culminated around AD 800, during the Pueblo I era, when they were building crescent-shaped stone complexes, each comprising 4 to 5 residential suites abutting subterranean chapels called kivas. The Kachina ideology is the contemporary manifestation among the modern Hopi and other Pueblo people. These early kivas were square-walled and underground. Those used by the people of the Pueblo I period were round and evolved from simpler pithus structures. By AD 850, the population archaeologists call the Anasazi, had rapidly expanded. People resided in larger, more densely populated urban centers. From the AD 900s, their ATC exhibits marked professional specialization in turquoise processing and trading industry. The first section of Pueblo Bonito was built. It has the iconic form we see as a curved row of 50 rooms near its present north wall. Analysis of the mitochondria of 9 skeletons from graves of the ruling ranks in Pueblo Bonito show that members of elite matrilineal descent were interred here for the 330 years between AD 800 and 1130. By AD 1140, we have seen, the Chacoan ATC confronted rank inequality. Poor ATC boss management exacerbated the contradiction. Inadequate water management led to arroyo cutting. Extensive deforestation had become economically devastating because lumber for construction had to be hauled from outlying mountain ranges such as the Chusca Mountains. These are more than 50 miles to the west, and without chattel animals, the hauling had to be done by human workers. By the end of the century, the buildings in the Central Canyon had been sealed and abandoned. Rank war impelled the evacuations. Remnants of that war include dismembered bodies dating from Chacoan times found at 2 sites within the Central Canyon. We know this violence was internal because there is no evidence of being defended or defensively sited high on cliff faces or atop mesas. Several sites at Chaco show large-scale burning as the result of that rank war. The Civil War was unresolved. People migrated south, east, and west into the valleys and drainages of the Little Colorado River, the Rio Puerco, and the Rio Grande. University of New Mexico professor Joseph Tainter examines collapse of the Chaco civilization in his 1988 study The Collapse of Complex Societies. Athabascan intrusion. The Ute and Shoshone peoples were present on the Colorado Plateau beginning in the AD 1100s. Nomadic southern Athabascan-speaking Apache and Navajo succeeded the Pueblo people in this region by AD 1400. In the process, they acquired Chacoan customs and agricultural skills. Ute tribal groups also frequented the region, primarily during hunting and raiding expeditions. The modern Navajo Nation lies west of Chaco Canyon, and many Navajo live in surrounding areas. Excavation and protection. In 1896, archaeological work began when an expedition from the American Museum of Natural History in New York City. It was called the Hyde Exploring Expedition. It began excavating Pueblo Bonito, and after 5 summers in the region, it had sent over 60,000 artifacts back to New York and operated a series of trading posts to finance the work. After 1901, Samuel J. Halsinger noted prehistoric road segments and stairways above Chitrocatl, and documented prehistoric dams and irrigation systems. Then Edgar Lee Hewitt, president of New Mexico Highlands University, mapped many Chacoan sites. In 1920, the National Geographic Society began an archaeological examination of Chaco Canyon and appointed Neil Judd to head the project. In 1921, Judd began 7 field seasons at Chaco. By 1925, Judd's workers had removed 100,000 short tons of overburden. He was using a team of 35 or more Indians, 10 white men, and 8 or 9 horses. Judd's team found 69 hearths in the ruin. He sent A.E. Douglas more than 90 specimens for tree ring dating. In 1929, the Judd team found that most of the beams used at Chaco had been cut between AD 1033 and 1092. That was the period of greatest construction. In 1971, researchers Robert Lister and James Judge established the Chaco Center for Cultural Research. A number of multidisciplinary research projects, archaeological surveys, and limited excavations got underway. The Chaco Center extensively surveyed the Chacoan roads, well-constructed and strongly reinforced thoroughfares radiating from the central canyon. Again, this is more proof of its ATC socio-cultural status. So far identified are more than 2,400 archaeological sites within the current park's boundaries. Only a small percentage of these have been excavated. The idea being to emphasize maximum utility of scientific interdisciplinary approaches to the resolution of archaeological problems as our discipline evolves. Settlement pattern. The Chacoans built their complexes along a 9-mile stretch of canyon floor. Some structures were aligned in order of importance. Others were aligned using the 18.6-year cycle of minimum and maximum moonrise and moonset. The central portion of the canyon contains the largest Chacoan complexes. The most studied has been Pueblo Bonito that abuts the northern rim of the canyon. It covers almost 2 acres and has 650 rooms. It is the largest great house, being 4 stories high in parts. The builder's use of core and veneer architecture and multi-story construction necessitated massive masonry walls often 3 feet thick. Pueblo Bonito is divided into 2 sections by a wall precisely aligned to run north-south, bisecting the central plaza. A great kiva was placed on either side of the wall, creating a symmetrical pattern common to many Chacoan great houses. The scale of the complex, upon completion, rivaled that of the Roman Colosseum. Casa Rinconada, isolated from the other central sites, sits to the south side of Chaco Wash, adjacent to a Chacoan road leading to a set of steep stairs that reached the top of Chacra Mesa. Its sole kiva stands alone, with no residential or support structures whatsoever. It did once have a 39-foot passageway leading from the underground kiva to several above-ground levels. Chitrocatl, located near Pueblo Bonito, bears the typical D shape of many other central complexes. Begun between 1020 and 1050, its 450 to 550 rooms shared one great kiva. Experts estimate that it took 29,135 man-hours to erect Chitrocatl alone. Hewitt estimated that it took the wood of 5,000 trees and 50 million stone blocks. Pueblo del Arroyo, which was founded between AD 1050 and 1075 and completed by AD 1125. It sits at a drainage outlet known as South Gap. It has a large semicircular set of tumbled down and ruined walls that are gray-yellow-brown in color. The far side is a straight line, roughly parallel to a line of cliffs in the far distance. Quinclitzo was a medium-sized complex located a half-mile west of Pueblo Bonito. It was built and occupied by people from the northern San Juan Basin. Its rectangular shape and design is related to the Pueblo II cultural group, rather than the Pueblo III style or its Chacoan variant. It contains 55 rooms, 4 ground floor kivas, and a 2-story cylindrical tower that functioned as a religious center. Evidence of an ATC obsidian processing industry was discovered that began by AD 1125. 9 large round pits are seen from above, in washed-out daylight. 8 of the pits descend from a common stone platform, the 9th sits alone on a somewhat higher stone surface. The depressions run diagonally from bottom right to middle top. At the bottom left are 8 smaller, regularly sized rectangular rooms enclosed by ruined walls. To their left are larger ruined enclosures. Bordering the rings at top and right are various smaller rooms and walls that appear less ruined. Chaco's smaller kivas numbered around 100, each hosting rituals for 50 to 100 worshippers. The 15 much larger great kivas each held up to 400. Pueblo Alto is a great house of 89 rooms located on a mesa top near the middle of Chaco Canyon, 0.6 miles from Pueblo Bonito. It was begun in AD 1020 and construction lasted another 3 decades. This was during a wider building boom throughout the canyon. Its location made the community visible to most of the inhabitants of the San Juan Basin. It was 2.5 miles north of Tzincletzin, on the opposite side of the canyon. It was the center of a bead, chert, and turquoise processing industry. 20 professional specialist families lived in the complex. Another great house, Nuevo Alto, was built on the North Mesa near Pueblo Alto. It was founded in AD 1190. A cluster of apartment houses lies in Chaco's northern reaches. Among them is the large Casa Chiquita built in the AD 1080s, when ample rainfall allowed agriculture to expand. Its layout featured a smaller, squarer profile, without open plazas of its predecessors. Larger, squarer blocks of stone were used in the masonry. Its kivas were designed in the northern Mesa Verde tradition. 2 miles down the canyon is Penasco Blanco, an arc-shaped apartment building atop the southern rim of the canyon. Construction occurred in 5 distinct stages between AD 900 and 1125. A cliff painting of the supernova Plato records the SN 1054 supernova on July 5, 1054. Hungopavi, located 1 mile from Unavita, measured 872 feet in circumference. Initial probes revealed 72 ground-level rooms, with structures reaching 4 stories in height. One large circular kiva has been identified. Kin Nahesbas, built in either the 9th or 10th centuries AD, is slightly north of Unavita, at the foot of the North Mesa. Tzincletzin, a compound located on the Chacra Mesa and positioned above Casa Rinconada, is 2.3 miles due south of Pueblo Alto, on the opposite side of the canyon. Hueritos Dam, a nearby massive earthen structure, provided Tzincletzin with all of its water by retaining storm water runoff in a reservoir. Massive amounts of silt accumulated during flash floods. This meant deploying labor corvées to regularly rebuild the dam and dredge the catchment. Unavita is one of the 3 oldest large apartment houses. Construction began at AD 900. It had 2 stories and 124 rooms. It shares an arc or D-shaped design with its contemporaries, Penasco Blanco and Pueblo Bonito, but has a unique dog-leg addition made necessary by topography. It is located in one of the canyon's major side drainages, near Gallo Wash, and was massively expanded after AD 930. Waijiji had 110 rooms, and is the smallest of the great houses. Built between AD 1110 and 1115, it was the last Chacoan great house to be constructed. Somewhat isolated within the narrow wash, it is positioned 1 mile from neighboring Unavita. Directly north are communities even more remote, Salmon Ruins and Aztec Ruins, sited on the San Juan and Animas rivers near Farmington, were built during a 30-year wet period commencing in 1100. Some 60 miles directly south of Chaco Canyon, on the Great South Road, lies another cluster of outlying professional specialist communities. The largest, Kin Najoni, stands atop a 7,000-foot mesa surrounded by marshy bottomlands. Casamero Pueblo is located on McKinley County Road 19, near Tecolote Mesa, a red sandstone mesa. It was connected to its nearby outlier, Andrews Ranch, by a Chacoan road. Chaco Canyon, Aztec Ruins, Salmon Ruins, and Casamero Pueblo are on the trail of the ancient scenic byway. ATC architecture. Immense temples embodied worship at Chaco whose priests used unique masonry techniques in their architecture. These constructions lasted decades and even centuries. These temples feature core traits beginning with their great size. Temple complexes had then 200 to 700 rooms of considerable size, with higher ceilings than Anasazi buildings of preceding periods. They were well planned with their wings erected at one time. Temple complex houses faced the south. Edifices of sealed-off rooms and high walls surrounded plazas. Houses stood 4 or 5 stories tall, with single-story rooms facing the plaza. Blocks of rooms were terraced so the tallest sections were at the rear, often organized into suites, with front rooms larger than rear, interior, and storage rooms or areas. Kiva chapels and temples were built in proportion to the number of rooms in an urban edifice. There was one Kiva chapel for every 30 rooms. 9 urban sites have temples 60+ feet in diameter. T-shaped doorways and stone lintels are features of Kiva chapels. Simple and compound walls of temples were made of Koran veneer. 2 parallel load-bearing walls were made of dressed, flat sandstone blocks cemented with a clay mortar. Gaps between walls were packed with rubble, as were the wall cores. Walls were then covered in a distinctive patterned veneer of small sandstone pieces, which were pressed into a layer of binding mud. Over 200,000 pieces turquoise have been excavated from the ruins at Chaco Canyon, much of it destined for veneer. ATC unifying religion. These temple complexes required the wood of 200,000 coniferous trees. Of course, lacking chattel animals, timber had to be hauled by humans from mountain ranges, some 70 miles distant. By AD 1030, meticulously designed temple buildings were being built. The ATC Chacoans created architectural designs that featured astronomical alignments, geometry, landscaping, and civil engineering into these ancient urban centers. This meant a series of professional specialist ranks and the priests and priestesses. Some of these technical and religious specialists occupied the temples at Chaco. The canyon itself runs along one of the lunar alignment lines, proving its original choice to have been made by priests of the ATC unifying religion. We can deduce that it had an astronomical significance important in their ideology. Turquoise was also ideologically important to the people of Chaco. Around 200,000 pieces of turquoise have been excavated from the ruins at Chaco Canyon. Professional specialist workshops are proofs of a rank complex. One responsible for the manufacture of turquoise beads, veneer pieces, and a variety of artifacts. Turquoise was used for grave goods, burials, and ceremonial offerings. Over 15,000 turquoise beads and pendants accompanied 2 ruling rank burials at Pueblo Bonito. At this time, the ancestral Puebloan society experienced a population and construction boom. Throughout the AD 900s, Chacoan building techniques spread from the canyon to neighboring regions. By AD 1115, at least 70 outlying urban pueblos had been built within the 25,000 square miles of the San Juan Basin. 30 urban centers spread across 65,000 square miles and were connected to the central canyon and to one another by a highway web of 6 Chacoan road systems. Extending up to 60 miles in straight routes, these had to have been extensively surveyed and engineered. Their depressed and scraped caliche beds averaged 30 feet in width with a raised barrier separating the road from the surrounding ground. These berms were made of dirt or rocks and formed into low walls as needed for the terrain. Likewise, as necessary, the roads had steep stone stairways and rock ramps to surmount cliffs and other obstacles. An 11th century pictograph at Chaco Canyon depicts the supernova of AD 1054. The supernova and the moon were in this configuration when the supernova was near its brightest. There is an imprint of a hand at the top. 2 whorl-shaped etchings near the top of Fajita Butte compose the sun dagger petroglyph. They are tucked behind the rock panels of the 3 slab site. These 2 spirals are principal and ancillary. The latter left-hand spiral captured both spring and fall equinoxes. Its artifice was revealed by a descending spear of light, filtered through the slabs, that shone upon it and split it in 2. The former and larger whorl to its right was lit by the titular sun dagger, which bisected it through another interplay of slab and sunlight. It struck it, brilliantly, as the summer sun attains its solstice midday peak. The movie Indiana Jones and the Raiders of the Lost Ark shows in fictional example exactly how such calendrical solar beams were utilized. Sun dagger discoverer, Anna Sofar says, the Chacoans were marking the middle of time. Each turn of the 9.25-turn large spiral was found to mark 1 year in the 18.6-year lunar excursion cycle of the rising midwinter full moon. This record is kept by a slab-cast lunar shadow whose edge strikes each ring in succession. As the full minimum moon closest to the winter solstice rises, the shadow's edge precisely strikes the center of the larger spiral. It steps outward year by year, ring by ring, until it strikes the outermost edge of it during the full maximum moon, again in midwinter. Fajita Butte bears 5 other petroglyphs including a carving of a rattlesnake, other spirals, and a rectangle. These are lit by contrasts between sunbeams and shadows during equinoxes or solstices. A partly overcast sky and subdued sunlight over a roughly 6-foot-tall wall of different-sized dusky tan sandstone bricks. The wall runs diagonally from the immediate foreground at left towards the right, for several dozen feet to the near middle distance. A few feet to the right, in the middle foreground, a low ring of similar blocks delimits a circular pit sunk into the ground. The remains of several other low walls, 1 to 3 feet high, are in parallel. They align left to right from the high diagonal wall. Perhaps a mile distant to the center and right, a canyon wall slopes becoming level at the valley floor on which the walls sit. Casa Rinconada Temple. 12 of the 14 largest Chacoan temple complexes were built with an alignment in coordination. Each of them was oriented along axes that mirrored the passing of the sun and moon at visually pivotal times. The first great house known to evince fastidious proportioning and alignment was Casa Rinconada. The twin T-shaped portals of 33-foot radius of the Great Kiva Temple were north-south collinear. Their axes joined opposing windows passed within 4 inches of its center. The Solstice Project and the U.S. National Geodetic Survey studied the geometry of location of the great apartment houses of Pueblo Bonito and Chitrocatl. That study concluded that original siting was along a precisely east-west line, which was an axis that captures the passage of the equinox sun. The lines perpendicularly bisecting their principal walls are aligned north-south, implying an intent to mirror the equinox midday. Pueblo Alto and Xinclitzin are also north-south aligned. These two axes form an inverted cross when viewed from above. Its northbound reaches extended another 35 miles past Pueblo Alto by the Ramrod Strait Great North Road. That road is a pilgrimage route that modern-day Pueblo Indians believe to be an allusion to myths surrounding their arrival from the distant north. Two shared latitude but diametrically opposed complexes, Pueblo Pintado and Quinbainiola, are located 15 miles from the core buildings of the Central Canyon. Each lies on a path from the Central Canyon that is collinear with the passage and setting of the full midwinter minimum moon, that recurs every 18.6 years. Two other complexes are less distant from Pueblo Bonito. Unavita and Penasco Blanco share an axis collinear with the passage of the full maximum moon. The terms minimum and maximum refer to the azimuth extreme points in the lunar excursion cycle, or the swings in direction relative to true north that the setting full moon exhibits. It takes roughly 9.25 years for the rising or setting full moon nearest to winter solstice to proceed from its maximum azimuthal north, or maximum extremum, to its southernmost azimuth, known as minimum extremum. The overall cultural pattern to global ATC religion is repeated here in every respect. Underlying all is gaining the willing submission of a mass of farming and professional specialist families to strong central rank rule. Without the state, an advancing society must be held together by sweetness rather than by the stick. Of course, that will eventually fail too, but in the NW Mexico SWUSA the interlopers arrived before their own autochthonous exploiters could establish their dictatorship. Chapter 114. Agricultural Revolution East. There were several independent regions of plant domestication in the Americas. Different species of the same genus were domesticated independently, in different regions and by different peoples. Sometimes the same species was domesticated several times in different parts of the range of a widespread wild progenitor. These different domesticates show similar changes resulting from human selection. Different domesticated genotypes could eventually be combined to produce a new domesticate. The Americas have contributed a number of crops of major global importance, for example maize, potato, cassava, and the common red bean. Other species in the same genera have been used, sometimes quite intensively, but never fully domesticated or have remained only minor crops. 5 New World regions have been independent areas of crop domestication, several species in western North America, several species in eastern North America, many in Mesoamerica, the Central Andes, and Amazonia. Origins. Eastern North America by 2800 BP featured people cultivating several species of plants on the road to the stage of tribal agriculture. After 200 BC, maize had been carried along the mountain and coastal highway of northeast Mexico and adjacent USA into the woodlands of the eastern continent. The 4 main plants already domesticated were goosefoot, sunflower, Mars helder, and squash. Several other species of plants were also domesticated but of lesser importance. With the arrival of maize, these peoples were quick to accept corn agriculture and the cultivation of indigenous plants declined. Most were eventually abandoned and formerly domesticated plants reverting to their wild forms. During the last half of the 20th century, the leaders of our discipline of archaeology accepted the concept of an autochthonous stage of incipient tribal agriculture that became full-fledged with the arrival of corn. Squash is considered to be one of the first domesticated plants in the eastern woodlands. It dates to 7000 BP. The squash that was originally part of the agricultural complex was raised for edible seeds and to produce small containers. Cucurbita argyrosperma has been dated to 3500 BPC. Pepo cultivars, crookneck, acorn, and scallop squash, little barley, goosefoot or lamb's quarters, erect knotweed, maygrass, marsh elder, and sunflower, followed shortly thereafter. The plants are often divided into oily or starchy categories. Sunflower and sumpweed have edible seeds rich in oil. Erect knotweed and goosefoot, a leafy vegetable, are starches, as are maygrass and little barley, both of which are grasses that yield grains that may be ground to make flour. The archaeological record proves that humans were collecting these plants from the wild by 8000 BP. In the 1970s, archaeologists noticed differences between seeds found in the remains of prehistoric Native American hearths and houses and those growing in the wild. In a domestic setting, the seeds of some plants were much larger than in the wild, and the seeds were easier to extract from the shells or husks. This was evidence that indigenous gardeners were selectively breeding the plants to make them more productive and accessible. The region of this early agriculture is in the middle Mississippi Valley, from Memphis north to St. Louis and extending about 300 miles east and west of the river, mostly in Missouri, Illinois, Kentucky, and Tennessee. The oldest archaeological site known in the United States in which Native Americans were growing, rather than gathering, food is Phillips Spring in Missouri. At Phillips Spring, dating from 5000 BP, archaeologists found abundant walnuts, hickory nuts, acorns, grapes, elderberries, ragweed, bottle gourd, and the seeds of Cucurbita pepo, a gourd with edible seeds that is the ancestor of pumpkins and most squashes. The seeds found at Phillips Spring were larger than those of wild sea pepo. The agency for this change was surely human manipulation. Humans were selecting, planting, and tending seeds from plants that produced larger and tastier seeds. Ultimately, they would manipulate sea pepo to produce edible flesh. By 3800 BP, Native Americans were cultivating several different plants. The Riverton site in the Wabash River Valley of Illinois, near the present-day village of Palestine, is one of the best-known early sites of cultivation. 10 house sites have been discovered at Riverton, indicating a tribal agricultural stage population of 50 to 100 people. Among the hearths and storage pits associated with the houses, archaeologists found a large number of plant remains, including a large number of seeds of chenopod's that were cultivated. Some of the chenopod seeds had husks only a third as thick as those of wild seeds. Riverton farmers had bred them selectively to produce a seed easier to access than wild varieties of the same plant. These grew to 5 feet in height with many branches of tiny seeds at the end of each, which were harvested. Another domesticated plant species at Riverton was sunflower. Other domesticated plants at Riverton include bottle gourd, squash, wild barley and marsh elder. 3 of these domesticate were plants that thrived in disturbed soils in river valleys. In the aftermath of a flood, these pioneer plants sprang up. Native Americans learned early that the seeds of these 3 species were edible and easily harvested in quantity because they grew in dense stands. C. pepo was important also because the gourd could be made into a lightweight container. Chenno pods have edible leaves, related to spinach and chard that was gathered and eaten. Quinapod seeds are starchy and marsh elder has a highly nutritious oily seed similar to sunflower seeds. Humans selected these plants to become productive, and this is the process of domestication. The seeds of those selected became larger and their seed coats less thick compared to the wild plants. For example, the seed coats of domesticated Chenopodium are less than 20 microns thick. The wild Chenopodium of the same species is 2 to 3 times as thick. By 2500 BP, seeds produced by 6 domesticated plants were an important part of the diet in the middle Mississippi River Valley of the USA. The indigenous crops were joined by crops developed in Mexico. Especially important were maize, beans, and additional varieties of squash. Maize, or corn, was a relative latecomer to the eastern USA. The oldest known evidence of maize in Mexico dates from 8700 BP. Maize was first grown in the eastern United States around 200 BC. Highly productive adapted strains were widely used around AD 900. 3 autochthonous domesticates. In eastern North America, the gourd Cucurbita pepo ovipara is the first domesticate. Besides its edible flesh, it was useful as a container and fish net float in a riverine and coastal environment abundant in fish and shellfish. Nevertheless, it was gathered as a food staple and its oil-rich seeds would have been eaten. Vegetable forms developed later. Mars helder and sunflowers were also domesticated for their oil-rich seeds. The first sign of domestication in all 3 is the appearance of large seeds or fruits, outside the range of modern wild forms. Common gourds and sunflowers are still important crops, but Mars helder had disappeared from cultivation by the time of white contact. Eastern squash was an indigenous gourd autochthonously domesticated. Along with sumpweed, quinapod, and sunflower, Cucurbita squash is found in archaeological samples throughout the eastern USA and Canada, and is older than bat cave corn. Eastern North America was a precocious, independent center of domestication. Autochthonous domesticate number 4. Seeds of the 4th domesticate, Chenopodium berlandieri, are not significantly larger than those of wild chennopods. Chennopods are members of the amaranth family. Humans have been eating chennopods for over 6,000 years. Goosefoot is easy to identify with its tall green growth and purple tips and blooms. Its wild form grew without any help from humans, and could be eaten raw or cooked, just like spinach. Pitseed goosefoot was a staple crop for many eastern Native American tribes. Once this plant appeared in its normal life cycle, it was an obvious choice for food gathering and then horticulture. The next time you see a weed with purple edges and flowers, take a closer look before cutting it down. In North America, California goosefoot, also known as lamb's quarters, is a close cousin to spinach. Like spinach, goosefoot contains a lot of calcium and other minerals. Other autochthonous domesticates. There were other species once cultivated but are so no longer. These include buckwheat, giant ragweed, maygrass, little barley, wild rice, and Jerusalem artichoke. Horticulture to agriculture. Cutting or uprooting was the preferred primitive communist harvest technology for the eastern North American seed crops. Both techniques favor loss of seed dispersal in most of the cultigens of eastern North America. Increased size of seeds, which in many Old World crops precedes loss of dispersal, also has not occurred in many of these putative cultigens. Modern wild populations of Ianua, C. berlandieri and P. erectum have grain yields comparable with those estimated for prehistoric North American maize. In eastern North America, potential crop species, other than these 4 domesticates, remained at the stages of horticultural cultivation. In the eastern United States we have a series of radiocarbon-dated original domesticates. These are squash, that was a highly valued domesticated plant by 50-25 years BP. Sunflower by 4840 BP. Mars helder by 4400 BP. Maize arrives 2150 BP. By 2000 BP the following were cultivated domesticates: erect buckwheat, little barley, and maygrass. Riverton and Coster. Excellent evidence comes from the Riverton site in southeastern Illinois, dating to 3800 BP. The Riverton site is an archaeological site located immediately west of the Wabash River and northeast of Palestine, Illinois. The site, which dates from the late Archaic period, is the type site of the Riverton culture. The Riverton culture, of which only 3 known sites had been discovered as of 1978, inhabited the central Wabash Valley and had distinct methods of making tools. The remains at the Riverton site can be separated into 2 areas, a manufacturing area with pits and a significant number of discarded tools, and a residential area with the clay floors of homes. The Coster site is a deeply buried archaeological site located on Coster Creek, a narrow tributary stream incised into the alluvial deposits of the lower Illinois River Valley. The Illinois River is itself a major tributary of the Mississippi River in central Illinois, and the site lies 30 miles north of where the Illinois meets the Mississippi today at the town of Grafton. The site exhibits well-preserved human occupations dating back 9,000 years. Riverton archaeology. Good conditions of preservation, large-scale archaeological excavation, and a deliberate search for plant remains provided documentation of the utilization of a rich diet and the cultivation of 7 different crop plants. In addition to the species listed above, there are 2 varieties of chenopod abundant in the archaeobotanical remains from the site. The Riverton formative archaeological revolution features a crop complex that was the result of lengthy Proto-Archaic and Archaic experimentation with different combinations of domesticates and wild foods. The breakthrough at the Riverton site came because of a congruence of preservation, large excavation, and an intentional search for plant remains. The agricultural formative revolution evidence dates to 3800 BP at Riverton. By this time people had developed a rich diet that featured cultivation of 7 different crop plants, including 2 varieties of the chenopod species, the remains of which were abundant in the archaeobotanical samples from the site. A crop complex represents the end result of long experiments with different combinations of domesticates and wild foods to find a coherent whole in terms of reliable food supply. Eastern North America's agricultural revolution begins by 3,800 years ago in the lower Illinois River Valley. 7 crops were harvested there by that time. These were bottle gourds, sunflowers, Mars helders, and 2 varieties of chenopod. Natalie Mueller is an archaeobotanist at Cornell University who has spent years hunting for the erect knotweed form of buckwheat across the southern U.S. and into Ohio and Illinois. I consider her to be the leading authority at this time and recommend her publications as listed in her Cornell CV. Native to the Americas, erect knotweed grows in the moist flood zones near rivers. It is a stocky plant with spoon-shaped leaves, and it produces achenes, or fruit with very hard shells to protect its rich, starchy seeds. Though rare today, the plant was common enough 2,000 years ago when Native Americans collected it from the shores of rivers and brought it with them to the uplands for cultivation. Archaeologists have found caches of knotweed seeds buried in caves, clearly stored for a later use that never came. And, in ancient fireplaces, they have found burned erect knotweed fruits, popped like corn. Mueller says erect knotweed was domesticated on tribal family farms on the western front of the Appalachians. There are clear differences between it and its feral cousins. After years of comparing the ancient seeds with wild types, Mueller has found 2 unmistakable signs of domestication: larger fruits and thinner fruit skins. We see a similar pattern in other domesticated plants like corn, whose wild version with tiny seeds is almost unrecognizable in the large kernels of the contemporary domesticated plant. Obviously, bigger seeds would make the erect knotweed a better food source, so farmers selected for that. And, The thinner skin means the plants can germinate more quickly. Their wild cousins evolved to produce fruits tough enough to endure river floods and inhospitable conditions for over a year before sprouting. However, farm life is easy on plants, so these defenses were not necessary for their survival under human care. Coster archaeology. In 1968, Stuart Struever was a faculty member in the anthropology department at Northwestern University in Evanston, Illinois. Struever's investigations at Coster Farm revealed not only the middle and early late woodland materials reported by the Costers, but a stratified multi-component archaic period site of astonishing depth and integrity. I met him at an Ethnological Sciences Congress in Chicago in 1972 when he was in the middle of his intensive investigation. I realized then that Coster was going to be the key to unlocking the sequence leading to the stage of tribal agriculture in the eastern woodlands. Beneath the Coster farm lies evidence of 25 different human occupations, beginning with the early Archaic period, around 7500 BC, and ending with the Coster farm. Village after village, some with cemeteries, some with houses, beginning some 34 feet below the modern Coster farmstead. The deposits of the river, each occupation leaving its mark on the landscape nonetheless, buried each occupation. The best studied occupation is the set of early archaic occupations known as Horizon 11, dated 8,700 years ago. Archaeological excavations of Horizon 11 have revealed a thick mitten of human occupation residues, basin-shaped storage pits and hearths, human graves, diverse stone and bone tool assemblages, and floral and faunal remains resulting from human subsistence activities. Also in Horizon 11 were the bones of 5 domesticated dogs, representing some of the earliest evidence for the domestic dog in the Americas. The dogs were purposefully buried in shallow pits and they are the earliest known dog burials in North America. The burials are essentially complete, all of them are adults, none exhibit evidence of burning or butchery marks. At the surface, Coster covers 3 acres, and its deposits extend more than 30 feet into the alluvial terraces of the river. The site is at the contact between the limestone bluffs and upland Loess Plains to the east and the Illinois River floodplain to the west. Occupations present within the deposits date from early Archaic through the Mississippian period, radiocarbon dated to between about 9,000 to 500 years ago. During most of the prehistoric occupation of the site, the Illinois River 3 miles to the west with a seasonally fluctuating backwater lake within 1/2 mile. Chert sources for making stone tools are in the nearby limestone bluffs lining the valley and included Burlington and Keokuk, sources which vary in quality from fine-grained to coarse-grained. Beneath the Coster farm is evidence of 25 different human occupations, beginning with the early Archaic period, around 7500 BC, and ending with the Coster farm. Village after village, some with cemeteries, some with houses, beginning some 34 feet below the modern Coster farmstead. The deposits of the river, each occupation leaving its mark on the landscape nonetheless, buried each occupation. First farmers summarized. Over 8,000 years ago in North America, indigenous people domesticated plants that are now part of our everyday diets, such as squashes and sunflowers. However, they also bred crops that have since returned to the wild. These include erect knotweed, goosefoot, little barley, marsh elder, and maygrass. We have not simply lost a few plant strains, an entire cuisine with its own kinds of flavors and baked goods has simply disappeared. By studying lost crops, archaeologists learn about everyday life in the ancient woodland culture of the Americas, including how people ate plants that we call weeds today. These plants give us insight on social networks. Scientists can track the spread of cultivated seeds from one tiny settlement to the next in the vast eastern woodlands. Which groups were connected culturally and their kinship alliances. As you have seen, the indigenous North Americans of the eastern woodlands had a unique crop system now known from archaeological investigation. Growth experiments and observations of living progenitors of these prehistoric crops provide the necessary insight into the ancient agricultural system of eastern North America. By this insight, I mean the role of developmental plasticity in the process of domestication, and the creation and maintenance of diverse species and varieties under cultivation. Archaeological sequence. The 25 distinct archaeological strata at Koster provide a framework from which to build our socio-cultural evolutionary framework for the agricultural revolution onwards. Horizon 1, Mississippian, AD 1000 to 1200. Horizon 1b, Middle Late Woodland, AD 400, 1000. Horizon 2, Early Woodland, 200 to 100 BC. Horizon 3, Late Archaic, 1500 to 1200 BC. Horizon 4, Late Archaic, 2000 BC. Horizon 5, Middle Late Archaic. Horizon 6, Middle Archaic, 3900 to 2800 BC, 25 Human burials. Horizon 7, Middle Archaic. Horizon 8, Middle Archaic, 5000 BC. Horizon 9, Middle Archaic, 5800 BC. Horizon 10, Early Middle Archaic, 6000 to 5800 BC. Horizon 11, Early Archaic, 6400 BC, 9 Human burials, 5 Dog burials. Horizon 12, Early Archaic. Horizon 13, Early Archaic, 7500 to 6700 BC. Horizon 14, Sterile Phalaris caroliniana Walter. Maygrass. Poaceae. The fruits of Phalaris caroliniana have been identified from archaeological sites ranging from Alabama to southwestern Indiana and westward to Arkansas, Oklahoma, and Texas, whose dates of occupation span 4 millennia. Maygrass is a member of the eastern North American starchy seed complex whose domesticatory status is unknown. Description. Caryopses are the most common part of maygrass plants recovered from archaeological sites. Mature fruits average between 1.8 and 2.3 mm in length and range from 0.9 to 1.8 mm in width. Experiments indicate that maygrass fruits shrink an average of 10% after carbonization. Maygrass caryopses are ovoid elongate and have basal-laterally located embryos. The embryo is often absent in charred fruits, resulting in a distinctive silhouette. Sometimes the sulcus, which runs along the hilum-bearing side, is observable on archaeological specimens. Charred caryopses, occurring singly or in clumps, are commonly recovered from open-air sites. Rock shelters and caves have yielded uncarbonized maygrass fruits, inflorescences, and stems. Bound bundles of maygrass inflorescences have been recovered from a number of eastern rock shelters. Unchanged ard fragments of maygrass florets are common constituents of human paleophyses from Salts and Mammoth Cave, Kentucky. Archaeological distribution. Maygrass first appears in the archaeological record of eastern North America during the late Archaic period. The Bacon Bend site 4400 BP, located in the lower Tennessee River Valley, provides some of the earliest maygrass known. Feature and midden samples from this short-term campsite yielded 130 carbonized maygrass seeds. Phalaris sp. caryopses that date earlier have been recovered from Koster at 8250 BP and Campbell Hollow 7600 BP sites in Illinois. 444 maygrass grains were identified from a AD 1680 Native American village in the North Carolina Piedmont. Increased representation of Phalaris caroliniana at sites in Tennessee and Illinois during the woodland period indicates it had become an important crop by this time. Maygrass is a major constituent of early and middle woodland period archaeobotanical assemblages in the lower Tennessee Valley, and it occurs to a lesser degree in early Mississippian and historic period sites. In the American bottom, maygrass increases in importance along with other starchy seeds during woodland times. Maygrass continues to be an important component of ICT2 assemblages into the early Mississippian period when its occurrence, along with other starchy seeds, sharply decreases. A near absence of maygrass grain from west-central Illinois sites earlier than middle woodland was followed by its abundance later. The modern plant and its distribution. P. caroliniana is an erect annual which ranges from 0.2 to 1.2 m high and terminates in a panicle which can reach lengths of 9 cm or more. Natural populations of maygrass begin to flower in early April, and caryopsis mature during May and June. Ripe fruit is reddish-brown in color and tightly enclosed in its surrounding palea and lemma. Maygrass is currently distributed throughout the southern half of North America and northern Mexico. In the United States, it grows predominantly in the southeast but does occur rarely in areas farther north. Although maygrass grows in a variety of habitats, it tends to favor disturbed environments. Human feces provide the most convincing evidence of prehistoric consumption of maygrass. Paleofocal samples from Mammoth, Salt's caves reveal maygrass to have been a common component of the diet during early and middle woodland times. Harvesting and nutritional studies demonstrate P. caroliniana to be a nutritious crop. Despite the archaeological abundance and economic potential of maygrass, arguments for its intentional propagation by prehistoric people hinge upon the disjunction between its archaeological and modern geographic ranges of occurrence. Chapter 115. Tribal Agriculture 2. Simple Chiefdoms in Eastern North America. General Crisis. The central diagnostic we want to understand is the revolution that agriculture, as technology, brought to humanity. Archaeologically, we often speak of a set of artifact diagnostics that accompany the agricultural revolution of the archaeological formative. Ground and polished stone tools, milling and grinding tools to turn high-protein seeds into flour, village life, and pottery. Critically different is that people are producing food rather than collecting it. With their agricultural suite of food production arts, it is now inherently certain that people will produce a surplus. The general crisis driving this stage is the need for ongoing, continuing, on-hand surplus being considered a necessity by farmers. This stands in contradistinction to the danger of a system that could, unregulated, become an open-door invitation to violence. Inequality in possession of articles of agricultural production is that kind of invitation, especially if it is permanent or appears to be so. Our production formula now looks like this. Plus TV1, V2 plus SV. Surplus in the family farms. Surplus needed vs. Dangerous. Surplus. L equals concrete individual laboring activity. LP equals human labor power. T equals Neolithic/formative agricultural revolution technology. V1 equals cost of life. V2 equals cost of maintaining technology. SV equals irreversibly released surplus social product in large quantities. __ equals surplus in the family farms, both needed and dialectically dangerous. This is the locus of the general crisis of tribal agriculture. One reason for the irreversible release of surplus was and is that farming people need surplus for the rainy day. A myriad of events can bring catastrophe to crops in the field, then as well as today. Floods, droughts, insect pestilence, fire, disease, hurricanes and tornadoes. In these predicaments, the farming families have to have reserves to see them through until a new crop can be planted and harvested. Another reason surplus is irreversibly released is because it simply is not possible to tell either the plants or the animals not to reproduce to capacity. You can thin herds and let fields lie fallow, but you wouldn't have to do this if ever-present extra surplus would not otherwise be on hand. Surplus social product has been irreversibly released with the coming of the agricultural revolution. However, this kind of agricultural surplus has a tendency to be irregular due to outside forces such as those just listed. Commoditized labor time has also become a new if irregular feature of the agricultural mode of production. Why is this so? Because primitive farmers must pool their collective labor power, at least occasionally, for clearing fields, planting, harvesting, the construction of irrigation works and perhaps building the village chapel. Within this new setting, the larger families will produce more than the smaller families. If for no other reason than that the larger families have more hands. Population will expand simultaneously, because more hands make self-sufficiency of the domestic unit far more certain, and simultaneously, because the more mouths there are to feed, the less surplus will be accumulating in individual farms at any given moment. These socio-cultural dynamics are well established in the ethnological literature and the subject of Professor Marshall Sahlins' domestic mode of production in his book Stone Age Economics. I urge those of you with a serious theoretical interest in applied Marxism to move on to that study as soon as possible. More hands and more mouths constitute a vicious circle, running inside and in the same direction as another circle of need for surplus for hard times. And in both cases these two circles are encouraging increased production, meaning more labor hours and or labor time hours devoted to productive activity. These two circles of causation encompass another counter-rotating inner circle consisting of societal mechanisms for controlling the magnitude of surplus. Joining these counter-rotating circles are people themselves. People in this model are the ball bearings which make these social movements work smoothly. This is the nexus. We can say it again this way: in primitive farming villages of whatever size it is, the more hands and mouths and inevitable hard times, that means we need the surplus idea. This concept functions as the central ideological feature driving production. That is, driving production beyond the old hunting-gathering band level of minimal subsistence requirements. On the other hand, now there is the existence of surplus and the real or potential inequality between the farming families it creates. This is the at-bottom source of jealousy, envy, and coveting, the ultimate danger confronting primitive communism. Acceptance of the new reality of constant surplus on hand sets this new farming village way of life fundamentally apart from the subsistence pattern hitherto lasting millions of years. In other words, this drive for surplus, regardless of magnitude, runs diametrically counter to the millions of years old tradition of handling potential and real surplus with minimal labor input and sharing. In satisfying the need for more production by assigning more persons to agriculture and sedentary life, leading to bigger families living in each individual farm, society had created a self-triggering mechanism. That mechanism was leading to an inevitable increase in the amount of surplus social product being created in the farms and thus in society as a whole. On the other hand, this irreversible release of surplus social product was certain to generate a societal dissolution effect. Jealousy, envy, and coveting would happen unless surplus social product was promptly shared. Initially, this effective way of countering centrifugal social dissolution will be tribal council collection of surpluses and then the storage of said surpluses until the time comes for redistribution, or some kind of socially approved consumption. General contradiction. The general contradiction, on the other hand, continues as it has for the previous many millions of years. The drive not to produce surplus social product, but only produce needed, in the face of the ever-present reality that people in such societies could produce much more than they do. Both the general crisis and the general contradiction find mutually satisfactory resolution when the tribal council collects surplus above and beyond what is agreed upon to be necessary for the annual upkeep of one given person. In other words, if X is the amount needed for one person as agreed upon, and Y is the number of persons in your family farm unit, then Y times X is what each farm keeps. Everything above that number is then sent to the central storage accountants. In this way, the larger families are assured of having what they need, as are the smaller families. The inequality that otherwise would exist between different-sized farms is leveled by the collection of everything above the agreed level. This is the surplus. Simple chiefdom stage. There is another way to handle the newly emergent general crisis within the stage of tribal agriculture without moving on, slashing and burning, and starting all over again. A lifestyle strategy that allows this while staying within the constraints of the general contradiction of the first egalitarian epoch. What is this other way? That other way would have been to stay in place, build an irrigation system, fertilize the fields, and intensify in situ production of both animals and field agriculture. This other way allowed each family to intensify its farm's reliance upon gardens and pens. This other way is what we in archaeology call the simple chiefdom way. The details can be understood if one studies Marshall Sahlins' classic treatise Stone Age Economics. Karl Marx explains in his ethnological notebooks his view on chiefdoms as based on the then newly available ethnographic data. Looking at the ethnographic accounts of the living remnants of chiefdoms in socio-cultural evolution, Marx found the point where society began to abandon primitive communism. From this chiefdom period, society marched into the historical stages of slavery, feudalism, and capitalism. He says this clearly in his now published ethnological notebooks. Archaeology, as we can see, has proven him correct in this regard, and furthermore, that archaeology has provided us the details of the prehistoric transition. We have to understand the meaning of the archaeological data, of course. And, that is now what I will explain. Proto-commoditization of labor. Time proceeds apace. The simple chiefdom way required the professional specialization of some individual producers. Part of this division of labor along professional specialist lines was the marking of commodity production with an abstracted sense of the amount of socially necessary labor time required to create each unit commodity in the productive process. Thus, the simple chiefdom way is also the point in history where we have regular proto-commoditization of labor time, evolving naturally from the advanced hunting-gathering and agricultural bands and tribes. Concrete labor time has become abstracted into socially necessary labor time, in at least some component of the new way of doing things. Some people contribute their part of the de facto social contract by farming. That is tilling, planting, harvesting, caring for the fields of whatever grass domesticate, while others work full-time producing pottery, textiles, and stone tools. The center arrange for the collection and redistribution of the goods produced. This has become a constant or regular feature of social production. Professional specialization has been creating ranks within society. Among them is the maturing, if still embryonic, forms of what will become classes once classes exist. These societies mobilize people for a collective labor input to undertake certain large social tasks. When they do this for constructing bison drive lanes, village chapels, or cliff dwellings and apartment blocks, the creation of X amount of product per unit time is the focus for the economic endeavor. Observers of prehistoric socio-cultural evolution are looking at the first faltering proto-steps that will, as a category, transform into the abstracted socially necessary labor time involved in commodity production in the future. It is inherent within a system where some people are supported by the social surplus of the tribal council that the differential in reward becomes part of what is imprinted as the nature of the real world. Some people may clear fields, dig ditches, build dams, and others make pottery and textiles, for those who do not have the time. The reward for each profession will be different. It will be different even if, in an ideal situation, the labor power input of all of the contributors were exactly equal, because it may not appear so. Individuals may and often do have different values about work and reward. The perception that one individual's path in life may be superior to another person's, for said person's very personal benefit, has taken hold for the first time in 5 million years. In reality, it could never have been more than a matter of time until perception truly did reflect the objective fact that some professions offered more reward than others for the same amount of input. It only takes one person so imprinted, with the desire to be on the better end of the stick, to begin to agitate for a solution to the general crisis of tribal agriculture that is not of the egalitarian moving on, start over, slash and burn, tradition. Such persons might pose the question, why not stay in our homeland, and make our production more efficient? Commitment to efficiency in production does have many advantages. All that unnecessary, and sometimes dangerous, moving is eliminated. People get to stay where they feel at home and comfortable. And, for a while, the actual results will be better for everyone. Efficient field agriculture and stockyard husbandry will produce more surplus at a lower labor time input per person. Note how complex the surplus column has now become. The general crisis has emerging features such as surplus constantly on hand as a fundamental reality and necessity. Yet, its division will be a source of great social friction when there is too much or too little social product. Plus TV1, V2 plus surplus. Storage/support. Neither too much or too little. L equals concrete individual laboring activity. LP equals labor power as a prototype is emergent. T equals proto-archaic/archaic, Neolithic/Chalcolithic technology. V1 equals cost of individual labor and collective labor power. V2 equals cost of maintaining technology. SV equals surplus value. Storage equals that surplus value in storage. Support equals that surplus value used to pay the professional specialists, and the center. __ equals this is the locus of the general crisis of the simple chiefdom stage. One must have enough surplus to supply demand but not too much. That extra social product above the agreed minimum personal maintenance needs, is collected by the chief and stored in her central warehouse. Potential inequality is eliminated and needed surplus obtained simultaneously. When this surplus is transported and stored at the tribe's warehouse, its accounting becomes part of the job of the tribal council. However, the mere existence of accounting and storage is the predicate for malfeasance, when selfish motivation emerges. The agents of such malfeasance will be the accountants, tax collectors, and higher administrators. These first avocational accountants will emerge in this tribal context. Because it is in the band or tribal structure that the agricultural surplus was first created. And, some person has to keep track of all of these contributions from the family farm. Some family must be credited, perhaps some clan, sodality, moiety, and phratry must be credited also. These are examples of how credit for contributions would have been made. When these avocational accountants become central consigli or of the chiefdom, we have professional specialists. Should they then get involved in astronomy and religion along with the avocational shamans, we have the embryonic form of what will become another professional specialization, the priests and priestesses. A new stage of socio-cultural evolution will then be on the horizon, and we shall deal with it in the next chapter. Simple chiefdoms of Eastern North America. Mode of production. Technology. Their sustenance was based on hunting-gathering, and the cultivation of native plants. They hunted deer, elk, black bear, woodchuck, beaver, porcupine, turkey, trumpeter swan, and ruffed grouse. And, they continued to gather edible seed, grasses, and nuts, relying increasingly on cultivated pumpkin, squash, sunflower, and goosefoot. The Adena ground stone tools and axes. Somewhat rougher slab-like stones with chipped edges were used as hoes. Bone and antler were used to make many small tools, and ornamental beads, combs, and worked animal jaw necklaces and headbands. Spoons, beads and other implements were made from the marine conch. By the early and middle woodland periods, artisans were using large quantities of raw hammered copper to create bracelets, earspools, symbolic axes, and plates cut into a variety of shapes, from serpent effigies to simple, rectangular plates. Since these woodland cultures' trading network reached to sources around the Great Lakes, it is likely that much of this copper was brought to Ohio by traders. The metal was hammered into ornaments, such as bracelets, rings, beads, and reel-shaped pendants. People who wore this jewelry may have been displaying their membership in particular clans or medicine societies. A few copper axes have been found. Adena pottery was tempered with grit or crushed limestone and was very thick. Its decoration was largely plain, cord-marked or fabric-marked, although one type bore a nested diamond design incised into its surface. The vessel shapes were subconical or flat-bottomed jars, sometimes with small foot-like supports. The population was dispersed in small settlements of 1 to 2 structures. A typical circular house was 15 to 45 feet in diameter. The walls were made of paired posts tilted outward, which were then joined to other pieces of wood to form a cone-shaped roof. The roof was then covered with bark, and the walls may have been bark and slash or wicker work. The large and elaborate mound sites served the people living nearby. Lasting traces of Adena culture are seen in these earthworks. At the Adena maximum extent, their earth mounds numbered in the hundreds, but only a small number survive today. These mounds generally ranged in size from 20 feet to 300 feet in diameter and served as burial structures, ceremonial sites, historical markers, and gathering places. These earthen monuments were built using hundreds of thousands of baskets full of specially selected and graded earth. Before the construction of burial earthworks, some utilitarian and grave goods would be placed on the floor of the structure, which was burned with the goods and honored dead within. Adena pottery was not buried with the dead or the remains of the cremated, as were other artifacts. The earthwork was then constructed. Often a new mortuary structure would be placed atop the new earthwork. After a series of repetitions, mortuary/earthwork/mortuary/earthwork, a quite prominent earthwork would remain. Social organization. The social organization of native cultures became more complex in eastern North America during the Woodlands era. The climate of the eastern portion of the continent was mild, moist, lush, and capable of supporting communities with large populations. The Woodlands peoples lived in temporary settlements near rivers and tributaries in groups of 25 to 150 people. Most of the Woodlands Indians continued to pursue the same lifestyle and maintain the same informal political structure as their ancestors had done during the Archaic period. However, in one area of eastern North America, Indians developed a distinctive way of life called the Adena culture. The Adena peoples emerged about 500 BC and were concentrated in the upper Ohio River Valley. While the Adena societies had begun to cultivate a few plants, they primarily continued to obtain the preponderance of their food supply by hunting and gathering. Like the rest of the Woodlands peoples, the Adena Indians lived in small temporary villages and continued to migrate from spot to spot within a broad geographical area. However, the Adena peoples were distinct from their neighbors in that they were evolving toward the simple chiefdom socio-political organization as we see archaeologically in the area 150 miles of Chillicothe, Ohio. The Adena simple chiefdoms occupied one of the densest environments in which the agricultural revolution evolved beyond the tribal agricultural stage. Trees were high and close together. It was here and there within the vast forests of eastern North America that farming families found it possible to clear enough space to start a farm singly or in 2 or 3 family collectives. What could be done in the way of larger farming units near the river at Coster where surplus collected to satisfy the need for leveling and still have surplus social product on hand for the rainy day could be done in a new way. That way was to build a highly visible, even from a forested distance, the central chiefdom headquarters in the form of mounds of earth. For that reason earthworks were built in the US and Canadian eastern woodlands far earlier than their counterparts did on the desert coasts of Peru or along the Tigris and Euphrates. Alternatively, for that matter, in the classical and first area of chiefdom transition from primitive communism to the servitude epoch in nuclear China. The Adena lived among what were then the intensively forested modern states of Ohio, Indiana, Wisconsin, West Virginia, Kentucky, New York, Pennsylvania, and Maryland. The Adena culture spans the period from 1000 to 200 BC, in the early woodland period. Adena complex villages numbered in the thousands but today are concentrated in a relatively small area of 200 sites in the central Ohio Valley. Another 200 are scattered throughout Wisconsin, Indiana, Kentucky, West Virginia, Pennsylvania, and Maryland. Adena agriculture featured diagnostic pottery, and art. These simple chiefdoms engaged in a collective trading network among them. That network also supplied them with copper from the Great Lakes and shells from the Gulf Coast. The Adena trading network was one precursor to the Hopewell advanced theocratic chiefdom stage. Ideology. The Adena societies sharing a burial complex and ceremonial system where the Adena people built hundreds of burial mounds extending those built earlier for different reason and then new ones explicitly featuring mortuary purpose. Adena artists created smaller, more personal pieces of art. Art motifs that became important to many later Native Americans began with the Adena. Motifs such as the weeping eye and cross and circle design became mainstays in many succeeding cultures. Many pieces of art reflect the animism and animitism of primitive communism, and the transformation of humans into birds, wolves, bears and deer, and back to human form. Deer antlers, both real and constructed of copper, wolf, deer, and mountain lion jawbones, and many other objects were fashioned into costumes, necklaces, and other forms of regalia by the Adena. Distinctive tubular smoking pipes, with either flattened or blocked end mouthpieces, suggest the offering of smoke to the spirits. The objective of pipe smoking was the altered states of consciousness, achieved using the tobacco plant Nicotiana rustica. Adina manifested of a broad regional increase in the number and kind of artifacts devoted to spiritual needs. The Adina carved small stone tablets, 4 or 5 inches by 3 or 4 inches by a half inch thick. On one or both flat sides were gracefully composed stylized zoomorphs or curvilinear geometric designs in deep relief. Paint has been found on some Adina tablets, leading archaeologists to propose that these stone tablets were probably used to stamp designs on cloth or animal hides, or onto their own bodies. It is possible that they were used to outline designs for tattooing. Chapter 116. Advanced Theocratic Chiefdoms. In Eastern North America. From Hopewell to Cahokia. Stage of Advanced Theocratic Chiefdoms. An advancing simple chiefdom is a society about to be torn apart by antagonistic special interest groups. For chiefdom society to survive, it is essential that the professional specialist groups, and the ranks high and low, be unified behind the leadership. In all cases of autochthonous socio-cultural evolution to the slave stage, a unifying religion accomplishes this task. It necessarily precedes state formation in that the state has not yet emerged. Changing. General contradiction. And prime directive. Instead of avoiding the enemy within by evading surplus production, one is now saying maximize surplus production, because with honest central collection and efficient one-woman administration we will all still be equal. However, on this course, and in a few more steps, the maximizing of surplus production will occur far beyond necessary amounts. Why? Because society has been dividing into special interest groups which constitute de facto ranks of differing access to both the articles of production and the means of production. These ranks are the necessary result of the simple fact that with the professional specialization of individual concrete labor, some professions are economically and politically better off than others. And simultaneously non-egalitarian ideology has firmly taken root. The effect has been that the higher ranks of society, now selfishly motivated, want to maximize production to take more as profit for themselves. The general contradiction of the servitude epoch is on the horizon. This new and coming general contradiction would have been camouflaged by all the talk about how, what we call the general crisis can be more efficiently handled. The archaeological record is universally in line with this interpretation. Everywhere, without exception, where we have a continuous sequence of socio-cultural evolution in the ground, we see the transition from tribal agriculture to simple chiefdoms happened exactly this way. That is to say, in China, Egypt, Mesopotamia, Mesoamerica, Peru, the U.S. Southwest, and the U.S. Eastern Woodlands. Efficiency in a tribal agricultural setting is further enhanced, some would have said, by getting rid of the tribal council and all that democratic rot, in favor of military discipline and organization of the various productive tasks that come with the professional specialization of labor. So one chief is elected. And, although she may have consigli or from the clans, it is a revolution in social organization tending towards centralization and concentration of social authority as well as surplus. The small group at the center will have within it that one who advocated this change for the ulterior motives of greed and self-advancement regardless of the effect on the community as a whole. Not that the immediate effect will have been bad. It probably will have been excellent. But to the person with the hidden agenda this is altogether a matter of fortune, he or she can turn to their advantage in selling the new way. This soldier of fortune's concern is with herself, not them. And being in the center of the reciprocal movement of goods and services means you can pull some of it from the cash flow, as you will, to do with as you wish. The farther one goes down the road of efficiency, via professional specialization of labor, the further one has traveled along the road of social revolution. The chief collects the surpluses and assigns different persons to new tasks such as full-time irrigation and dam building, full-time pottery and textile production for the new rank of irrigation and dam builders. the more labor time that is actually specialized, truly commoditized now as numbers of people are assigned to specific tasks where their labor time is socially necessary and abstracted, the better the results in the production of both value and surplus social product. The chief and her family, her helpers and cohorts from the clans, now constitute a special rank themselves. As do the farming families, the professional specialist families, and the priests and priestesses who convinces the rubes that all this is divinely inspired. A society of ranks has replaced the society of equals. This is to say, tribes and simple chiefdoms, where democratic inclinations were more powerful, moved into areas where they could stay with the old ways. Where the rubes could slash and burn to their heart's content, and live happily ever after. Such as the vast steppe lands of the Soviet West and Central Asia and Eastern Europe and so on and on. These ranks have special interests. It is inevitable that these ranks will become antagonistic, if for no other reason than that the vagaries of primitive agriculture and animal husbandry, the exigencies of tribal agricultural Stone Age economics, may create a severe shortage of surplus, leaving the central granaries depleted. Such exigencies are hail, rain, flooding, drought, locusts, disease, war or raiding. Who is going to get the shit end of the stick when the chief's warehouse is approaching bankruptcy? When the granaries are full, which groups if any stand to benefit more? Simple chiefdom stage to ATC stage. Coming from the growing need for professional specialization of labor on the one hand, and on the other hand the concomitant need to offset the tendency towards social dissolution, is a new stage general crisis. This is implicit in any society split between different special interest groups with inherently different interests. One must either stop fragmenting society and return to the simpler tribal agricultural way of life, or find some way to offset the dissolution effects arising from the fractionating of society into groups of relatively discontented people. The resolution of this crisis always comes in the form of a unifying religion. For supernaturally steeped people, religion can do the job. For there is nothing else. No state apparatus yet exists, so it is impossible to forcefully compel obedience of one rank to another, or even of one special craft guild to the center. In other words, before there was coercion there was persuasion, because there had to be persuasion, in the absence of the state. Persuasion was the only way to ensure social unity and cohesion. The archaeological evidence is clear in this regard. Religions emerged which persuaded people to give over more authority to the chief et al. With that authority to allocate their abstracted labor time, and to adjust the amount of produce to be kept in the individual family farming household, per head, as the leadership wished, a Rubicon had been crossed. These religions allow the privileged ranks to take more of the surplus social product being created at the family farm or village commune to the center. In fact, they require that more be taken to the church. And, more of the abstracted socially necessary labor time goes to the center too, even before it becomes surplus social product. In shorthand terms, for convenience of rapid calculation when reading archaeological sequences, you can think of this religious stage as lasting in each and every case roughly 1,000 years. The ranking of society will become acute in these advanced theocratic chiefdoms. When it does, the separation of the specialist crafts and guilds is the basic diagnostic feature of their social organization. The selfish and sadistic imprinting of infants and children proceeds apace, as it must, since it is sadistic relations which for the first time are everywhere at hand, and thus, what all infants and children must see as they mature. This is the second diagnostic feature of the ATC stage. We know this from the archaeological and historical records. Everywhere, abstracted homogenized socially necessary labor time is emerging from now on. It will be proto-labor power that is the principal form of human labor setting the standard for our formula. Not that concrete human individual laboring activity ceases. Far from it. But, it is the new category of labor power as applied to technology which sets the pace, acting as the common denominator for the payment of value one, even to those who are not part of the category of collectively applied, temporally measured, group labor. From this point forward in history, what is obtainable, by the individual, will be measured by what the collective labor of corvées or forced labor is paid in food and shelter. In other words, the cost of the minimal subsistence of slaves, convicts, captured peoples. However, the seeds of the destruction of this order are also very much in place. Religion has temporarily solved the problem of labor discipline by obtaining voluntary compliance with the theocrat's production plan. However, the production of social product is now a definite necessity. To assure its production, the practitioners of religion have cut a special place for themselves. They are a new social rank, exacerbating the increasingly complex division of social production. No matter how this increasingly acute struggle over social produce is resolved, the poorest people get the shit end of the stick. Let us look at how our formula says that the surplus column is subdividing. LP plus T-V1, V2 plus social surplus. Storage/support. Profit/theocrats. LP equals labor power. T equals Chalcolithic and Bronze Age technology in the Old World, classic and some post-classic technology in the New World. V1 equals cost of labor power. V2 equals cost of maintaining technology. SV equals surplus value. Its distribution is the locus of the general crisis in this stage. Support equals cost of supporting the professional specialists. Storage equals that surplus value held in storage. Profit equals that appropriated by the high ranks for themselves for the first time. Theocrats equals that appropriated by the theocracy for itself, a substantial continuing appropriation, derived from what the chiefs and consigli or took during simple chiefdom times. To the degree that the theocrats are also part of the high ranks, this is a double dipping for them. Religion temporarily solves the problem of labor discipline in the production of surplus, but sets itself up as a factor exacerbating the increasingly complex division of social production. This is the locus of the general crisis of the stage of advanced theocratic chiefdoms. That is, on the one hand, society must have the theocrats to stay together. On the other hand, the priests are also simultaneously exacerbating the inherent unjust nature of a society in the process of dividing against itself. The institutionalized inequality between the haves and have-nots reaches the breaking point. The theocrats are contributing to this splitting of society by helping themselves to the maximum. When a crisis arises that puts too many people between a rock and a hard place, and the resolution attempted by the center is blatantly unfair, Ma and Pa Kettle will gather round with their fellow rubes and revolt. Then either they will tear society apart in a rank war, or some will flee to begin life again in a simpler way, in lands far from the home region. Or, a new solution will appear to the civil conflict. What can that be? Answer: the state. Origin of the state. The state. The state is the army and police in the pay of the richest families. It exists to compel obedience from the poor families. That is what the state means in scientific terms, and should not be confused with government, which existed before the state and which will exist after the state withers away. The archaeological record is replete with proof of this eventual end to advanced theocratic society in the USA eastern woodlands. Yes, there is, but it involves the emergence of armed force in the very private pay of a few financially powerful families and or ranks of the old theocratic chiefdoms. Where that happens, which is to say, where the state emerges, then true class society has also emerged. Ranks have been transmuted into classes, and the ruling classes will domesticate the rest of society. This socio-cultural evolutionary point had been reached in eastern North America just before white contact. In the case of eastern North America, we have seen that people evolved on a socio-cultural evolutionary track from hunting and gathering archaic to tribal agriculture and then the simple chiefdoms of the Adena. Now we shall see the advent of the next socio-cultural evolutionary stage of advanced theocratic chiefdoms that came to a rather abrupt end in rank wars. From these, there emerged the first of the slave stage kingdoms. Among them that of the people named for the Cahokia tribe, a historic Illinois people at the time of white contact. Hopewell to Cahokia. The Hopewell ATC flourished along rivers in the northeastern and midwestern United States from 100 BC to AD 500, in the Middle Woodland period. Hopewell populations originated in western New York and moved south into Ohio, where they merged with the local Adena Simple chiefdoms. In time the religion of the Hopewell ATC spread to all the sub-areas of the eastern woodlands where people lived near rivers in temporary settlements of 1 to 3 households and practiced a mixture of hunting, gathering, and crop growing. The Hopewell ATC inherited from its Adena Simple chiefdoms an incipient social stratification. This social stratification professionally specialized the exploitation of natural resources, and encouraged population growth. Hopewell societies cremated most of their deceased, reserving burial for the most important ranks. The emergence of these theocrats was the essential step to highly stratified socio-political organization. Their settlements featured extensive and complex trading routes that doubled as communication networks and assembling people together for important ceremonies. Today, the best surviving features of the Hopewell tradition era are the great geometric earthworks mound monuments. These eastern woodlands mounds have various geometric shapes rising to great heights. Some gigantic sculpted earthworks took the shape of animals, birds, and serpents. Ideology. Hopewell to Cahokia. Several scientists hypothesize that the octagon earthwork at Newark, Ohio, was a lunar observatory oriented to the 18.6-year cycle of minimum and maximum lunar risings and settings on the local horizon. The octagon covers more than 50 acres, the size of 100 football fields. An unpublished survey in 1978 proposed a lunar major alignment for the octagon. The Newark earthworks and the High Banks Works in Chillicothe, Ohio, are representative. The Fairgrounds Circle in Newark, Ohio aligns to the sunrise on May 4, marking the May cross-quarter sunrise. The Hopeton, Ohio earthworks encode various sunrise and moonrise patterns, including the winter and summer solstices, the equinoxes, the cross-quarter days, the lunar maximum events, and the lunar minimum events due to their precise straight and parallel lines. Some mounds contain various types of burials. Precious burial goods have been found in them. These include objects of adornment made of copper, mica, and obsidian, imported to the region from hundreds of miles away. Stone and ceramics were fashioned into intricate shapes. The Hopewell created fine craft work and artwork. Most of their work had some ATC religious significance, and their graves were filled with necklaces, ornate carvings made from bone or wood, decorated ceremonial pottery, earplugs, and pendants. Some graves were lined with woven mats, thin mica sheets, or stones. The Hopewell produced artwork in a greater variety and with more exotic materials than their predecessors the Adena. Grizzly bear teeth, freshwater pearls, seashells, shark's teeth, copper, and even small quantities of silver were turned into beautifully crafted pieces. The Hopewell artisans were expert carvers of pipestone, and many of the mortuary mounds are full of exquisitely carved statues and pipes. The Mound of Pipes at Mound City produced over 200 stone smoking pipes depicting animals and birds in three-dimensional form, and the Tremper site in Scioto County produced over 130. Some artwork went beyond stone, as Hopewell artists were expert carvers of human bone. A rare mask was created using a human skull as a faceplate. Hopewell artists created both abstract and realistic portrayals of the human form. One tubular pipe was identified as an achondroplastic dwarf. Many other figurines give details of dress, ornamentation, and hairstyles. An example is the mica hand from the Hopewell site in Ross County, Ohio. Delicately cut from a piece of mica, more than 11 inches long, and 6 inches wide, the handpiece was likely worn or carried for public viewing. Cahokia artisans produced religious long-nosed god maskettes, ceremonial earrings with a symbolic shape, used in kinship rituals. Mississippian copper plates, such as the Wolfing Cache from southeastern Missouri, some of the Etowah plates from Georgia, and many of the Spiro plates from Oklahoma, were made in Cahokia in the AD 1200s. Rank War. Around AD 500 the Hopewell ATC period ended in an internal war between ranks. Archaeologically this is marked by the cessation of monumental architecture construction. The next half millennia featured an ongoing struggle between the ruling ranks that have become classes and the lower ranks that feature slaves as well as the poor farming families. Then a few slave stage polities emerge. One of them is named after a Native American tribe encountered at white contact named the Cahokia. Cahokia. The Cahokia was a Native American city from AD 1050 to 1350. It was located directly across the Mississippi River from modern St. Louis, Missouri. The Cahokia Historic Park lies in southern Illinois between East St. Louis and Collinsville. The park covers 2,200 acres and contains 80 structural remnants, but the ancient city covered 6 square miles and included about 120 man-made earthworks built in a wide range of sizes, shapes, and functions. Cahokia was the largest urban settlement of the Mississippian culture. These primitive slave-based polities occur in the central and southeastern United States. As we have seen, they evolved from the ATC stage in this geographical expanse. Cahokia itself is the largest urban complex north of Tolan, Teotihuacan, and Tenochtitlan. Cahokia's beginning was AD 600 during the late Woodland period. By the AD 800s, its people left pottery, shell, copper, wood, and stone artifacts, some with symbolic notations. Cahokia is the most important urban concentration yet identified for the people of the Mississippian culture. Their settlements ranged across the Midwest, eastern, and southeastern United States. Mode of production. Technology. At its maximum, Cahokia agriculture relied upon maize, beans, and squash. This was at the same time as in the Southwest that the Chaco Canyon Society produced large-scale works in an ATC socially stratified society. That was the highest level achieved by them, but in the eastern woodlands socio-cultural evolution went beyond the ATC level. Mississippian technological innovations mirror the revolutionary changes in subsistence economy, works of art, and a more tightly organized and hierarchical society. Cahokians advanced one step further and were in the slave stage at the time of their maximum. Mississippian farmers used hoes fashioned from a fine-grained chert from southern Illinois quarries called the Mill Creek chert. The numerous hoe fragments, and small, blunt and highly polished discarded hoes bear testament to the quality of this chert for working Mississippian fields. The most important Mississippian farming implement was the chert hoe. Mill Creek chert was used in the production of hoes. Naturally, hoes were in high demand tool for Cahokia farmers and other Mississippian towns. Cahokia's manufacture and distribution of these chert hoes was a mainstay of the economy. The Mississippian people developed very standardized styles for arrow points. The bow and arrow technology had been developed toward the end of the Woodland period. Mississippian ceramics were both visually appealing as well as technologically sophisticated and durable. The shell tempering and thin vessel walls became hallmarks of Mississippian ceramics. Their architectural innovations are seen in the great structures and temples of the towns. Copper technology. Excavations near Cahokia Mound 34 from 2002 to 2010 revealed a copper workshop. So far, it is unique at a Mississippian archaeological site. It contains the remains of 3 tree stumps used to hold anvil stones. Analysis of copper found during excavations showed that it had been annuled. Annealing is the repeatedly heating and cooling of a metal. Polished copper fragments examined microscopically for grain structures show the size, shape, and features. Hammering the copper with a heavy rock did the annealing. Then putting the copper in the hot coals of a wood fire for 5 to 10 minutes to soften it and repeating the cycle until the coppersmiths had created a thin sheet of copper. They used copper knobs or copper rivets and other mechanical devices to secure sheets of copper together. Bending a copper sheet back and forth was the technique to cut copper. Trade. Cahokia was located in a strategic position near the confluence of the Mississippi, Missouri, and Illinois rivers. It maintained trade links with communities as far away as the Great Lakes to the north and the Gulf Coast to the south, trading in copper, Mill Creek chert, and whelk shells. Mississippian pottery and stone tools were found at the Silver Nail site near Red Wing, Minnesota. Trade goods from Pennsylvania, the Gulf Coast and Lake Superior are found at Cahokia. Settlement pattern. At the high point of its development, Cahokia was the largest urban center north of the great Mesoamerican cities. According to a 2007 study in Quaternary Science Reviews, between AD 1050 and 1100, Cahokia's population increased from between 2,800 people to 15,300 people within less than a square mile of the central occupation area. Some archaeologists estimate its population as having been 40,000 at its peak. The mass of working farmers lived in outlying farming villages. Recently, new residential areas were identified to the west of Cahokia because of archaeological survey and excavations, increased population estimates. Cahokia was equal to or larger than the population of AD 1200's London. We know now that Cahokia was larger than any city in the United States until the 1780s, when Philadelphia's population grew beyond 40,000. The original site contained 120 earthen mounds over an area of 6 square miles, of which 80 remain today. To achieve that, thousands of workers over decades moved more than an estimated 55 million cubic feet of earth in woven baskets to create this network of mounds and community plazas. Monk's Mound, for example, covers 14 acres, rises 100 feet, and was topped by a massive 5,000 square foot building 50 feet high. Early in its history, Cahokia underwent a massive construction boom. Along with the early phase of Monk's Mound, an overarching urban layout was established at the site. It was built with a symbolic quadripartite worldview, including an orientation toward the four cardinal directions with the main east-west and north-south axes defined with Monk's Mound near its center point. 4 large plazas were established to the east, west, north, and south of Monk's Mound. To the south of Monk's Mound is the Grand Plaza, a large area that covered roughly 50 acres and measured over 1,600 feet in length by over 900 feet in width. Soil studies have shown that the landscape was originally undulating ridge and swale topography. In one of the earliest large-scale construction projects, the site had been expertly and deliberately leveled and filled by the city's inhabitants. It is part of the sophisticated engineering displayed throughout the site. It was used for large ceremonies and gatherings, as well as for ritual games, such as chunky. Rolling a disc-shaped chunky stone across the field was the way to play chunky. The men would throw spears where they thought the chunky stone would land. The game required a great deal of judgment and aim. The major ceremonial north-south axis connects the main precinct with the large ridgetop mortuary mound to its south, now known as the Rattlesnake Mound 66. The feature, named the Rattlesnake Causeway, is an elevated embankment about 59 feet wide by 2,600 feet in length. It varies in height from 1.6 feet to 4.3 feet as it traverses a low swampy area to the south of the Grand Plaza. It is aligned 5 degrees east of north, a direction that mimics the maximum southern moonrise of 5 degrees west of north, in reverse. This had symbolic associations to the builders by connecting them to their lunar maze goddess of the underworld. Its close proximity to the ridgetop mortuary mound 72 has the underworld connotation of the low water-filled area the causeway traversed, and its terminus at the mortuary complex at the Rattlesnake Mound. The causeway itself was a symbolic path of souls. A 2-mile-long palisade that was equipped with protective bastions surrounded the ruling class central district of Cahokia. A later addition to the site, when the palisade was constructed, it cut through and separated some pre-existing neighborhoods. Archaeologists found evidence of the stockade with bastions during excavation of the area show several building phases. Beyond Monk's Mound, are 120 more mounds at varying distances from the city center. To date, 109 mounds have been located, 68 of which are in the park area. The mounds are divided into 3 different types: platform, conical, and ridgetop. Each appeared to have had its own meaning and function. The city center was in a diamond-shaped pattern about 1 mile from end to end. The entire city is 5 miles across from east to west. Monk's Mound is the largest structure and central focus of the city, a massive platform mound with 4 terraces, 10 stories tall. It is the largest man-made earthen mound north of Mexico. Facing south, it is 100 feet high, 951 feet long, 836 feet wide. It covers 13.8 acres and it contains about 814,000 cubic yards of earth. The mound was built higher, taller, and wider over the course of several centuries, through 10 separate construction episodes, with the terraces and apron added over time. Excavation on the top of Monk's Mound has revealed a large building. It was a temple and the residence of the paramount chief cum king. It would have been visible throughout the city. This building was about 105 feet long by 48 feet wide and 50 feet high. It had an interior of 5,000 square feet. Mound 72 is a small ridgetop mound located 2,790 feet to the south of Monk's Mound. Early in the ATC history of the site, it was a circle of 48 large wooden posts known as a woodhenge. The woodhenge was later dismantled and a series of mortuary houses, platform mounds, mass burials, and eventually the ridgetop mound erected in its place. The mound was the location of the beaded burial. This was an elaborate burial of a person I think was one of the kings of Cahokia. It is accompanied by the graves of several hundred retainers and sacrificial victims. Clear evidence that society is class divided and ruled by a state apparatus in the hands of the ruling class that has subjugated the rest of the society. During excavation of Mound 72, a ridgetop burial mound south of Main Urban Precinct, archaeologists found the remains of a man in his 40s who I believe was a king. The man was buried on a bed of more than 20,000 marine shell disc beads arranged in the shape of a falcon. The bird's head appearing beneath and beside the king's head, and its wings and tail beneath his arms and legs. The falcon warrior is a common motif in Mississippian culture. In addition, a cache of sophisticated, finely worked arrowheads in a variety of different styles and materials was found near the grave. Separated into 4 types, each from a different geographical region, the arrowheads demonstrated Cahokia's extensive trade links in North America. Buried with the king were 250 sacrificial victims including 4 young males, missing their hands and skulls. A mass grave of more than 50 women around 21 years old, with the bodies arranged in 2 layers separated by matting. A mass burial containing 40 men and women, who were violently killed, some buried alive. Some had been trying to pull themselves out of the mass of bodies. Wood in several parts of the mound has been radiocarbon dated to between AD 950 and 1000. Mound 72 was not constructed as a series of smaller mounds reshaped and covered over to give Mound 72 its final ridgetop shape. Early in the history of Cahokia, the portion of the site containing Mounds 72 and 96 was the location of a woodhenge, a ceremonial area with a 412 feet in diameter circle of 48 upright wooden posts. These posts date AD 950. Archaeological research has shown that 4 of the posts were at the cardinal locations of north, south, east and west, the eastern and western posts marking the position of the equinox sunrise and sunsets. 4 other posts in the circle were shown to be at the summer solstice sunrise and sunset and the winter solstice sunrise and sunset positions. This setup is nearly identical to the diameter and post positions of Woodhenge 3, one of 5 successive woodhenges built in another location at Cahokia, differing only in that Woodhenge 3 was 2 feet smaller in diameter. The post holes were 3.3 feet in diameter. The placement of the 2 mounds at the location and the directions in which they are oriented correspond to several of the solstice marking posts. The post nearest the later king's burial is the location that marked the summer solstice sunrise at the times of the use of the site. The early stages of the mounds were constructed around the posts, although at a later point the posts were removed. Besides their celestial marking functions, the woodhenges also carried religious and ritual meaning that is reflected in their stylized depiction as a cross in circle motif on ceremonial beakers connected with black drink ceremonies. One prominent example has markers added to the winter sunrise and sunset positions. Mound 72 is a ridgetop mound, one of only 6 recorded at the Cahokia site. Unlike the other ridgetop mounds which are aligned east/west and north/south, Mound 72 is aligned 30 degrees off the east/west line. This alignment is the same as the summer solstice sunrise/winter solstice sunset line for this latitude. Near the end of the late emergent Mississippian Edelhart phase or the beginning of the early Mississippian Loman phase, two small platform mounds were constructed around several of the Woodhenge posts. One of them the position marking the summer solstice sunrise positions. These mounds were expanded and eventually merged and covered over, reshaped in the process into the final Mound 72 ridgetop mound. Ruling class burials. The beginnings of the mounds were the interment of several elite personages oriented to the summer solstice sunrise post. This post is aligned with the north/south axis with a point on the southwest corner of Monk's Mound. The post had been replaced several times, including at least one episode after the beginning of mound construction. 16 feet west of the post was the burial of a tall man in his 40s, I think was a king. The body was placed with his feet to the northwest on an elevated platform covered by a bed of more than 20,000 marine shell disc beads. These were arranged in the shape of a falcon, with the bird's head appearing beneath and beside the man's head, and its wings and tail beneath his arms and legs. The king was buried with several other retainers and elaborate grave goods, including mica and other exotic minerals. And copper sheaths thought to be the remains of copper-covered chunky sticks, a cache of chunky stones and hundreds of finely made arrowheads collected from throughout the Mississippian world. Interred in the mound were two recently deceased men and several bundled burials, probably the previous residents of the charnel house who had waited for the king to die in order to be interred with him. Over this first phase, a 46 feet square platform with 2 levels and ramp on its eastern side was constructed. The next episode of construction at this location involved a pit being dug into the mound and a cache of various grave goods being deposited in it. A large rectangular pit was dug into the southeast corner of the mound and a mass burial of 24 women was made in it. A new layer of fill was added to the mound and it was extended to the southeast toward Mound 72 sub 1, for a ramp or extension over the mass burial of 53 young women. The next episode of construction involved 3 stages. A small platform was constructed near the southeastern ramp and 4 young males with their arms interlocked and missing their hands and skulls were laid out on the platform. Some researchers have concluded that the 4 men may represent the 4 cardinal directions. Class war. In a pit excavated next to these 4 men were placed the bodies of a large group of young women. This mass grave contained the remains of 53 females ranging in age between 15 to 30 years of age, arranged in 2 layers separated by matting. The young women show evidence of having been strangled before being arranged in neat rows in the pit. Analysis of bones and dental traits of these women have led archaeologists to believe these individuals were not from the same social class and ethnic group as other individuals interred in the mound. Non-metric dental traits have suggested that these individuals were not from Cahokia and I think they were imported slaves. Analysis of specific carbon isotope and nitrogen isotope ratios left by maize consumption in the bones and cartilage of the women prove they consumed more maize and less animal protein than elite individuals. Along with pathologies indicative of poor health and nutritional stress prove they were slaves rather than of the ruling class burials. This entire construction was then covered and extended even further toward Mound 72 sub 1 and now labeled by archaeologists as Mound 72 sub 3. Next to this mound to the southwest, another mass burial was made. This burial is the most grisly found at the site, containing 39 men and women who were violently killed. Before the mass interment a pit was dug and lined with white sand. The victims were then killed and thrown over the edge of the pit. These victims show signs of meeting a violent end, including several being incompletely decapitated, some with fractured skulls and others with fractured jawbones. Some of these individuals were buried alive. The chief investigator writes, from the vertical position of some of the fingers, which appear to have been digging in the sand, it is apparent that not all of the victims were dead when they were interred. Some had been trying to pull themselves out of the mass of bodies. There are arrowheads in the back of some of these victims. This evidence indicates that these were the losers of a rebellion against the rulers of Cahokia. perhaps objectors to the earlier sacrifices of the young women. On top of them were the remains of 15 elite individuals laid out upon litters made from cedar poles and cane matting. Radiocarbon dating of the cedar poles used for the litters in the top layer burials in this pit determined that this burial was made approximately 100 years after the Woodhenge Circle had been constructed, or approximately AD 1030. Slave stage burial practice. Numerous secondary bundle burials of the bones of individuals previously stored in a charnel house were placed in the mound. After a few final intrusive burials into the southwestern edge, Sub 3 and Sub 1 were covered in a blanket of earth and given its distinctive ridge-top shape. All of the burials in the mound are located within an area circumscribed by the arc of the Woodhenge Circle. 272 individuals were interred in Mound 72 in 6 separate episodes of burial over 100 years. This was the lineage of a prominent family along with many retainers and sacrifices. 62% of the 272 people interred in the mound were sacrificial victims. A similar ritual human sacrifice of retainers and commoners upon the death of a ruling person is attested in the historical record among the Natchez. These being the last fully allied adherents in the southeastern U.S. Mound 96 is a virtual mirror image of Mound 72 Sub 1. It was another small nearly square platform mound measuring approximately 49 feet wide at its base and a projecting ramp on its eastern side giving it a T shape. It was built around the location of the winter sunset pole of the Woodhenge and oriented along the north/south and east/west alignment common at Cahokia, with the ramp facing the winter solstice sunrise pole. The ramp starts at 16 feet wide at its base and narrows to 1.6 feet in width at its top. Radiocarbon and ceramic seriation of sherds place its construction date in the Loman phase AD 1000 to 1050. This is the same time as Mound 72. Both were finished with a hard cap of black clay. Investigating archaeologists believe its engineers used that cap as a protective layer to protect the mound from erosion. In ancient China, where we have excellent recorded evidence, such burials characterize those of slave stage kings. Conversely, China's first emperor as a legalist buried life-sized people and horses of clay rather than the bodies of slaves slaughtered for the sacrifice. Chapter 117. Agricultural Revolution in California. In our study of socio-cultural evolution in North America, we now come to the agricultural revolution in the archaeological province of California. This entity begins with the part of Oregon just south of where the apocalyptic floods of glacial Lake Missoula entered the Pacific Ocean, southwards through Baja California. Then westward from the Rocky Mountains to the Pacific Ocean. We reviewed the lithic and proto-archaic of the far west that included California in previous chapters and lectures. The archaic hunting and gathering and formative agricultural revolution occurred in the San Joaquin Valley, the Los Angeles Basin and the South Coast and Mission Valley. I have decided to use the Maidu population of Central California as our representative culture to discuss these archaeological stages. The Maidu lived in the mountain valleys in the drainage of the North Fork of the Feather River in the northern Sierra Nevada. These include the American Valley near Quincy, the Indian Valley near Greenville, the Genesee Valley near Taylorsville, the Big Meadows now covered by Lake Almanor. In addition, some lived in the mountain meadows near Westwood, and Honey Lake Valley across the eastern slope of the Sierra Nevada near Susanville. The linguistic Maiduan population in late prehistoric times was 9,000 persons, with the Maidu numbering 3,000. I encountered them archaeologically on my first field school in archaeology in 1967 at a Maidu village site about 30 miles from Chico, California. It was July and August and extremely hot that summer, so we had to eat breakfast and leave the dorms at Chico State where we were living at 4:30 a.m. It was also the first year that Ronald Reagan was governor of California. He had gone through the University of California budget line by line, eliminating what he considered frills that for which students should pay full tuition, this including our field school located near Chico. Rachel and I had to cough up $400 for this 8-week course. Nevertheless, it was important because I had already decided to become an archaeologist and had picked the University of Calgary as my target for my Ph.D. The previous year over 100 students had showed up for this field school. But this year 1967 only 4 undergrads and 2 graduate students appeared. There were 8 professors. The University of California bosses in LA decided to let this class go through since the professors had to be paid anyway, but it would be the last year. I got a lot of personal attention every hour of the 8 hours we put in each day. Therefore, California's reactionary governor did me a favor by accident. The first pit I dug under close supervision exposed a Maidu woman's kitchen with all her stone tools laid out neatly. I was super excited and extraordinarily happy. Mode of production. Technology. The Maidu were migratory fishermen, hunters, and gatherers. Men did the hunting, the women did the vegetable food preparation. Acorns were a staple of the Maidu diet. Each adult may have consumed up to 2,000 pounds of acorns a year. At age 10, girls would begin to assist the women with the processing. Tools were essential for processing the acorns. Maidu women collected the very best acorns by shaking oak tree branches. The acorns were stored for up to a year. Once the acorns were sufficiently dry, Maidu women and girls used small hammer stones to crack them open. Hammer stones made it easier to get to the nutmeat. Stone anvils were essential to the work of the Maidu. They laid acorns on these flat, heavy stones and used hammer stones to crack open the nuts. Stone anvils are among the most frequently found relics of ancient California Indian culture. Maidu women and girls used small scoop-shaped winnowing baskets to hold acorns that had been shelled. They then used their hands to remove the thin skin coatings. With the baskets, they tossed the acorns into the air, releasing the skins. Maidu women and girls used milling stones, which were larger than hammer stones, to pound the acorns into meal. They also used a wooden or stone stick, called a pestle, and a rounded stone or wooden object, called a mortar, to make the acorn flour. Pounding acorns was hard work and these tools made it a little easier. Women and girls would spend entire days singing, laughing, and telling stories as they worked. After the women and girls pounded the acorns into meal, they sifted the meal into fine flour. They used 3 different baskets, and a soaproot brush, to do the sifting. With the soaproot brush, which was made from the fibers of the soaproot plant, they swept the fine flour away from the larger chunks of acorn that still required pounding. Maidu men made obsidian, bone, and wood tools. The best bows for hunting were made of yew, and were traded widely. They also made boats. Tule reed rafts in the valleys and blunt-end dugouts in the high mountains. The Maidu men cut fallen trees and hollowed out logs for canoes. They made knives from obsidian, basalt, and flint, mined in caves removing chunk to take back home and work into these knives and other tools. Percussion and pressure flaking manufactured the stone tools. These included projectile points, scrapers, cores, choppers, hammerstones, knives, and drills. Projectile points. There are 16 pages listing projectile point types for the Northern and Central California peoples including the Maidu. These can be broken into 4 general groups of stemmed, notched, lanceolate, and bifurcated categories. Arrowheads are most common, leading me to think that large animals such as bears and mountain lions were more frequently trapped. The utility of projectile point typology for us is that through seriation and hard dating we can establish excellent chronology for the Maidu sites. Groundstone. Food processing tools in Maidu sites feature a groundstone and hammerstone complex. Bone artifacts. Tools made from animal bone include bone awls and fragments for basket making and repairing. And needles for clothing manufacturing. Shell beads. Clamshell disc beads have centrally drilled holes with diameters 1.1 centimeters, 1 centimeter, and 0.9 centimeters. The Maidu engaged in trade for them with peoples on the coast of California. The Maidu used these disc beads for personal adornment and as a money-like barter facilitator. Archaeologically, they date to the late Horizon Phase 2 AD 1450 to 1800. Animals hunted and gathered. Identified animal specimens include Anserinii, Artiodactyla, Carnivora, Cervidae, Gastropoda, Lepus californicus, Lynx rufus, Otocoilus hemionus, Rodentia, Tomomi spata, Neotoma, Sciuridae, and Margaritifer falcata. Social organization. The tribal Maidu lived in small villages. Their tribal council leaders were selected from among available women and men. The tribal council was responsible for settling internal disputes, and negotiating differences between villages. The Maidu were organized as clan villages. Communities ranged in size from 100 to 500 persons and were led by a chief, who lived in the largest central village. Villagers elected the chief with a part-time religious specialist advising after receiving a message from the spirits. The chief acted with the advice of a council of elders we would call consigli or. As such, the Maidu were ethnographically at the stage of simple chiefdoms. The villages were clan-based and practiced patrilineal descent reckoning and matrilocal post-marital residence so that new men entered each village on a regular basis. This strengthened the bonds between these villages. Each village was an exogamous patrilineal unit called an okapna. Sodality membership for men and women further bound individuals in each village to others in other villages. Each village was a distinct land-owning unit holding the land in common for all the villagers and was the de facto social organizational foundation for Maidu society. These enlarged kinsodality organized villages engaged in group production, where the concrete laboring activities of the individual were de facto abstracted, through joint communal effort. The netting of migrating fish and the planned burning of grasslands to encourage the growing of acorn nut trees, are examples of pooling labor power. The modern homogenizer of labor power, the factory clock, did not govern these pooled labor power categories. Nevertheless, we can see that labor power has been placed in a clearly proto-position for this kind of homogenized labor power. There is a certain amount of time regulation even if it is only we work from dawn to dusk. We can say in strictly economic terms, that the next step for this primitive homogenization of labor power is the actual commoditization of labor power. This proto-labor power could be allocated to community or inter-community tasks and or otherwise put up for exchange. A more precise term, given our temporal perspective, would be that this pooling of labor power is a form of proto-commoditized labor power. Ideology. The religious tradition was the Kuksu cult. This Central California religious system was based on a male secret society. It was characterized by the Kuksu or big head dances. Maidu elder Marie Potts says that the Maidu are traditionally a monotheistic people. They greeted the sunrise with a prayer of thankfulness, at noon they stopped for meditation, and at sunset they communed with Kadi Upam and gave thanks for blessings throughout the day. A traditional spring celebration for the Maidu was the bear dance, when the Maidu honored the bear coming out of hibernation. The bear's hibernation and survival through the winter symbolized perseverance to the Maidu, who identified with the animal spiritually. The Kuksu cult system was also followed by the Pomo and the Patwin among the Winton. Missionaries later forced the peoples to adopt Christianity, but they often retained elements of their traditional practices. Among the most important of the Maidu gods was their creator, usually called World Maker, who made a first man called Kuksu, and a first woman, called Morning Star Woman. Next World Maker created a new race of people and told Kuksu and Morning Star Woman to teach them everything they needed to know about survival, law and order, dancing, and ceremonies. The new race of people, the Maidu, were sent out into the world, speaking various languages to form many tribes. The Maidu believed they were the center of all creation. World Maker intended for people to live easy, eternal lives, so death did not exist at first. Coyote, a fun-loving character who sometimes helped people, but also made mischief, introduced it. One example of the trouble he caused the Maidu was changing the California landscape so it became more rugged, thus making life harder for the tribe. Most Maidu believed in an individual soul, which they called the heart. When a person died, his or her heart was said to have left. The soul of a good person traveled along the Milky Way until it reached World Maker. The souls of bad people were reborn to live forever as rocks or bushes. The Maidu also believed that every object had a soul, which was set free when the object was destroyed. Maidu priests had mystical powers and could communicate with spirits. Some had both healing power and spirit power, while others had one power or the other but not both. At their frequent religious ceremonies, the Maidu made offerings to World Maker and to earth spirits. Sometimes they acted out stories about their gods. In return for their offerings, the people expected a good relationship with nature. This good relationship brought an abundance of game animals and wild foods and sufficient rain. Dialectics of cause and process. Maidu broad spectrum. Wild resource exploitation. Triggers a new general crisis. The Maidu faced a crisis in their mode of production when it reached the capability to exploit virtually every living animal and plant resource at hand. Why did this mode of production give rise to a crisis? Because such exploitative ability has within it the certainty that surplus social product is increasingly likely as an outcome. This is exactly the opposite of what previous social time expenditure was about. By dumping social time, the Maidu had managed to stave off the terminal deepening of the crisis of increased competence in production. Now the potential of great surplus social product on hand was clear and present. In other words, the broad-spectrum wild resource revolution that had been inherent abstractly was now at the door. It was the enemy at the gate, and the ways of a million years or more would no longer suffice to ameliorate the outcome. Every step they would now take to delay the inevitability of surplus social product on hand instead made having it on hand the immediate and irreversible result. The Maidu had learned a very great deal about their environments and had started controlling them in a variety of ways. Not the least of the results of that control was the ability to spend long periods in one place. And, to produce quite sufficient social product with a relative minimum of labor input. Social affluence was now achieved with an absolute minimum of labor input. The classical work on this original affluent society is published as the first paper in the book Stone Age Economics, by Marshall Sahlins. Those of you interested in anthropological economics in the cross-cultural comparative sense are urged to study that text. The Maidu could work fewer hours and do other more creative things. However, although the reduced labor time input into production could keep the output to just value, creative activity also led to more knowledge about the world. This implied the ability to produce even more social product. By 20,000 years ago in California, people were making the final steps toward irreversible release of surplus social product. Another way of putting it is that they were making their first tentative steps into the agricultural revolution. Over the next 10,000 years from the Maidu people would become irreversibly committed to this new archaic mixed economy way of life. Producing food rather than collecting it. And, in this process they would come face to face, finally, with the enemy within. At the core of this transition is the reality that social time consumed in experimentation, perfection, and beautification of tools such as the myriad of projectile point types, rather than engaging social time in direct production had backlashed. Dialectically it had made people into being even more capable of creating social surpluses than they were before. The band general crisis continues in a more sophisticated form of extraordinarily complex social time usage. However, this increased concentration on thinking abstractly in order to engage in such extraordinary social time dumping is simply exacerbating the rate of development. That is the developing rate of this tendency to potentially being able to significantly increase production. By making it certain people know more and more about plants and animals and every other aspect of their objective daily lives. In other words, the more they know about nature, because of this extraordinary amount of thought and time devoted to de facto learning, the more they could, if they wished, increase their production of the material fundamentals of life. The proof lies in the rapid emergence of broad-spectrum exploitation in the latter part of the lithic and in turn its transformation into the agricultural revolution. This is a distinct socio-cultural evolutionary change flowing from the acute nature of the general crisis. The new formula looks like this. L plus TV1, V2 plus surplus social product. Non-productive time creates more productive potential. L equals human concrete laboring activity. T equals Middle and Upper Paleolithic and Mesolithic tools. V1 equals cost of life. V2 equals cost of maintaining technology. Surplus social product equals proto-surplus value about to be irreversibly released productive potential. __ equals this is the locus of the general crisis of hunting and gathering, as it has been, but it is now acute. Preventing social time from becoming labor time was the multimillion-year tested, tried, and true method of avoiding surplus social product. Surplus social product is more than just surplus, it is, in modern economic terms, proto-surplus value. Surplus social product will become surplus value, and like all value comes ultimately from human labor. Eventually, human individual and group labor will become the economic category we call human labor power. As we have seen, while the Maidu were still in the hunting and gathering mode of production, they had found that more mouths to feed made having social surplus on hand less probable. At least at first. That is to say, that tribes as simply larger bands tied together by more complex kinship reckoning systems and cross-kin line-cutting sodalities, would with their larger population numbers, naturally require larger amounts of value. 1. Thus, momentary increases in production were absorbed quickly by more mouths. A corollary proof we can see in the ethnographic record when populations are small much of the year. Then people arranged themselves in territorial bands, until seasonal bounty provides the objective basis for a get-together of all the bands in a tribal setting. Then the greater number of mouths quickly absorbed the extra social product. Always underlying this way of life is the commandment not to produce more surplus social product than absolutely necessary. And, when it is necessary to make the larger settlement pattern the option of choice, to make certain the targeted consumption of said seasonal bounty. The Great Divide. The great divide in the mode of production base of society lies at the boundary between individual concrete labor time and the value it produces, and collective abstracted socially necessary labor time, and the surplus social product it produces. That great divide occurs in the socio-cultural evolutionary stages of chiefdoms. However, its origins lie as far back as the beginning of proto-commoditized labor time among tribal hunters and gatherers, especially in the Old World. After the chiefdom stages, are the three stages, slavery, feudalism, and capitalism, of the servitude epoch. Properly understood, abstracted socially necessary labor time is the basis of what is now the academic field of political economy. Socially necessary labor time is the technical definition of value, i.e., abstracted socially necessary labor time. Agricultural revolution. Tribes, at bottom, are just bigger groups of people. Yes, they have a more complex kinship system of organization by far than do the bands. Kinship is the only means they have, after all, to organize society, and the larger the group the greater the demands on the kinship way of doing things from day to day and generation to generation. And, tribes have sodality organization also, which simply means that there are institutions that cut across kin lines such as men's clubs and women's clubs devoted to different tasks. Nevertheless, fundamentally tribes are still just elaborated bands. In the Old World, tribal social organization is the basis upon which the agricultural revolution evolved, and as such is a key diagnostic. In the Americas, the agricultural revolution took longer to evolve because the predicate animal and plant stock was qualitatively different in that it was so much smaller. In the Americas only camelids, turkeys and small mammals existed to domesticate, and among domesticatable grass seeds, only corn had sufficient protein for supporting populations larger than bands. So tribal social organization is just a part of the diagnostic social structures of New World social organization, sharing that label with bands. With or without tribal organization, people in the New World also got to semi-sedentary village life because of the efficiency of the broad-spectrum wild resource exploitation revolution now so well developed. In California, it was often the mode of production at the band level of population size. When we uncover semi-sedentary hunting-gathering band campsites in California, we know these people would eventually have developed tribal stage social organization, with its agriculture and animal husbandry. They simply are taking longer to domesticate the limited wild precursor plant and animal stocks, during their advanced broad-spectrum wild resource exploitation, day to day. At any rate, whether as bands or tribes, the essential diagnostic we want to understand is the revolution that agriculture, as technology, brought to California. Surplus is now irreversible. Archaeologically, we often speak of a set of artifactual diagnostics that accompany the formative California agricultural revolution. Ground and polished stone tools, milling and grinding tools to turn high-protein seeds into flour, village life, and pottery. However, what is critically different is that people are producing food rather than collecting it. With their agricultural suite of food production arts, it is now inherently certain that people will produce a surplus. The general crisis driving this stage is the need for ongoing, continuing, on-hand surplus being considered a necessity by the Maidu. This stands in contradistinction to the danger of a system that could, unregulated, become an open-door invitation to violence. Inequality in possession of articles of agricultural production is that kind of invitation, especially if it is permanent or appears to be so. Our production formula now looks like this. Plus TV1, V2 plus SV. Surplus in the family farms. Surplus needed vs. Dangerous. Surplus. L equals concrete individual laboring activity. LP equals human labor power. T equals Neolithic/formative agricultural revolution technology. V1 equals cost of life. V2 equals cost of maintaining technology. SV equals irreversibly released surplus social product in large quantities. __ equals surplus in the family farms, both needed and dialectically dangerous. This is the locus of the general crisis of tribal agriculture. One reason for the irreversible release of surplus was and is that the Maidu needed surplus for the rainy day. A myriad of events could bring catastrophe to crops and acorn trees. Floods, droughts, insect pestilence, fire, disease, hurricanes and tornadoes. In these predicaments, the Maidu families have to have reserves to see them through. So, surplus social product has been irreversibly released with the coming of the California archaic mixed economy. Nevertheless, this kind of surplus has a tendency to be irregular due to outside forces such as those just listed. Commoditized labor time has also become a new if irregular feature of the California archaic mode of production. Why is this so? Because the Maidu had to pool their collective labor power, at least occasionally, for burning acorn nut fields. Within this California archaic setting, the larger families will produce more than the smaller families. If for no other reason than that the larger families have more hands. Population will expand simultaneously, because more hands make self-sufficiency of the domestic unit far more certain, and simultaneously, because the more mouths there are to feed, the less surplus will be accumulating in individual villages at any given moment. More hands and more mouths constitute a vicious circle, running inside and in the same direction as another circle of need for surplus for hard times. And in both cases these two circles are encouraging increased production, meaning more labor hours and / labor time hours devoted to productive activity. These two circles of causation encompass another counter-rotating inner circle consisting of societal mechanisms for controlling the magnitude of surplus. Joining these three counter-rotating circles are people themselves. People in this model are the ball bearings which make these social movements work smoothly. This is the important nexus. We can say it again this way: in primitive Maidu villages it was the more hands and mouths and inevitable hard times, that means we need the surplus idea. This functioned as the central ideological feature driving production. That is, driving production beyond the old hunting-gathering band level of minimal subsistence requirements. On the other hand, as we have seen, it was the existence of surplus, and the real or potential inequality between the village families that it created merely by existing, that was now the at-bottom source of jealousy, envy, and coveting. These features being the ultimate danger confronting primitive communism. Acceptance of the new reality of constant surplus on hand sets this new farming village way of life fundamentally apart from the subsistence pattern hitherto lasting millions of years. In other words, this drive for surplus, regardless of magnitude, runs diametrically counter to the millions of years old tradition of handling potential and real surplus with minimal labor input and sharing. The general crisis of tribal agriculture put the Maidu into the stage of simple chiefdoms. The engine at the core of the California tribal village archaic, as a distinct socio-cultural evolutionary stage, was that the principal mode of production was Maidu society's fundamental needs. These needs being permanent surplus for as-needed redistribution in case of environmental stresses, and, for regular redistribution to support community efforts and perhaps one or two professional specialists. Surplus potential increases with the steady growth of population that provides the domestic village unit with more hands and is sustainable in the new economy. A growing population level, in and of itself, reduces the amount of surplus on hand, at any given moment and simultaneously, makes it necessary that new levels of production be regularly achieved to support the rising population numbers. These central features constitute the driving force to increase production and become antagonistic to the counter-running tradition of discouraging surplus social product from existing. In satisfying the need for more production by assigning more persons to agriculture and sedentary life, leading to bigger families living in each individual farm, society had created a self-triggering mechanism. This led to an inevitable increase for surplus social product being created in the villages and thus in society as a whole. On the other hand, this irreversible release of surplus social product was certain to generate the societal dissolution effects of jealousy, envy, and coveting, unless it was immediately and promptly ameliorated, shared, in some effective way. Initially, this effective way of countering centrifugal social dissolution will be tribal council collection of surpluses and then the storage of said surpluses until the time comes for redistribution, or some kind of socially approved consumption. Eventually, it required the simple chiefdom. New general crisis. Within old general contradiction. The general contradiction on the other hand continued as it has for the previous many millions of years. The drive not to produce surplus social product, but only produce needed, in the face of the ever-present reality that people in such societies could produce much more than they do. Both the general crisis and the general contradiction found mutually satisfactory resolution when the tribal council collected surplus above and beyond what was agreed upon to be necessary for the annual upkeep of one given person. In other words, if X is the amount needed for one person as agreed upon, and Y is the number of persons in your family farm unit, then Y times X is what each village family keeps. Everything above that number was then sent to the central storage accountants of the tribe or simple chiefdom. In this way, the larger families were assured of having what they needed, as were the smaller families. The inequality that otherwise would exist between different-sized farms was leveled by the collection of everything above the agreed amount. Then this surplus was transported and stored at some central point which was the tribe's warehouse. Eventually this was the simple chiefdom warehouse. The first accountants would have been avocational tribal members. Because it was in the tribal social structure that the village family surplus was first created. And, some person had to keep track of all of these contributions from the village families. Some family must be credited. Perhaps some clan, sodality, moiety, and phratry must have been credited also. When these avocational accountants become central consigli or of the chiefdom, we have professional specialists. Should they then get involved in astronomy and religion along with the avocational shamans, we have the embryonic form of what will become another professional specialization, the priests and priestesses. Before the Maidu could autochthonously evolve into the ATC stage and the subsequent servitude epoch, their socio-cultural evolution was cut short by white contact. Chapter 118. Gulf Coast. Tamaulipas through Texas. The Tamaulipas Texas coastline as we see it today is only about 3,000 years old. Before 11,000 BP, that area of the modern shoreline was high and dry. The Gulf Coast far to the east of its present position because the global sea level was over 300 feet lower. As sea level rose, the shoreline moved progressively farther inland. By 10,000 BP, the sea had inundated major river valleys along the Texas coast. The flooding of the valleys of major streams, such as the Trinity, La Vaca, Guadalupe, Aransas, and Nueces rivers, created the earliest forms of our modern coastal bays, respectively, Galveston, Matagorda, San Antonio, Capano, and Corpus Christi bays. The same occurred at the mouths of the Brazos and Rio Grande rivers. There the heavy sediment loads of clay, silt, and sand carried by these rivers filled in whatever early bays were created by that sea level rise. After this time, sea level continued to rise until relatively recently, but at a slower rate. Many geologists have suggested that rising sea level was not gradual or continuous, but rather that it was intermittent, with periods of rise interrupted by intervals of stable sea level. By 3,000 years ago, the sea level had reached its modern position and has since then been stable. With sea level at a standstill, ongoing wave action and a longshore drift deposited sand and shell mash parallel to the mainland, formed the modern chain of barrier islands. These are the Padre, Mustang, San Jose, and Matagorda Islands along the middle and lower Texas coast, and Galveston Island and Bolivar Peninsula along the upper Texas coast. There was a major period of shoreline occupation between 6,000 and 4,000 years ago by people fleeing central Mexico. These people carried the domesticates of Mesoamerica and engaged in broad-spectrum wild resource exploitation. There were the three major periods of human occupation and resource extraction along the bayshores that correspond with times of stable sea levels. When sea level was at a still stand, ongoing sedimentation of bay bottoms by rivers dropping their sediment loads into the bays created extensive shoreline shallows that supported extensive salt marshes and grass flats. The shallow water featured high rates of photosynthesis. These, combined with the high plant biomass from the marshes and grass flats, produced the organic nutrients needed to sustain high aquatic biomass and rich food chains comprised of salt-tolerant plant communities, crustaceans, mollusks, and fish. These environments offered prehistoric hunting and gathering peoples a secure subsistence base, which resulted in their establishing camps along bayshores from which they could obtain a rich harvest of shellfish and fish. Such encampments are in evidence today as the many archaeological shell middens that dot the shores of the bays and lagoons of the Texas coast. In contrast, when sea level was rising more or less rapidly between 6,800 to 6,000 BP and 4,000 to 3,000 BP, the extensive shoreline shallows became more deeply submerged. This reduced photosynthesis and depressed biotic productivity, with the result that the bayshores became far less attractive to prehistoric people. Thus, we see a marked reduction in archaeological evidence for these periods along the bay shorelines. Tamaulipas. The road from Mesoamerica to the southeast USA eastern woodlands for incoming domesticated corn, squash and beans leads through the Mexican state of Tamaulipas and adjoining Texas. As we have seen in previous chapters and lectures, people of the eastern U.S. woodlands were utilizing wild grass seeds to make flour. What they needed was a high-protein grass seed. Therefore, they were quite ready to accept the corn carried by the refugees fleeing central Mexico's ATC and slave stage cities when it arrived. In 1945, Richard S. Scotty McNish went to survey southern Texas and northern Tamaulipas looking for the archaeological evidence that some of these people had passed through the Gulf Coast route. McNish found 5 rock shelters in the Canon Diablo of the Sierra de Tamaulipas. The 3 most important caves McNish found in Tamaulipas were Nogales, Diablo, and La Perra. Protected from rain by the cliffs above and desiccated by high rates of evaporation, these caves were full of prehistoric plant remains, twine, basketry, and other normally perishable artifacts. In 1948, McNish received a grant from the Viking Fund of the Wennergren Foundation to return to Tamaulipas for an 8-month season. In January of 1949, McNish's Mexican crew chief found 3 tiny, early prehistoric maize cobs at La Perra Cave. Overnight, an early period of incipient agriculture in Mexico had been identified. Scotty sent one of the Cobbs to Chicago for radiocarbon dating. It was the first ever application of the C14 dating technique. The date he got back was 4,500 BP. McNish began his excavation at Nogales Cave using the arbitrary 6 levels and WPA/Chicago methods he had been taught. By the time he reached La Perra Cave, he had developed his own style of cave excavation. First, he divided the cave floor into a grid of squares. Then he excavated a small number of alternate squares. This left the natural or cultural stratigraphy of the intervening squares exposed on several sides. Accordingly, it was easier to follow a specific living floor from square to square with a trowel. McNish would later refer to the system of excavating by natural and or cultural levels, using alternate 1-meter grid squares, as the La Perra method. In my textbook, Foundations of Archaeology, there are photographs of this excavation. McNish's excavations in the Sierra de Tamaulipas had pushed maize agriculture back to 4,500 BP along this route to the U.S. southeast. Encouraged by botanist Paul Mangelsdorf of Harvard, McNish turned to the Sierra Madre near Ocampo in southwest Tamaulipas. Javier Romero and Juan Valenzuela of the Mexican National Institute of Anthropology and History had told him that, in 1937, a man named Guerra had led them to mummy-filled dry caves in the Canon del Infierno. McNish relocated Guerra, who took him on a harrowing 3-day horseback ride through the wilderness. The trip ended at 2 magnificent caves with preservation sites that Scotty named for the Mexican archaeologists Romero and Valenzuela. In 1953, McNish returned with 3 assistants to excavate. Romero's cave had 17 cultural layers, superb activity areas, baskets, mats, string, wild plants, coprolites, and early domestic plants. Valenzuela's cave was not as deep, but had equivalent preservation. Bruce Smith of the Smithsonian Institution later reanalyzed and obtained accelerator mass spectrometric dates on many of the cultivars from McNish's Ocampo caves. The earliest dates were 6,360 BP for cucurbita pepo squash, 6,200 BP for bottle gourd, and 4,455 BP for maize. In 1949, McNish completed a PhD thesis on his Tamaulipas survey and left Chicago for a job with the National Museum of Canada. Texas archaeological evidence. Archaeologically, the Texas coast is divided into 3 basic sections. The upper coast extends from the Sabina River/Sabina Lake area at the Louisiana state line westward to include the Galveston Bay area, and then southward to the vicinity of the mouths of the Brazos and Colorado rivers. Shell middens are in abundance in the Sabina Lake area and along the shorelines of Galveston and Trinity Bays, and camp and burial sites from Bolivar Peninsula and Galveston Island. The central coast begins at this point and extends south to the northern shoreline of Baffin Bay. Shell midden sites in this area are found along the shores of all the bays, as well as on the leeward shorelines of the barrier islands. The lower coast extends from the southern shoreline of Baffin Bay down to the Rio Grande Delta area. Shell middens are scarce in this subregion because the waters of Baffin Bay and lower Laguna Madre are too saline for oysters and other mollusks to survive. Economically useful fish species such as black drum, redfish, and sea trout do well, and fish remains are found in abundance in archaic and late prehistoric campsites along Baffin Bay, Laguna Madre, and in the Rio Grande Delta area. The indigenous coastal peoples, including the ethnographic Karankawa and Akokasa, featured mixed Stone Age economies. Intensive fishing in the shoreline bays and lagoons, hunting of deer, antelope, and bison that foraged and grazed on the prairies and woodlands of stream floodplains, and gathering of a wide range of aquatic and terrestrial plant foods. The bays were located behind barrier islands that offered protection from the high-energy wave action of the open Gulf of Mexico. The shallow water bay environments were rich in fish such as black drum, redfish, speckled sea trout, Atlantic croaker, and marine catfishes that could be taken in huge numbers by netting or by shooting with bow and arrows. Shellfish, including bivalves and gastropods, could be readily gathered from the shallow bottoms of the bays and lagoons to obtain edible meat and shells that could be used to make a variety of tools and ornaments. Game, especially larger mammals, were abundant on the mainland, and were a major source of meat protein, fat, hides, and bones that were, like shell, useful in the production of tools and ornaments. The coastal zone was, in effect, a broad ecozone, a transitional boundary between two major biophysical provinces, the marine environment of the Gulf of Mexico, and the terrestrial environment of the flat coastal prairies. As such, the region provided indigenous peoples with a range of choices and opportunities in terms of economic resources. It was the richness of their environment that allowed the high coastal population density. People spent much of the annual cycle living in large shoreline fishing camps that housed several hundred people during peak fishing seasons. Early Archaic. Initial limited occupation of the Texas coast. The early Archaic in the coastal zone dates to between 9000 and 6000 BP, where there is archaeological evidence for human occupation in the form of midden deposits composed of the shells of bivalves such as Rangia clams and oysters. After the initial formation of the bays due to rising sea level 10,000 years ago, there was infilling as sediments dropped by rivers discharged into bays and accumulated in their bottoms. The early Archaic waters around the inland heads of the bays was shallow enough to support the nutrient-rich marshes and grass flats that are the crucial requirement for high biotic productivity that attracted prehistoric people to the shorelines. Known sites of the period, all along the central coast, include the Kendricks Hill site near Lavaca Bay, and several sites on Nueces Bay. The deepest and oldest layer of shell midden at Kendricks Hill is a thin but dense deposit of Rangia clamshells, radiocarbon dated to 8,200 years BP. At 3 sites on bluffs overlooking Nueces Bay, is a basal strata of thin layers of oyster shell. Artifacts are a smattering of chert debitage and flakes. A knife fragment made from an edge-flaked shell of a sunray Venus clam has been excavated. The 5 to 15 cm thin shell deposits and few artifacts indicate short-term occupations for gathering and consuming clams and oysters. Animal bones would have decayed over the last 7,000 years. However, a few fish otoliths, more resistant to decay than bone, have survived, indicating that fishing was part of the subsistence strategy of early Archaic people who lived along the bay shores. These early migrants from Tamaulipas entered as bands, setting up short-term camps for the purpose of gathering clams and oysters and engaging in limited fishing, with some hunting of game done along the way. Projectile points of this time have been recorded as surface finds. These seem to be materials that have eroded from early Archaic shell middens exposed by natural and/or artificial ground disturbances. It is reasonable to assume that some hunting was done from these locations. We can also infer that various species of edible plants were gathered and eaten, as well. At Buckeye Knoll, located near the banks of the Guadalupe River about 15 miles upstream from the head of San Antonio Bay, a large early Archaic cemetery of 90 persons was discovered and partially excavated. Radiocarbon dates on small samples of tooth pulp from many of these individuals place the cemetery at between ca 7,000 and 6,200 years ago. Analysis of stable isotopes in the tooth pulp showed that the diet of these folk consisted of a mixture of terrestrial, riverine, and marine food resources. This is what we would expect for people having made their way from the mountains of the Sierra Madre in Tamaulipas. The terrestrial foods were complemented by the use of coastal fish and shellfish. Middle Archaic. Increasing intensity of coastal occupation and resource use. During the Middle Archaic, between around 6,000 and 4,000 years ago, evidence for human occupation of the shorelines shows a dramatic increase. Campsites along the central coast are more abundant. The first radiocarbon-dated shell middens known for the upper coast appear. Some sites have yielded a greater quantity of artifacts, including stone dart points of types such as bell, Andis, and early triangular, as well as scrapers. Shell strata at sites on Nueces Bay have been dated to this period, including the McKinsey site. There, excavations recovered several dart points, a unifacial scraper, a fragment of a clear fork gouge, edge utilized flakes of chert, and a flake of obsidian. Although bone was not preserved at Mackenzie, otoliths representing black drum, redfish, sea trout, and marine catfish proof fishing complemented the gathering of Rangia flexuosa clams. The mean site is another dense Rangia flexuosa midden. It has been radiocarbon dated to 5,300 years BP, in association with fish otoliths and numerous examples of early triangular dart points. Numerous sites near the shoreline of Nueces Bay contain shell strata dating to this period, as do a number of sites in the Galveston Bay area on the upper coast, as well as clay dune sites on the northern shore of Baffin Bay. In fact, the entire Texas Gulf Coast was occupied at this time. There is a general increase in the number and range of artifacts than was the case during the early Archaic. A site on a clay dune on the northern shore of Baffin Bay contains several discrete strata of archaeological debris. The lowest of them contained a very thin lens of oyster shells and charcoal dating 5900 to 5300 BP. On the upper coast, the shoreline oyster shell middens in the Galveston Bay area are the same date. To the south on the north shore of Baffin Bay, several oyster shell deposits also date to the Middle Archaic. This indicates that the hypersalinity of over 60 parts per thousand that came to characterize Baffin Bay in more recent times did not yet exist. Oysters cannot survive in hypersaline waters. Coastal occupation hiatus. 4,000 to 3,000 BP. With over 200 radiocarbon dates available from shell middens along the Texas coast, from Galveston Bay on the upper coast southward to Baffin Bay, a striking pattern becomes clear. Namely, that throughout this long stretch of coastline, there is a notable gap in dates between 4,000 and 3,000 years ago. This suggests a marked break in human occupation of the shoreline that lasted roughly 1 millennium. The coast became unattractive as a place to live for hunting and gathering populations. The fish and shellfish that attracted people to the shoreline were available. There had been a rapid rise in sea level to a higher than modern sea level at this time that destroyed the extensive bay shallows. These had been providing organic nutrients that supported the biotic food chain, causing a dramatic reduction in populations of primary and secondary consumer species such as crustaceans, mollusks, and fish. Late Archaic. Stabilization of sea level and intensification of human coastal resource use. Geological studies have shown that by 3000 BP the sea level became stable at its modern position. Ongoing deposition of sediments by wave action and shore drift created the modern barrier island chain a few miles offshore. Broken only by a series of tidal passes, the barrier islands protect the bays and lagoons from high-energy wave action. The accumulation of river-deposited sediments within the bays re-established the extensive shallows that provided organic nutrients in the form of decaying plant matter. This resulted in a dramatic increase in the abundance of the shellfish and fish species. In turn, people returned to exploit these resources. By the end of the late Archaic, there was a peak in fish as a dietary staple along this land bridge from Tamaulipas. Shoreline shell middens of this period are more numerous than for all earlier periods. Sites are much larger, with thicker accumulation of shell and other occupation debris. On the central coast, the Kent Crane site on Capano Bay is a shell midden over 5 feet thick that extends along a shoreline bluff for nearly a kilometer. Excavations recovered many stone tools, including dart points of late Archaic types, and many shell tools including conch shell adzes and gouges, sunray Venus clam shell scrapers, and perforated oyster shell net weights. The outer body whorl sections of whelk shells were also used to make pendants and other items of personal adornment. Bone artifacts include awls and pins with engraved decorations made from deer long bone splinters, as well as beads fashioned from tubular sections of bird bones. Also recovered were fragments of asphalt. Asphalt is a black tar substance that originates from petroleum seepage in the floor of the Gulf of Mexico and washes onto Gulf beaches on the barrier islands. Late Archaic people used asphalt as a coating, collected this material on baskets. Some of the Kent Crane basketry has clear impressions of woven basketry. Asphalt was glue for securing projectile points to wooden shafts. The dart points from Kent Crane have traces of asphaltum still adhering to the basal sections that were inserted into the wooden foreshafts of darts. Radiocarbon dating on shells from the bottom of the Kent Crane mitten produced an age of 2800 BP for the beginning of intensive occupation at the site. The Mustang Lake site is a massive late Archaic shell mitten on the shoreline of an saltwater inlet of that name that is connected to San Antonio Bay. This site extends along the Mustang Lake shoreline for a distance of 1 mile. Where tested by excavation, attains a thickness of approximately 5 feet. Consisting mostly of densely packed oyster shells, this deposit has also yielded profuse quantities of fish bones, and a series of radiocarbon dates, the earliest of which falls, as in the case of Kent Crane, at 2800 BP. Hundreds of perforated oyster shells and other tools of shell, such as conch columella gouges and conch shell hammers, can be seen along the shoreline beach, where wave action has eroded the edge of the mitten. Not all shoreline sites on the central coast of this period are as large as Kent Crane and Mustang Lake. Many smaller sites cover thousands of square meters and contain densely packed shells of oysters, large quantities of fish bones and otoliths, along with stone and shell tools. Examples are the Swan Lake site on Capano Bay, the Guadalupe Bay site on Guadalupe Bay, the Kendricks Hill site near Lavaca Bay, and the Ingleside Cove site on the northeastern shore of Corpus Christi Bay. On the upper coast, the late Archaic is represented by dozens of known shell mitten sites along the shorelines of Galveston and Trinity Bays, as well as Clear Lake, a secondary bay connected to Galveston Bay. Mostly, these are dense deposits of rangy acuneata clam shells, among which are often found oysters and shells of other bay species. These sites generally cover several thousand or more square meters, and excavations have recovered various late Archaic chipped stone dart points and other tools, shell and bone tools and ornaments, and the bones of fish, turtle, deer, and other terrestrial species. The late Archaic of the lower coast is less known. Its sites are not shell mittens, consisting of fish bones and otoliths, as fishing was the economic mainstay in this area as it was to the north. Cemetery sites in the Rio Grande Delta area date to the late Archaic, as do many shell ornaments. Late prehistoric period. Intensive fishing, coastal territories. Bow and arrow and pottery. The Archaic ends, and the late prehistoric begins, with the introduction of the bow and arrow, which replaced the atlatl and dart as the primary tool for hunting. Ceramic technology features containers for and cooking, serving, and storage. The bow and arrow appears along the coast by AD 800. As do Scalorn arrow points, along the upper coast and the northern part of the central coast. Farther south, in the Corpus Christi area, unnotched/unstemmed triangular arrow points, of the Fresno type, are the earliest arrow point style on Ingleside Cove and dated to AD 1000. Still farther down the coast, various unstemmed and unnotched arrow point types, such as Cameron, Star, and Lozenge, are dominant. Ceramic technology appears earliest on the upper Texas coast, where early pottery types date 300 BC. In Galveston Bay the earliest pottery appears about AD 100 as Chifuncte ware, closely related to pottery of the same name to the east in Louisiana. Thus, the land bridge from Tamaulipas to the USA eastern woodlands terminates. Excavations at the Eagles Ridge site near the Trinity River Delta produced large numbers of sherds of Chifuncte pottery radiocarbon dated to as 400 BC. This finding suggests that the Chifuncte pottery of the upper Texas coast is as old, or nearly as old, as that from Louisiana. Clearly, the road from Tamaulipas was well traveled by this time. By AD 100, upper coast pottery assemblages were the sandy paste ceramics of the Goose Creek series. Pots were undecorated Goose Creek plain, and featured geometric patterns of the Goose Creek incised type. The Hopewell ATC stylistic expressions of the Marksville culture pottery of Louisiana are not yet present. Thus, the road retained its cultural integrity. Nevertheless, the trade routes into Hopewell were well established, and the Mesoamerican complex of corn, beans, and squash was fueling the transition to the slave stage in the eastern woodlands and the road to Cahokia. By AD 1000, this had changed, and upper coast incised designs became the decorative patterns on the Coles Creek and slightly later Plaquemine traditions of Louisiana and the lower Mississippi Valley. After AD 1000, some upper coast pottery came to be tempered with grog, a technology invented in Louisiana where hard gravel was rare. This is Baytown Plain when undecorated and San Jacinto incised, when it bears incised decorations. The decorative motifs on San Jacinto incised were derived from the Goose Creek incised type. The traffic from Tamaulipas was flowing both ways. These recurrent interactions between the people of Tamaulipas, the upper Texas coast, and those to the east in Louisiana is reflected in the cultural geography of white contact. By AD 1250, pottery technology had reached the central coast. Sandy pastewares similar to Goose Creek Plain of the upper coast are found on the lower Lavaca River in association with Scalorn arrow points. The people of the central coast were ancestral to the historic Karankawa tribes, and were making a distinctive pottery by AD 1250. This pottery, known as Rockport ware, is a distinctive trait of the Rockport phase, which has been linked with the Karankawa. It is a thin, sandy paste pottery that is sometimes undecorated, sometimes decorated with incised markings, and it was inspired by upper coast styles. It was frequently coated and or decorated with asphalt. Decorations consist of narrow bands of asphaltum painted along the rims of pots. In some cases, vertically oriented sets of parallel squiggly lines are added, and these descend along the outside of jars and ollas. Interiors of these pots were coated with asphaltum, perhaps as a sealant, and exteriors were sometimes partially or completely coated, as well. Rockport pottery is typically a central coast phenomenon commonly found from Matagorda Bay in the north to the northern shore of Baffin Bay, 90 miles to the south. Its distribution is the same as the range of the early historic Karankawa tribes. The fact that Rockport pottery is found in abundance at the sites of Spanish colonial missions and presidios where the Karankawas were the primary Indian residents supports the linkage of this pottery, and the Rockport phase, with the Karankawa Indians of colonial times. No indigenous pottery has been found at sites on the lower coast, where it was never locally produced. Occasional examples of post-classic Huastecan ceramics have been found in the Rio Grande Delta area, where pots arrived via trade between local late prehistoric populations and the Huastecan people living along the coastal plain in that section of Mesoamerica. The local Rio Grande Delta folk on the opening road from Tamaulipas exchanged shell ornaments for pots and perhaps other items, such as jadeite ornaments that are known at sites of the Brownsville complex. By late prehistoric times the population density of coastal groups was growing rapidly. Fleeing farming families found the new environments north of Tenochtitlan to have a broad-spectrum food supply made abundant by intensive fishing. In addition to fish, the peoples of the Gulf Central and Upper Coasts identified a rich source of animal meat protein in herds of buffalo. These animals that had expanded onto the Texas coastal prairies after AD 1250. Bison bones have been found at numerous Rockport phase hunting camps located on prairie uplands overlooking the rivers and creeks that flow across the coastal plain. Such sites are all within around 40 kilometers from the mainland coastline, which is the same distance inland noted as the territorial limits of the Karankawa tribes by Euro-American observers in early historic times. The Rockport phase/Karankawa people maintained a territorial boundary at this distance from the coast. They found bison and chert within this territorial boundary. Seasonality studies on fish otoliths and oyster shells prove fishing camps had several hundred people during the fall through early spring. These populations physioneed into smaller kin-based bands during the late spring and summer, moving inland along streams to hunt deer and buffalo. Immediately inland from the Karankawa were various groups of different linguistic, ethnic, and cultural identity that were carriers of the culture of the Toya horizon. The Rockport phase is distinguishable by its asphaltum-coated/decorated pottery that is stylistically distinct from the bone-tempered plain pottery of Toya groups. At the Melon site near Capano Creek in Refugio County, evidence was found to suggest that coastal Rockport phase people shared a bison hunting camp with inland people who used an artifact assemblage typical of the Toya horizon. Coastal peoples had interaction with interior main road groups proven by the adoption of the standard suite of stone tools the latter used for hunting and butchering buffalo and processing their hides. Such items include Pertese-type arrow points, unifacial end scrapers for hide working, flake drills for hide perforating and bifacially flaked, often alternately beveled, chert knives. Indeed, archaeologists cannot tell the difference between Rockport phase and Toya horizon campsites near the coastal inland boundary without the very different kinds of pottery associated with each respective cultural group, which makes that distinction possible. By analyzing small samples of human bone from cemetery sites all across the Texas coastal plain, comparing stable nitrogen and carbon isotopes in the bone, a map can be made. This is a map of the distributions of cemeteries, proves a coastal people with marine-oriented diets versus inland groups whose diets were overwhelmingly of inland and freshwater riverine foods. The cemeteries in question date to the late Archaic, indicating that the same basic cultural geography was in place at that time as existed in late prehistoric and early historic times. The human bones from the still earlier cemetery at the Buckeye Knoll site, dating to 7000 BP, show that people buried at this site, which is farther inland than the late Archaic to late prehistoric boundary zone, were using both coastal and inland food resources. Therefore, it is apparent that the boundary did not exist in early Archaic times. It was established during the Middle Archaic or the beginning of the late Archaic around 4000 BP. We can conclude that the road from north of Tenochtitlan along the Gulf Coast was an integrated, well-established zone in its own right by the time of white contact. As the coastal environment increased in biotic productivity over the millennia, it saw a growing human population. By the beginning of the late Archaic, around 5000 BP, the geologically modern road from Tamaulipas offered a rich array of aquatic resources. This led to growing regional populations and the emergence of distinct territorial boundaries between its coastal and interior peoples. Although this boundary was maintained for 3,000 years, it was never so rigid as to prevent exchange of goods and ideas. The native peoples of the Texas coast had distinctive cultures, economic patterns, and languages. However, they were not isolated, and they participated in exchanges of materials and ideas with other peoples of the Mexican and Texas interior and coastal groups to the east and the south. The Caddo. The Caddo were living in the area of Arkansas, Louisiana, Oklahoma, and Texas between 200 BC and AD 800. The Wichita and Pawnee tribes speak Caddoan languages. By AD 800, this society had begun to coalesce into the Caddoan Mississippian culture. Thus, it is a permanent anchor on the road to Tamaulipas in the culture area of the eastern woodlands of North America. Some villages were ATC headquarters. From there, theocrats directed the construction of major earthworks, serving as temple mounds and platforms for residences of the elite ranks. The flat-topped mounds were arranged around leveled, large, open plazas, kept clean and used for ceremonial occasions that were the central feature of the unifying ATC Caddoan religion. By AD 1000, the archaeological Caddoan was extant. The Caddo people had a diet based on cultivated maize, sunflower, pumpkins, and squash, and domesticated and wild turkeys. Of course, they continued to gather their traditional staple of wild plants. By AD 1200, the Caddoan ATC consisted of many villages, hamlets, and farmsteads. The economy had transformed from native domesticates to extensive maize agriculture, that producing a surplus supporting artisans and craftspeople. By the time of white contact, the Caddoan ATC had become a slave stage kingdom. The Caddo were farmers and enjoyed good growing conditions most of the time. The Piney Woods geographic area where they lived suffered the Great Drought of AD 1276 to 1299. Even so, their irrigation system allowed the maintenance of Caddo slave stage society until the coming of the Europeans. The Spiro Mounds, near the Arkansas River in present-day southeastern Oklahoma, were the most elaborate mounds in Gringolandia. They were made by the Mississippian ancestors of the historic Caddo and Wichita tribes, in what is considered the westernmost point of the Mississippian culture that is in reality the eastern anchor of the road from Tamaulipas. Archaeological evidence has confirmed that the cultural continuity is unbroken from prehistory to the present among these peoples. The Caddoan Mississippian people were the direct ancestors of the historic Caddo people and related Caddo language speakers who encountered the first Europeans, as well as of the modern Caddo nation of Oklahoma. Caddo ideology. Caddo oral history of their creation story says the tribe emerged from a cave, called Chayanina, or the place of crying, located at the confluence of the Red River of the South and Mississippi River in northern present-day Louisiana. Their leader, named Moon, instructed the people not to look back. An old Caddo man carried with him a drum, a pipe, and fire, all of which have continued to be important religious items to the people. His wife carried corn and pumpkin seeds. As people and accompanying animals emerged, the wolf looked back. The exit from the underground closed to the remaining people and animals. The Caddo peoples moved west along the Red River, which they called Bahatano in Caddo. A Caddo woman, Zacado, instructed the tribe in hunting, fishing, home construction, and making clothing. Caddo religion focuses on Kadiheo, translating to Lord above or Lord of the sky. In early times, the people were led by priests, including a head priest, the Zenisi, who could commune with spirits residing near Caddo temples. A cycle of ceremonies developed around important periods of corn cultivation. Tobacco was, and still is, used ceremonially. Early priests drank a purifying sacrament made of wild olive leaves. In AD 1200, the Caddo territory was invaded by Daji Han-speaking peoples. Specifically, these were the Osage, Ponca, Omaha, and Kaw. They left the Ohio River of Kentucky and moved west because of years of warfare with the Iroquois. The Iroquois took control of hunting grounds in the area. The Osage fought the Caddo, pushing them from some of their territory, becoming dominant in what are present-day Missouri, Arkansas, and eastern Kansas. These tribes were settled in their new territory west of the Mississippi before the AD 1750 European contact. Most of the Caddo historically lived in the Piney Woods region of the USA, divided among parts of East Texas, southern Arkansas, western Louisiana, and southeastern Oklahoma. This region extends up to the foothills of the Ozarks. The Piney Woods are a dense forest of deciduous and pinophyta flora covering rolling hills, steep river valleys, and intermittent wetlands called bayous. Caddo people settled near the Caddo River. When they first encountered Europeans and Africans, the Caddo tribes organized themselves in three confederacies, the Natchitoches, Hassanai, and Kadahaytako. They were affiliated with other neighboring tribes including the Yawanea Choctaw Band. The Natchitoches lived in northern Louisiana, the Hassanai in East Texas, and the Kadahaytako near the border of Texas, Oklahoma, and Arkansas. Chapter 119. Prehistoric Florida. The first people arrived in Florida long before the extinction of the Pleistocene megafauna. Human remains and/or artifacts have been found in association with the remains of Pleistocene animals at a number of Florida locations. A carved bone depicting a mammoth found near the site of Vero Man has been dated to 20,000 to 13,000 BP. Artifacts recovered at the Page Latson site date to 14,500 to 12,500 BP. Evidence that a giant tortoise was cooked in its shell at Little Salt Spring dates 13,500 to 12,000 BP. Human remains and artifacts have been found in association with remains of Pleistocene animals at Devil's Den, Melbourne, Warm Mineral Springs, and the Cutler fossil site. A bison antiqua skull with an embedded projectile point was found in the Wassissa River. Other important lithic sites include Harney Flats in Hillsborough County, the Knoll Crest site, and Silver Springs. Florida's environment at the end of the Pleistocene was very different from that of today. Because of the enormous amount of water frozen in ice sheets during the last glacial period, sea level was at least 330 feet lower than today. Florida had about twice the land area and its water table was much lower. Its climate was cooler and drier. there were few running rivers or springs in what is today's Florida. The few water sources in the interior of Florida were rain-fed lakes and water holes over relatively impervious deposits of marl, or deep sinkholes partially filled by springs. With water available only at scattered locations, animals and humans would have congregated at the water holes to drink. The concentration of animals would have attracted hunters. Many lithic stage artifacts and animal bones show butchering marks. This limestone and dolomite karst topography features deep sinkholes that would have provided access to water. Sites with Upper Lithic artifacts also have been found in flooded river valleys as much as 17 feet under the Gulf of Mexico. There are probable sites identified as much as 20 miles offshore under less than 38 feet of water. Half of the Upper Lithic sites in Florida are now underwater in the Gulf of Mexico. Materials deposited in the late Pleistocene and early Holocene in sinkholes in the beds of rivers were covered by silt and sealed in place before the water table rose high enough to create running rivers. Those layers remained undisturbed until excavated by archaeologists. These deposits preserved organic materials, including bone, ivory, wood, and other plant remains. Archaeologists have found direct evidence that these early people in Florida hunted mammoths, mastodons, bison antiquus, and giant tortoises. The bones of other large and small animals, including ground sloths, tapirs, horses, camelids, deer, fish, turtles, shellfish, snakes, raccoons, possums, and muskrats are associated with lithic sites. Technology. Stone tools. Organic materials are not well preserved in the warm, wet climate and often acidic soils of Florida. Organic materials that can be dated through radiocarbon dating are rare at Upper Lithic sites in Florida, usually found only where the material has remained underwater continuously since the Upper Lithic period. Stone tools are therefore often the only clues to dating prehistoric sites without ceramics in Florida. Projectile points have distinctive forms assigned to specific periods. We can divide pre-Archaic Florida into three periods. Early Upper Lithic 20,000 to 11,000 BP. The earliest material is from the Page-Latson site, where pre-Clovis points found at Cactus Hill have been recovered from deposits dated to 14,588 to 14,245 BP. And, many recovered in rivers. Middle Upper Lithic 11,000 to 9,000 BP. Projectile points include Beaver Lake, Clovis, Folsom Lake, Simpson, Sewanee, Tallahassee, and Santa Fe. Simpson and Sewanee points are the most common points. Late Upper Lithic 9,000 to 8,000 BP. In this period, Bolin, Greenbrier, Hardaway Side-Notched, Knuckles Dalton and Mariana points are diagnostic, with the Bolin point being the most commonly found on dry land sites as well as in rivers. People of the Upper Lithic in Florida used a large variety of stone tools besides projectile points. These tools include blades, scrapers of various kinds, spoke shaves, gravers, gouges, and bola stones. Some of the tools, such as the Hendrix scraper of the early Upper Lithic period, and the Edgefield scraper of the late Upper Lithic, are sufficiently diagnostic to date deposits. Other Upper Lithic tools. A few underwater sites in Florida have yielded Upper Lithic artifacts of ivory, bone, antler, shell, and wood. One type of artifact found in rivers in northern Florida is the ivory foreshaft. One end of a foreshaft was attached to a projectile point with pitch and sinew. The other end was pointed, and pressure fitted into a wood shaft. The foreshafts were made from mammoth or mastodon ivory. A shell trigger may be from an atlatl. Other tools include an eyed needle made from bone, double-pointed bone pins, part of a mortar carved from an oak log, and a non-returning boomerang or throwing stick made from oak. Archaic period. Florida's Archaic period lasted from 8,000 BP until 2,500 BP. Pre-Ceramic Early Archaic period 8,000 to 7,000 BP, Middle Ceramic Archaic 7,000 to 5,000 BP. And, a Late Archaic period 5,000 to 2,500 BP. Several cultures are identified for Florida in the Middle to Late Archaic period. In northeast Florida, The pre-ceramic Mount Taylor period 7000 to 4000 BP was followed by the ceramic orange culture 4300 to 2500 BP. The Norwood culture in the Appalachia region of Florida 4300 to 2500 BP, was contemporary with the very similar orange culture. The late archaic Elliott's Point complex, found in the Florida Panhandle from the delta of the Apalachicola River westward, may have been related to the Poverty Point culture. The area around Tampa Bay and southwest Florida from Charlotte Harbor to the 10,000 Islands each had late archaic ceramic regional cultures. Formative stage cultures. Sedentary village life with agriculture and mound building appeared along the southwest coast of Florida at Horse Island and in the lower Mississippi River Valley at Watson Break and Poverty Point well before the end of the Archaic period. Early Mississippian people built platform mounds and their professional specialists crafted elegant ceramic vessels that are found at the Weeden Island site. They migrated into Florida from southwest Georgia where diagnostic remnants exist at the Kolomoki site. Kolomoki was an ATC that features the largest flat-topped pyramidal mound in the southeast. Thus, we have evidence of a direct connection to the Temple Mound I period of the lower Mississippi Valley. Ceramics appeared along the coast of the southeastern United States soon thereafter. Agriculture spread and intensified in north-central and northeastern Florida by AD 700. A South Florida culture region based on a predominant type of plain ceramics was extant as early as 950 BC in Perico Island and up to AD 1700 at Marco Island. It penetrated the middle and lower Florida peninsula at the time of first contact with the Spanish. North to south. Swift Creek. The Deptford culture from 500 BC to AD 250 occupied the Gulf Coast from Florida/Alabama border to Charlotte Harbor, southwest Georgia, and southeast Alabama. The early woodland Deptford culture evolved in place to become the Santa Rosa Swift Creek culture. Burial mounds have yielded trade items that include copper panpipes, ear ornaments, stone plummets, and stone gorgets. These show this area's incorporation within the Hopi-Hawaiian interaction sphere by about AD 100. The Swift Creek culture is a middle woodland period archaeological culture in Georgia, Alabama, Florida, South Carolina, and Tennessee, dating AD 100 to 800. In Florida, Swift Creek ceremonial practices and burial complexes are called the Yent Greenpoint Complex. These people interacted with the Eastern Woodlands Hopewell ATC. The type site is the Swift Creek Mound site in Bibb County, Georgia, and the Leak Mound site in Georgia. In their ATC stage, Swift Creek people built mounds. Their mixed archaic economy featured hunting, gathering/collecting, fishing, and horticulture. Swift Creek is marked by diagnostic earthenware pottery with complicated stamp designs, involving mostly curvilinear elements. Examples of this decoration are the diamond-shaped checks found at the Swift Creek sites. These are features of the Ohio Hopewell sites of Sipe Earthworks, Rockhold, Harness, Turner, and the Mann site in southern Indiana as well as the Crystal River site in Florida. The Santa Rosa Swift Creek culture dates AD 150 to 350 in the western Florida Panhandle and AD 150 to 350 in the eastern Florida Panhandle and southern Georgia. It featured elaborate ceremonial mound complexes, ATC social ranking, mound burial, permanent settlements, population growth, and an increasing reliance on cult gens. Santa Rosa is associated with the archaeological site Santa Rosa Island, Santa Rosa County, Florida. Swift Creek is associated with the archaeological site near Swift Creek, Bibb County, Georgia. The Santa Rosa Swift Creek culture extended over the western half of the Florida Panhandle and immediately adjacent parts of Alabama. Sites have been found primarily around estuaries from St. Andrews Bay to Pensacola Bay. It is defined by a mixture of Swift Creek and the Marksville variant of the Santa Rosa pottery types in Village Middens. There are 4 radiocarbon-dated Santa Rosa Swift Creek sites. 2 sites in the Choctawhatchee Bay area have been dated to the period AD 150 to 450 and 2 sites in the Pensacola Bay date to AD 350 to 650. Santa Rosa ceramics appeared in both the Choctawhatchee Bay and Pensacola Bay areas by 50 BC. North Florida. Weeden Island dates AD 100 to 1000 and includes the Florida Panhandle, North Peninsular Gulf Coast, and Southwest Georgia sites of AD 100 to 700. Weeden Island cultures are defined by ceramics, which fall into two categories, sometimes called secular and sacred. Sacred ceramics are found primarily in mounds, while secular ceramics are found primarily in middens and house sites. The two types of ceramics have separate histories, and the secular ceramics show considerable variation between regions. The Weeden Island was an ATC sacred complex featuring the unifying Hopewell and Mississippian religion. The secular components of Weeden Island cultures emerged from the Swift Creek culture during the Middle Woodland period AD 200 to 500 in the lower Chattahoochee-Apalachicola River drainage, where Alabama, Florida, and Georgia meet. To the east of this Weeden Island heartland, Weeden Island secular components developed from the Deptford culture which, as we have seen, evolved from the Swift Creek culture. The sacred or ceremonial component of Weeden Island is a feature of the unifying religion and is a diagnostic of the Yent and Greenpoint traditions. It persisted in some areas until the end of the Woodland period AD 1200. Weeden Island sites have been found from Mobile Bay to the Okefenokee Swamp, and from south of Tampa Bay to the fall line on the Chattahoochee River at Columbus, Georgia. The initial economy was broad-spectrum wild resource exploitation in the hardwood hammock areas and coastal, riverine, and marine resources. Eventually, the multiple geographic variants confronting Weeden Island groups meant a variety of subsistence strategies including agriculture. The site on Weeden Island featured sacred ceramics and was part of the Weeden Island-related late Minnesota culture. The Minnesota culture developed around 500 BC, 700 years before the development of the Weeden Island sacred complex. The Cades Pond culture of north-central Florida dates AD 200 to 750. The North Florida McKeithen-Weeden Island culture dates AD 200 to 700. The Weeden Island II dates AD 750 to 1000 in the Florida Panhandle, the North Peninsular Gulf Coast in Florida, and southwest Georgia. The Panhandle Wakulla culture dates AD 750 to 1000. The North Central Florida Alachua culture dates AD 700. The North Florida Sewanee Valley culture dates AD 750. The Mississippian Fort Walton culture dates AD 1000. The Pensacola Mississippian culture of AD 1250 included the Panhandle, southern Alabama, and southern Mississippi. Gulf Coast. On Florida's central Gulf Coast, the Safety Harbor culture dates AD 800. People of the Minnesota culture lived from 550 BC until AD 900. From AD 300 to 700, the Minnesota people adopted the ceremonial ceramics and burial practices of the Weeden Island cultures of northern Florida and adjacent Alabama and Georgia. The Weeden Island of Pinellas County in the Tampa, St. Petersburg, Clearwater area of Florida's central Gulf Coast was part of the Weeden Island-related late Minnesota culture. Although the Weeden Island site is well outside the heartland of the Weeden Island culture, nevertheless the Minnesota culture developed around 500 BC, 700 years before the development of the Weeden Island sacred complex. By 5000 BP, people of the Florida Gulf Coast had developed a mixed economy of hunting, gathering, fishing, and shellfish collecting. By 2500 BP, these people were tribal agriculturists with a distinctive set of diagnostic ceramic traits and stone and bone tool types that archaeologists call the Minnesota culture. The Minnesota archaeological culture occupied the central Gulf Coast of the Florida Peninsula from about 500 BC until AD 900. It evolved into the Safety Harbor culture. By AD 500, the Minnesota people had adopted the ATC religion of the Weeden people in the north. There are 25 archaeological sites around Tampa Bay and between Tampa Bay and Charlotte Harbor belonging to the Minnesota culture. Key Marco. Horse Island. Key Marco is an archaeological site on a large shell works island next to Marco Island, Florida. A small pond on Key Marco called the Court of the Pile Dwellers has seen the recovery of more than 1,000 wooden artifacts. The island itself was composed of shell mounds and other shell works and separate from Marco Island. Hors Island has the oldest indigenous burial mounds of the eastern United States, dating to 3,450 BP. It was the site of the largest, permanently occupied Florida archaic community 10,000 BP, 3,000 BP. The court of the pile dwellers at Key Marco was a small muck pond, covering less than an acre. The conditions in the muck preserved the wood and other objects, including those made with bone, fiber, gum, rawhide, gut, stone, shell, and pottery were found in the pond. And, carved clubs, wooden tablets and plagues, wood ear spools, realistically carved animal heads, carved and painted masks, and a carved wooden feline/human figure were recovered. The artifacts were very well preserved due to anaerobic conditions. Many of the wooden objects, besides the masks, had been painted. The colors were still vivid when the objects were first removed from the muck. A photographer with the expedition recorded all the objects soon after removal from the pond, thus preserving evidence of their appearance. Mode of production artifacts found in the pond include bowls, mortars and pestles, spears, atlatls, cords, ropes, nets, net floats, fish hooks. By ceramic association, the pond dates to Glades period 2 and 3. A 15-foot-tall mound 660 feet northeast of the court of the pile dwellers was tested with 2 pits that yielded a large number of potsherds in distinct strata. These date to Glades periods 2 and 3. The density of the potsherds indicates that the Key Marco site had a high population density, and presumably political complexity during both Glades period 2 and 3. In 1995, evidence was found of 3 platform mound construction phases that produced large houses built on pilings. The stratigraphy features discrete shell and sand strata along with evidence of numerous post holes that indicate a large structure built on pilings to raise it above the surface of the mound. Marco Island was occupied by the Mispa people, corresponding to the 10,000 Islands district of the Glades culture as defined in archaeology. Around 1300 AD, pottery and artifact styles in the Mispa area changed to become very similar to those of the Calusa people to the north, indicating a close alliance with or absorption by the Calusa. South Florida. The Belle Glade culture, or Okeechobee culture, is an archaeological culture that existed from as early as 1050 BC until AD 1700 in the area surrounding Lake Okeechobee and in the Kissimmee River Valley in the U.S. state of Florida. The Glades culture by 550 BC in the southeast Florida Everglades and Florida Keys. The people of the Belle Glade culture subsisted on hunting and gathering. Animals in the diet included deer, turtle, snake, fish, and freshwater mollusks. Maize became the mainstay of the mixed economy. Major archaeological sites of the Belle Glade culture include Belle Glade Mound, Big Mound City, the Boynton Mound Complex, Fort Center, Ortona Mound, and Tony's Mound. The Belle Glade site, 1.5 miles west of the city of Belle Glade, and Big Mound City, 15 miles south of Belle Glade. The cultural area is defined by combination of mounds, earthworks, and pottery found around Lake Okeechobee and as far north as Lake Kissimmee. The area has poor, sandy soils, many lakes, wetlands and a low elevation with low relief with some higher relief along the western and northern edges of the Kissimmee Valley. Vegetation consists of pine and palmetto flatlands, wet prairies, hammocks of live oak, cabbage palm, and cypress swamps. Pine and palmetto flatwoods characterize eastern Martin and Palm Beach counties, and the Kissimmee Valley north of Lake Kissimmee to Lake Tehopacalaga. These were the geographical setting for the Belle Glade culture area as determined by the Belle Glade pottery types. People first entered the Lake Okeechobee Basin and Kissimmee River Valley late Lithic stage. They advanced into the Archaic stage where broad-spectrum hunting and gathering is the diagnostic that defines the Belle Glade. It begins by 1000 BC. The reliable Willie/Bullen chronology divided the Belle Glade culture into 3 periods: transitional, Belle Glade I and Belle Glade II. A more recent chronology divides the Belle Glade culture into 4 periods: I, 2, 3 and 4. During the period of European contact, the Mayaimi lived around Lake Okeechobee, and the Jaga lived in the East Okeechobee area. Either way, we see wild resource exploiting people evolving into tribal agriculture and simple chiefdoms. Some of the latter became advanced theocratic chiefdoms or ATCs. Pottery found at Belle Glade culture sites is plain and undecorated. Wood, bone, shell, and shark tooth artifacts have been found at a few Belle Glade sites. Inhabited temple earthworks and burial mounds are diagnostic of the Belle Glade culture. Circular ditches appeared early in the Belle Glade culture, by 500 BC. Habitation mounds and burials in mounds also date to the earliest period. The Great Circle was started around 800 BC, and soon after the mortuary mound/pond complex was built. These new dates likewise change the chronology. Habitation mounds were refuges from flooding during the wet season. Middens are found in oak groves near open water. Fort Center. Fort Center is an archaeological site in Glades County, Florida, northwest of Lake Okeechobee. It was occupied for more than 2,000 years, from 450 BC until AD 1700. The inhabitants of Fort Center were cultivating maize centuries before it appeared anywhere else in Florida. Fort Center was a complex of earthwork mounds, linear embankments, middens, circular ditches, and an artificial pond. These occupy an area 1 mile long and a half-mile wide, extending east-west along Fish-Eating Creek, a stream that empties onto Lake Okeechobee. The area around Fish-Eating Creek was occupied by people of the Belle Glade culture by 3000 BP. The Fort Center site features 3 environments: a meander belt along the stream consisting of a floodplain swamp and natural levees, a wet prairie, and an oak cabbage palm saw palmetto hammocks area. The floodplain and prairie are subject to frequent flooding. The prairie consists of 2 to 4 feet of sandy soil on a hardpan, resulting in poor drainage. The stream meander belt cuts below the hardpan. Pollen evidence shows that the river meander belt and prairie existed in essentially their current condition since human occupation began 3000 BP. The area covered by hammocks has increased since sustained occupation ended at AD 1700. Fort Center is in the Lake Okeechobee Basin, an area that surrounds and drains into Lake Okeechobee, and is synonymous with the Belle Glade culture area in southern Florida. The Kissimmee River Valley is a sub-area of the Lake Okeechobee Basin Belle Glade culture area. Mounds, ditches, canals and other earthworks have been found at a number of locations in interior southern Florida. More than 30 sites of the Belle Glade culture and its predecessors are known from the area around Fish-Eating Creek. A number of sites with extensive earthworks have been found in the Belle Glade culture area, including 7 other sites in southern Florida. Complexes with sequences of construction and architectural style identical to those at Fort Center occur from Lake Tehopacalaga in the north to Palm Beach and Hendry counties to the south. There are also similarities between Fort Center and the Crystal River site. The complex was excavated over 6 years by teams from the University of Florida, Colgate University, and Florida Atlantic University. In 2010, further research at the Fort Center site confirmed much of previous work and added Fort Center as one of many monumental earthworks in the Glades/Calusa cultural region of South Florida. Recent archaeology shows that immediately after the construction of the Great Circle, work commenced on the building of the mortuary mound and pond complex nearby. In 2017, anthropologist Nathan Lors evaluated the monumental architecture at Fort Center and the entire Kissimmee/Okeechobee area in socio-economic terms. Nevertheless, we can still rely on the older periodization as follows. Period I. Period I was characterized by human-created mounds that supported living areas and, by circular ditches that enclosed fields. Only one or a few maintenance families lived on the site at any given time. Maize pollen was found in middens on the mounds and in the nearby fields dating from this period. 5 artificial mounds are in or near the stream meander zone. They are each round, about 100 feet in diameter and 2 to 3 feet high. Most of these mounds are now part of the natural levees along the Fish-Eating Creek. The mounds were built on existing natural levees and their presence helped shape the levees. 3 burials were found in Mound 13, which may have been used as a burial mound and later as a house mound. Potsherds were found in the other mounds. The Okeechobee Basin is subject to frequent flooding. Mounds are required in most parts of the basin to raise house floors above flood levels. The only place in the area high enough to remain above the flood waters was a section of old natural levee. Part of this levee, named Midden B, was also used as a living site during period I. The mounds at Fort Center were mostly used as house platforms, however some mounds and earthworks served religious and administrative roles. The site was inhabited because it provided easy access to food sources in the stream. The mortuary mound and pond complex was built much earlier and a few maintenance families lived permanently on the site and a larger number of people living there and nearby during times of construction. Construction was periodically constant for 25 centuries. Such labor discipline over millennia is proof of the ATC status, as it would have necessitated a labor force living nearby. Archaeologists identified 3 circular ditches at Fort Center. 2 were about 300 feet in diameter, and partially overlapped. A third, later circular ditch was about 1,200 feet in diameter. It enclosed the earlier ditches, but was not concentric with either of them. This ditch was 25 to 30 feet wide, and 6 feet deep. Most of the dirt from the ditch had been thrown on its inner side. There were 2 gaps in the ditch, one on the southeast side and another on the east side, closest to Mound B in the ceremonial complex. Maize pollen was found under soil that had been disturbed from digging the ditches. Radiocarbon dating indicates that all 3 circles were complete by 450 BC. The maize pollen indicates that the circles were used for cultivation. The ditches around the circles penetrated the hardpan, helping to drain the prairie soil. The Great Circle was used for gardens from 350 BC until the end of period 2 at AD 700. The circles at Fort Center were earlier than those of the Adena culture of the Ohio River Valley and are Hopewell ATC relics. In researching the circular ditches at Fort Center, investigators employed LIDAR technology and discovered that there were actually 4 concentric circular ditches. Their measurement of the larger outer circle was 1,197 feet in diameter. The greatest discovery by this team was the discovery that the circular ditches were routinely destroyed and rebuilt. This tells me that the Glades religion featured a complex mythology involving the creation, destruction, and death concepts. Period 2. During period 2, from AD 200 until AD 500, the 5 family residents maintained the ceremonial center. 2 mounds, A and B, and an artificial pond constitute that a ceremonial complex. An embankment or wall surrounds Mound B and the pond. Both ends attached to Mound A. Part of the area enclosed by the embankment forms what appears to be a courtyard. The complex was located on the prairie, close to the stream meander belt, and was the focus of the Fort Center site during period 2. Mound A was a living site, irregular in shape and about 3 feet tall. 2 slightly higher places on the mound were structures. Middens on Mound A contained potsherds, maize pollen, animal bones, and human baby teeth. Some human bones, broken similarly to the animal bones, were found in the middens. Shell tools, stone grinding tools and pipes were found in the living areas of the mound, as were potsherds of imported ceramics, including types identified as Deptford, Cartersville, Pasco, Crystal River, and St. John's. Many post holes found in the lower level of the mound indicate that round or oval houses about 30 feet in diameter had stood on the mound. There were also pits in which shells had been burned to produce lime. Unburned shells around the edges of the lime pits were mainly river mussels, but also included conchs and Venus clams. Human coprolites, feces preserved by exposure to the lime, were found around the edges of the pits. Mound A was expanded at least twice during periods 2 and 3 AD 200 to 1200, with a particularly dense midden area deposited in the first half of that period. Some habitation of the mound extended past AD 1400. At its final development, Mound B was cone-shaped with a steeper slope on the upper part, and with a slightly truncated top. Decayed conch shells, along with badly decayed human bones and teeth, were found on the original surface of the mound. Below the lowest midden layer of Mound B, dirt excavated from the adjacent pond was used to build the earliest part of Mound B and the embankment that surrounded the mound connecting to Mound A at both ends. Around AD 500 Mound B was built up, more with dirt from another borrow pit rather than the pond. Around 150 secondary bundled burials were placed in the sides of mound in the dirt added at this time. No artifacts were found with the secondary burials, but small deposits of muck, presumed to be from the pond associated with mounds A and B, were found with them. A set of objects, described by Sears as a Hopoion-type deposit, was found in the side of Mound B facing the pond. Mound B was originally used as a living site and for preparing and bundling bodies. The habitation area was later moved to Mound A while the body preparation activities continued on Mound B. Use of Mound A for ceremonial purposes is indicated by broken pipes found on Mound A and in the charnel pond. Pipes have been found at only one other place at Fort Center. Habitation of Mound A apparently continued for a while after the site ceased being used as a ceremonial center. The artificial pond in the ceremonial complex was 4 to 5 feet deep, with a nearly flat bottom. It was cut through the hardpan, allowing water above the hardpan to flow into the pond, keeping it full. Dirt from Mound B had washed into the pond, partially filling it. Excavation of the pond yielded wooden objects, human bones from about 150 individuals, and human coprolites. Some of the wooden pieces found in the pond were carved. Some of the carvings had remnants of a lime-based coating. Other pieces of wood were long enough to have been set in the bottom of the pond and hold the carvings above the water. Some of the wood was rotted, other pieces were charred. Under the wood and bones was a midden layer, consisting of sherds, shells, pipe fragments, and human coprolites. A large number of carved beast and bird effigies are in the same naturalistic style of Calusa wood carving. Sears interpreted the pond as a charnel pond, with a wooden platform in the pond holding bundled bodies. The carved figures of birds and animals found in the pond were mounted on the platform. The platform stood long enough for some of the wood to rot. The platform apparently caught fire and collapsed into the pond sometime around AD 500. The bones found in the pond accounted for about 150 bodies, and about 150 bundled bodies with muck from the pond were found buried in Mound B. About half of the bundled bodies dumped into the pond were recovered and reburied in Mound B. Artificial ponds occur at 2 other sites near Fish Eating Creek. Analysis of the bones found in the charnel pond and in Mound B indicated the people suffered from osteoarthritis and anemia due to parasite infections and iron deficiency. However, they were relatively well nourished and showed less tooth wear than other contemporary populations in Florida. Few lived past age 35, and none in the analyzed population lived past about 55. Sears interpreted the complex consisting of mounds A and B and the charnel pond as a ceremonial center where mortuary specialists processed bodies, cleaning flesh from bones. They probably lived with their families on Mound B early in Period 2, moving to Mound A later in the period. They served a population that spread through a large area, and probably also supplied tobacco, pipes, and lime for processing maize to the surrounding population. The 300 bodies kept on the platform may represent the people of the ceremonial center over several centuries. All of the residents of the ATC ceremonial center were of high rank. The center served the Okeechobee Basin including the Kissimmee Valley. There were many small sites with single houses on mounds throughout the area. Period 3. Period 3 runs from AD 700 to AD 1300. The ceremonial center was no longer active. 2 places on the natural levee along Fish Eating Creek, Midden A dates to the early part of the period and Midden B to the latter part. There is continuity in the artifacts from Period 2 into Period 3. Period 4. Period 4 ran from AD 1300 to AD 1700. Most of this period was after European contact began affecting the peoples of Florida. Artifacts recovered from this period include reworked metal of Spanish origin. Occupation continued at Middens A and B on the natural levee along Fish-Eating Creek, and expanded to new mounds on the prairie away from the stream meander zone. Linear earthworks associated with those mounds also appeared in this period. Maize pollen was found in deposits from this period. Burials from after AD 1500 were found in the top of Mound B. Most of these burials were flexed, while the rest were bundled. Post holes associated with the upper-level burials may be from small shelters built over the burials. Burials from period 4 were associated with grave goods, including objects reworked from Spanish gold, silver, copper, and brass, unlike those from earlier periods. Some of the grave goods may have been symbols or badges of rank. Fort Center was probably part of the Calusa ATC/kingdom living in small towns and scattered settlements. During period 4, several living sites were occupied including Middens A and B, and Mounds 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, and the University of Florida Mound. Most of the mounds were new to this period. Mound 3 was built from a small natural mound previously occupied. Broken smoking pipes were found at the original ground level under the University of Florida Mound, indicating the site served a ceremonial purpose before the mound was built. The mounds are each big enough for a single house, and each mound is associated with a linear earthwork, which seers interpreted as agricultural plots. The linear earthworks varied in size, from 30 to 100 feet wide and 300 to 1,200 feet long. The earthworks were raised 2 to 3 feet above the prairie, and were surrounded by ditches from which the fill was taken. Although one end of each linear earthwork was close to a house mound, they were never connected to the mounds. No artifacts were found in the linear earthworks. Earthworks similar to the mounds and linear ridges at Fort Center have been reported from Belle Glade, Tony's Mound, Big Mound City and the Boynton Mound Complex, and these sites were part of the farming culture. The farmers grew maize as a mainstay and otherwise relied on gathering, hunting, and fishing for food. They ate 9 species of turtles, fish, alligators, snakes, frogs, sirens, possums, raccoons, muskrats, moles, squirrels, foxes, bobcats, deer, geese, turkeys, and turkey buzzards. The lime produced by burning shells on Mound A during period 2 was used to process dried maize into masa corn flour. Pestles found in middens were used to produce mush. The Mayaimi ate bread made from masa and roots. Maize was cultivated at Fort Center by 450 BC. The circular ditches drained fields so that maize could be cultivated in otherwise low fertility soils. These featured high acidity, and high levels of aluminum, not suited for growing maize until leached and drained. Turner River. The Turner River site is a large shell works site half a mile from the mouth of the Turner River, near Chokoloskee Island. The site covers 30 acres and is a quarter-mile long. It has at least 30 closely spaced mounds. The site was the first in the 10,000 Islands area to be excavated by professional archaeologists. Sears noted structural features similar to those found at Key Marco and Chokoloskee Island, and concluded that the region was an important prehistoric population center. He found muck with midden materials between the mounds and on the lower slopes of the mounds. The bulk of the mounds were clean shell deposits made of small oyster shells placed on submerged mud flats. Based on dating of potsherds found at the site, Sears concluded that the residents of the site had lived on the edge of the river, moving the village towards the water as the mounds built up behind them. All of the potsherds collected at the site were assigned to the Glades I and II periods, placing occupation of the site from 200 BC to AD 900. Atlantic Coast, Florida. The Deptford culture spread to the Atlantic coast from 500 BC, AD 700, from the mouth of St. Johns River, Florida to Cape Fear, North Carolina. This St. John's culture by 550 BC occupied the Atlantic east and central coast of Florida. The Caloosahatchee culture by 500 BC occupied the Charlotte Harbor area to 10,000 islands. These date from 500 BC to AD 700 along the Atlantic coast from the mouth of St. Johns River, Florida to Cape Fear, North Carolina. Chapter 120. The Far North Part 1. Prehistoric Canada is divided into several areas based on geography, with peoples from the same region sharing cultural affinities. 3 of these deal with the far north. Arctic and subarctic cultural areas. The Arctic area includes the Siberian and Alaskan coasts. In the U.S., from Yakutat Bay in the northern Pacific northward through the Bering Strait and then eastward along the U.S. and Canadian Arctic coast. The islands of the Aleutian chain in both Russian territory and the U.S. are included. The Alaskan and Canadian coasts and tundra of the Yukon and Northwest Territories and the islands in the Northern Ocean make up a considerable part of what has been explored. Greenland's coast and that of eastern Canada, northern Quebec, Labrador, and Newfoundland constitute the remaining Arctic culture area. The subarctic area lies to the south and inland regions of the Arctic area. In the east, it borders on the eastern woodlands area of Canada north of the St. Lawrence River and the Great Lakes except for southern Ontario and southern Quebec. In the Canadian West, it includes the northernmost parts of Manitoba, Saskatchewan, Alberta, British Columbia, and bordering parts of the Yukon and Northwest Territories. Of course, in Alaska it includes those parts south of the Arctic area until the southern part of Alaska that borders on the northwest coast area. Of course, these are the post-Pleistocene borders. During ice ages, Arctic tundras extended far south of what is now the subarctic. The main difference is always the position of the tree line separating the tundra and boreal forests. Ethnographically, the Arctic is the home of the Eskimos and the subarctic is the home of the Native American Indians. In both cases, the earliest representatives belong to the Mongoloid racial subtype of Homo sapiens and the Indians of the subarctic to the Morris Vadesh original linguistic group called Nadine of Northeast Asia, Northwest America. The Eskimo Aleut is the most Mongoloid of all the northern peoples. The beginning of that dichotomy between Eskimos and Indians is about 5000 BP. My work in northern British Columbia threw new light on the first arrivals from Asia, as we have seen in previous volumes. The essence is that there was an original crossing from Northeast Asia to Northwest America 100,000 years ago. Then there was a subsequent migration of people carrying the microblade and core culture of Northeast Asia, best defined 18,000 BP on Hokkaido Island by Professor Kobayashi. That stone tool tradition arrived in the ice mountain area of BC by 9.500 BP. The Inuit people occupied the Canadian Arctic for thousands of years. That cultural area is characterized by long daylight hours with moderate temperatures during the summer. Winters are relatively cold and long. The Inuit communities were made up of between 500 to 1,000 members with the regional band as their basic unit. Regional bands congregated during winter months with people gathering around hunting camps. The economy of the Arctic cultural area was based on sea mammal hunting. Fishing and gathering were important seasonal activities with the traditional technology based on local material. In my years as a graduate student at the Department of Archaeology of the University of Calgary, I came into association with Professor Albert Heinrich. This gentleman had spent years doing field work among Eskimos of the far north. He had acculturated to them, taking a wife and producing 2 children. The latter appeared as Eskimos and spoke the King's English, having become professors themselves. Accordingly, this experience was helpful to me in gaining empathy for these Arctic people and their world of origin. Mode of production. As we have seen, the theory of the domestic mode of production was developed by Chayanov's study of Russian peasant economies. Chayanov's theory predicts that there is a natural limit to peasant production in that the intensity of labor is proportional to the total needs of the household, including the ratio of consumers to workers, taxes, and debts. Their systems of production are based on relatively small scale, simple technology, work groups organized around kinship, friendship, or temporary collegiality. There is widespread sharing of costs, risks, benefits, and windfalls, and a variable allocation of production. Such systems are found in whale hunting. The simple agricultural producer shares the characteristics of the fishing peasant in one important respect. In both cases, family members pool their resources, capital, and labor. By pooling available resources, the producer safeguards himself against the vulnerability of the farm. The productivity of fishing differs from one season to another, and the need for labor varies with season and fishing gear. White contact. One of the barriers to converting a small family operation into a business company is the difficulty in responding to vulnerability. That is because producers must simultaneously respond to the demands of the labor market. Skippers who own boats do not have to pay salaries every week. The absentee owner, in contrast, must conform to the formal demands of labor unions for immediate payments in order to keep his workers. The extent to which the simple producer is able to draw upon the labor of his family, however, varies with its composition and stage in the development cycle. The skipper owners who are the most vulnerable are those who have no sons or whose sons are too young to join them. Simple commodity production, then, is highly adaptive in times of financial difficulties. For the individual producer, it is enough to survive the year and hope for better luck next year. Therefore, many skipper owners form shareholding companies, together with family members, in order to prevent total loss of property in case of bankruptcy. Unlike absentee owners, the capitalists, skipper owners continue to invest when fishing ceases to be profitable, but unlike peasant fishermen, they do accumulate capital when it is possible to increase returns. Such differences in organization are likely to correlate with differences in perception of environmental problems. Although the contrast is by no means a stark one, the skipper owners are more likely than the absentee owners to define environmental conditions as problematic and to take direct collective action to redress the balance. Whaling in Iceland. During the feudal stage, Icelandic fishing was based on the household. In the household economy there was always some kind of ceiling on production, as fishing effort was limited by a series of ecological, social, and technical factors. This was not an isolated economy, however, without commerce and markets. Indeed, during much of the feudal period surpluses were siphoned off through colonial relations. Timber and handlines were imported as well as other necessities, such as grain, and these could only be obtained by selling household products to colonial merchants. Colonial influence on the Icelandic economy was particularly strong from 1602 to 1787 when Danish merchants monopolized foreign trade with Icelanders. Under this system, the producers were compelled to sell their products to one particular merchant who determined the terms of trade. The right to trade with Icelanders was sold to the highest bidder at auctions in Copenhagen. Access to foreign markets was limited because of Iceland's status as a colony. People could have invested in boats, but capital accumulation was negligible due to colonial relations and restricted markets for fish. The hunting of sea mammals, particularly seals, was a significant part of the Icelandic household economy. Minke whales, however, were seldom hunted because people considered them to be good whales, sent by God to protect humans against bad species of whales. In recent decades, before the ban imposed by the International Whaling Commission, Icelandic whaling has been organized based on capitalist production. Most of the whales landed in Iceland have been caught by the vessels of a single company Hvalur. In Iceland, independent boat owners or simple product producers sustained capitalist fishing in its initial phase of development at the beginning of the 20th century. Boat foremen often owned shares in their boats together with a local merchant or capitalist. Sometimes the foreman managed to buy capitalist shares and establish full ownership after a few years of fishing. Their sons often became crew members while other household members worked at washing and processing the catch. Despite full-scale capitalist development in some sectors of the fishing industry, capitalist relations of production never managed to fully penetrate Icelandic fishing and the simple product producer never disappeared. In one fishing community on the southwest coast, it seems that from around 1913 capitalists owned a substantial part of the local fleet while later there was a gradual increase in fishermen ownership. Minke whaling, in particular, has always been the business of simple producers. The minke whalers operated from several fishing communities on the northern coast. Their boats were 19 tons on the average in 1980, with crews of 2 to 3 men. After 1975, the Ministry of Fisheries regulated the number of boats, with licenses issued to individual boat owners. Not only was the number of boats subject to control, there was a ceiling on the total annual catch of whales. The whalers themselves decided how to divide the total annual catch among themselves, and each boat was allocated a number of whales. Since 1989, the whalers have been organized in a national union. In the case of the simple producer, the family budget is closely tied to that of the boat, although the latter may be kept separate on paper to comply with tax laws. Usually, the whole nuclear families, and some neighboring kinsfolk, are engaged in production related to one boat. The wife of the skipper owner takes most of the responsibility for running the household while the husband is working irregular hours. Furthermore, she may bait lines, prepare nets, and work in a freezing plant. The wife's earnings may be an important source of additional income, especially if the boat has not been doing well. If the skipper owner has one or more sons interested in fishing, he may expand his business and buy a larger boat. As the sons of the skipper owner grow older, they are likely to take over the enterprise. If the owner has several children, he may sell the boat when he quits fishing, but more often, the boat remains the property of the family. Sometimes an expanding company of shareholders is formed at this stage. This has not happened in minke whaling, however, for three reasons. First, government policy restricts minke whaling to small-scale producers with boats under 30 tons. Secondly, family enterprises often split as they expand. While brothers often pool their resources, their cooperation is usually limited to a few years. As they establish their own families, their resources and commitments become different and, consequently, they are likely to have different opinions in matters of investment and maintenance. Thirdly, during fishing trips, the symmetrical relations between crewmen who are not only brothers but also co-owners of the boat tend to be incompatible with the authority relations between skipper and deckhands. The income and food provided by one whale boat that normally supported 4 to 5 families. The households of the crewmen consumed the products of the whale hunt. And, some parts were sold directly by the whalers to local people for consumption. The rest was packaged and frozen for both domestic markets and export to Japan, the Faroe Islands, and Norway. Minke whaling was usually a summer activity closely linked to the cod fishery during the winter. After the introduction of the whaling ban, minke whalers have had a hard time. They have tried to compensate for the lack of income from whaling by increasing their participation in the winter fishery. This is not that easy, however. To participate in the winter fishery in rough weather on distant grounds would demand much larger boats than applicable to minke whaling. Since 1985, the cod fishery has been strictly regulated on a quota basis. Minke whalers are entitled to minimal quota allocation that is based on average cod catches in the past days of minke whaling. Some have become bankrupt and lost their boats, others have managed to survive, hoping that the ban on whaling would be lifted in the near future. The household is the focus of production efforts. The indigenous hunter and the simple commodity producer are involved in the cash economy, both participate in local networks of exchange, and both are anxious to protect the stocks they have used against overexploitation. 3 inventions. Anthropologists Svetlana Yoseniuk-Kravchuk and Nikolai Garin are ethnographers specializing in West Siberia, the Yamal Peninsula, and the Polar Urals. They have written an excellent article on the core technological inventions of these Arctic peoples. The summary appeared in the May 9, 2017 issue of Technology Stories published by the Society for the History of Technology. These accounts give an authentic flavor for the core technological artifacts and clothing of Arctic peoples. These inventions are the child's cradle, a man's utility belt, a woman's needlework case. The child's cradle. A baby cradle, or APA, is a microscale mobile house for the Arctic baby. The infant is weatherproofed for all seasons. The APA resembles the shape of a modern baby carriage. Protection from the wind is the essential design feature that determines what material elements are taken from the tundra environment for its construction. The APA is made of thin, light birch slats with a transverse, vertically placed ark in the front part of the structure. The idea is that the cradle adapts to the nomadic lifestyle. It can be tied to a sled, a tent pole, or a tree branch. It is convenient for carrying by hand, transporting by sled, or boat. The APA is very stable. If it is rolled over or dropped from the sled, it immediately resumes its rest position. Its main protection is its distinctive windshield made of reindeer suede or calf hide that is stretched between the vertical arc and the head side of the cradle. The edges of the cradle are low, i.e. reaching slightly below the child, wrapped in skins and fastened with straps to the sides of the cradle. This height together with the windshield enables the wind or a counterflow of cold air to gently round the cradle from the front, without bothering the child inside. With a sharper wind or snowstorm, an extra fur cover can be attached to the frame between vertical arc and the feet side of the cradle. Thus, the cradle is fully covered, with a small hole left for breathing. This, overall, resembles a child-sized version of a nomadic dwelling unit, i.e. a portable conical shelter with a hole on the top, as well as of a personal sleeping bag. Thus, the cradle has two windproof modes. A partially covered shelter set up against the wind direction, which is at any time ready to turn into a fully protected spaceship with a windproof outer layer made of reindeer fur. A man's utility belt. A man's utility belt is given to him at age 13 as part of the rites of passage to adulthood. Over the years, he accumulates the items for making repairs and replacements to all the other artifacts of daily life. It remains with its owner throughout his life until his death. It is the bearer of the necessities for hunting, herding, weapons, and cooking/eating utensils. The most important items on the belt are knives. A knife is the most important tool that aids and enhances the human body. On the belt, a man carries up to 7 knives with determined functions. The set includes a knife for carving carcasses, a so-called making knife used to make everything from a spoon to a boat, a healing knife used for simple surgeries, and even a moon knife or a knife for love. There is also a knife for war, which is placed last in the hanging set of knives and gets in use only in the most extreme case, since warfare is nearly non-existent in the Arctic and rare in the subarctic. Next in importance to the set of knives is a leather-cased grindstone. From the backside there is a garland of bear's or wolf's fangs that represents a distinctive hunting mastery of the owner. On the side there is a set of multi-shaped, oblong, round, square, bone buttons, i.e. fixing elements of reindeer harness. There is a leather-cased bone awl used for untying the knots, especially in wet weather. Then there is a so-called portable computer, i.e. several flat wooden sticks, where the reindeer herder codes/carves the necessary information related to the reindeer herd. The crown of the belt is a heavy buckle made of sheet or cast brass with a sawdust pattern. The entire surface of the belt, made of a cow's skin, thick and durable, is decorated with antique pattern details or buttons made of brass or red copper, necessarily of the odd number. The materials of the elements of the belt also matter. Scratching a bear's fang or a copper plate with a knife yields a powder with bactericidal properties. One can mix it with water for disinfecting or put directly onto the wound. Thus, the belt is also a handy medical kit. For the male Arctic native, the belt is more than just utilitarian accessory. It doubles as a tangible ID. In other words, there is no need to say much when two men meet because both can get to know each other simply by looking at their belts. A woman's needlework case. Sewing is the lifelong activity of an Arctic woman. The woman's role is manifest via the needle and thimble. For a girl, the personal needle case is the essential object in her rite of passage from childhood to maturity. It says she is skillful and self-sufficient. She is considered ready to get married when she has made a fur coat for herself. The proper Arctic needle is 3-edged because a 3-edged needle cuts thick skin. A half-sewn piece is hung above the hearth in the tent and treated with the smoke and high temperature. During this treatment, the edges of the cuts are sealed with the melted natural fat from the skin and tendon threads. Tendon threads are the only types of threads used for sewing traditional fur clothes. Thus, the sewed article becomes wind and waterproof. The shape of the thimble is different from the familiar thimble used elsewhere. A metal tube covers the entire phalange of the finger. This stems from a special sewing technique. The needle rests against the finger's side, and not at its tip. Another meaningful artifact is a woman's bag tu cha coupled with a needle case. It contains the clothes and shoes of a whole nomadic family. Therefore, it is large. It must be sturdy and is made of leather. It is personally stylized with ornaments. It contains structural patches for every conceivable soft/sewn need among the family belongings. And, structurally it has a kangaroo type of pouch for children's necessities including materials for making diapers, first aid kits, toys, etc. This bag and the needle case follow their owner throughout her entire life. Every woman decorates her things in her own way by using a visual language of patterns embodied in combinations of beads, cloth, fur, etc. If the mistress has golden hands, she not only remembers many ornaments but also comes up with her own. The land south of the Arctic. The subarctic culture area consists of a large zone of boreal forest that extends from tundra south to the mountains. Subarctic culture area does not have a defined boundary with the area referred to in more general terms. The people of the subarctic culture area depended on animals such as Dall sheep and black bear. The people of the subarctic culture area belong to Algic languages and Iroquoian languages. They practiced mainly hunting, gathering, and fishing as a means of survival. The people lived in communities of between 25 and 30 people with each group frequently moving within a defined territory. The term subarctic peoples describes a number of peoples including the Dene, Cree, Ojibwe, Atacama, Innu, and Beothuk. The subarctic region consists of a 5 million square kilometer zone of boreal forest extending from the Arctic tundra south to the mountains, plains, and deciduous forest in the midsection of the country. West to east, it extends from the Bering Sea to Labrador. While parts of the 5 million square kilometer region extend into the Arctic, 3/4 of the area lies on the Canadian Shield, Hudson Bay, and Mackenzie River lowlands. It is a land of mountain ranges, plateaus, lowlands, dotted with lakes and crossed by rivers. Aboriginal peoples of the subarctic used animals like moose, caribou, black bear, Dall sheep, beaver, hare, marmot, and groundhog for materials and subsistence. Wolverine, otter, marten, mink, weasel, muskrat, lynx, wolf, coyote, fox and others, together with some of the subsistence species, provided furs for trade. Muskox, bison, and wapiti were also available but less common. Fish are abundant in the rivers and lakes, and include several species of whitefish, pike, lake trout, grayling, and suckers in the Arctic, salmon in the Pacific regions and, to a lesser extent, Atlantic regions. Migratory waterfowl pass through the subarctic seasonally. Most peoples of the eastern subarctic belong to the Algonquian language family, while those of the western subarctic are generally part of the Athapascan family. Northern subarctic Algonquians, including the Atacama and Innu of Quebec and Labrador, speak Cree dialects, and Algonquians to the south speak Ojibwe dialects. The Beothuk of Newfoundland spoke a language of uncertain affinity. Linguists identify more than 20 different Northern Dene languages within the western subarctic, including Alaska. Most Aboriginal people of the subarctic were organized into bands or groups of people who spoke the same language dialect and were related by kinship and common traditions. Within each of the two major language families, neighboring groups often shared similar ways of life. Perhaps because the western subarctic is physically more diverse than the east, there was more linguistic and cultural diversity among the Dene than the Algonquians. Dene, which means people, refers to Athapascan speakers. Dene groups in the subarctic area include the Dene Nation, Tlingit, Tagish, Tahltan, Tuchone, Kaska, Han, Tsetsot, Sekani, Dainzat, and Tsayataini. The Algonquian groups include the Ojibwe, Cree, Atacama, Innu, and Beothuk. Economy and mode of production. Aboriginal peoples of the subarctic lived by hunting, fishing, trapping and gathering wild plants. Farming was not practical within their territory, Crops successfully grown in the north today did not reach neighboring areas until after European contact. Men did most of the big game hunting, while women snared hare, fished, cut and dried meat, and processed hides. Some hunting techniques such as drives that forced animals into temporary corrals would involve most adult members of a band. Hunting implements included bows, arrows, a variety of ingenious traps, snares, deadfalls, and such devices as the caribou drift fence and pound. People caught fish with dip and gill nets, traps, spears, and hook and line. They dried berries in the fall or stored them in baskets in pits in the ground. In the Northwest, berries were often mixed with fat and fish, or were mixed with pounded dried meat and grease to make pemmican. Women were skilled in preparing meat for drying, hide tanning and sewing, making cooking and storage containers of skins, birch bark or coiled spruce root basketry, as well as fish nets from willow based or babiche. Since game animals were thinly distributed over vast territories in the boreal forest, or were available only locally or seasonally, due population densities were modest. The entire area may have supported 60,000 people, although before the introduction of European diseases, populations could have been larger. Subarctic Native American peoples typically lived in communities of 25 to 30 people. Each group moved frequently within a well-defined territory as game supplies changed from season to season and from year to year. A group's size and the nature of its annual economic cycle were determined by the availability of local resources. The Tuchone, Dean of the Yukon Plateau, and others west of the Rocky Mountains, gathered along rivers during the summer to catch and dry salmon. My crew and I assisted the Tahltan in netting large salmon on their run to spawning grounds at the confluence of the Stikine and Tahltan rivers in the summer of 1969. The Chippewayan and Dean living north of Lake Athabasca, moved to the edge of the barren grounds to follow the caribou herds. Innu spent their summers near the Atlantic, Gulf of St. Lawrence or James Bay coasts and moved inland during the winter. The Danes hunted bison on the parkland adjacent to the Peace River and used controlled burning to maintain the animal's habitat. A single band rarely had exclusive access to its territory since adjacent bands frequently shared hunting resources, especially if they faced food scarcity. Sharing resources rather than the accumulation of wealth was emphasized among individuals and communities because it provided collective insurance against shortages. However, the same band usually exploited rich sites such as lakes or rivers where fish could be taken regularly year after year. During the summer, when food was abundant, several local bands often resided together. Most subarctic bands did not have formal chiefs before European contact. People aligned themselves with individuals who manifested leadership and took the responsibility for specific tasks such as trading or communal hunting. Aside from the prestige and respect this brought them, their authority did not generally extend beyond these tasks. European fur traders, like Hudson's Bay Company, attempted to establish chiefs and to endow them with considerable power to engage in trades as middlemen, thereby controlling the Native American populations with trading posts. Most adult men and women participated in decisions that affected the band. Families or individuals that did not agree with a particular decision were free to join another band or camp, or to act on their own for a time. Subarctic people were noted for the value they placed on personal autonomy as well as for the flexibility of their social organization. These characteristics helped them respond to the opportunities and limitations of their environment. Kinship ties among subarctic peoples could be passed through the mother, father, or both. Matrilineal kinship ties existed among Pacific Coast region Dean, bilateral ties were characteristic of the people of the Mackenzie River region, and both bilateral and patrilineal bonds united the Algonquian speakers. Normally, people who had regular contact used kinship terms, in part structured according to generation, to address and refer to one another. Kinship relations often determined membership in groups and regulated marriages. Groups west of the Mackenzie River were organized into clans, and in some cases by dual divisions similar to those of West Coast nations. These divisions served to ensure hospitality and protection to clan members who might be visiting from other camps or bands, to fulfill certain ceremonial obligations, and to regulate marriage through a requirement to marry outside of the clan. Since subsistence necessitated mobility, Native American peoples of the subarctic had limited material possessions. They traveled lightly and preferred to make heavier tools and implements where and when needed rather than carry them from place to place. Success in hunting depended on accurate knowledge of animal behavior. They taught children to be self-reliant, observant, and resourceful. The young were expected to learn the habits of game animals and to find their way through large areas of difficult terrain. This was essential to survival, especially as the grizzly, black, and brown bears were endemic. Young people learned these skills by listening to long hours of practical narrative accounts and mythological tales and by rehearsing special trapping and hunting songs and innumerable riddles. Among many groups, both boys and girls were sent on vision quests to obtain power from animal helpers or the spirits of natural places. Individuals who were successful hunters were acknowledged to have gained the respect and trust of the animals. People of the northern forests made summer moccasins, leggings, shirts, and coats of soft tanned hides, prepared by treating the fresh hide with the animal's brains before scraping off the hair. Unique among the Pacific drainage dean was the short V-tailed summer slip-over caribou skin tunic, highly ornamented with dyed porcupine quills, animal teeth, and beads made from seeds. This shirt was sometimes worn with leggings and with moccasins attached. More generally, subarctic Aboriginal peoples wore relatively light clothing and built fires whenever they stopped. Winter sleeping robes were made of rabbit skins cut into strips, twisted and woven together. Men made snowshoes, toboggans, canoes, sleds and hunting implements. Survival depended on being able to travel long distances. Snowshoes were essential for winter travel. Heavy loads were transported on toboggans and, in the far northwest, sleds were pulled both by dogs and people. During the summer, people traveled with their belongings in canoes on rivers and lakes. Because of their mobile existence, northern forest peoples built shelters constructed of easily transported skin covers and of locally available materials such as bark. Dwellings varied considerably depending on local materials and traditions, but in all areas, they were designed to be heated and lit by a single fire. They did not usually accommodate more than 2 families. Among the northern Ojibwe, dwellings were ridgepole or conical lodges also covered with birch bark. Wigwams were common among Algonquian peoples. Many of the Arctic drainage dean lived in conical shelters covered with hides, similar to the teepee, which was the typical dwelling of plains people. Among the Gwich'in and Han of the Yukon, as well as in northern Alaska, the conical tent was replaced by a domed or hemispherical one. Double lean-to structures covered with hides and brush were used in the Arctic region, and the northwestern mountain and plateau regions. At fishing camps in the Cordillera, there were unchanged ink smoke houses that resembled roughly built log cabins. To provide added warmth in winter dwellings, the hair was left on the hide coverings of conical and dome tents that, although bulky, were nevertheless portable. Some Dean of the Mackenzie District and Cordillera as well as eastern subarctic peoples wintered in conical log structures chinked with moss and partially covered with dirt and snow. The Han near Dawson, and many Alaskan groups, built rectangular pit houses that were heavily banked with turf to withstand the cold. Far to the south in British Columbia, groups such as the Tsilhqot'in made pit houses similar to those used by the peoples of the plateau. Considerable effort was taken to cache food and equipment not needed for the season. Specially prepared pits, strong cribbed and conical structures, cairns, or racks and platforms in trees were used for storage. Ideology. Myths and legends described a time when animals had great power and could assume human form. Many subarctic peoples told stories about a culture hero, the first person to gain special powers. For them, power and knowledge were one, and a powerful individual was one who knows something. The culture hero demonstrated the personal knowledge and self-reliance recognized as important survival skills, and could outwit individuals with knowledge of evil medicine. They also possessed the ability to overcome dangerous animals, and thus made the world a safer place in which humans could live. The Algonquian culture hero and trickster figures are known as Nanabozho and Waisakajak. The Dean culture hero goes by many names but is often associated with migratory water birds and the sun, both of which are seen to fly through the heavens. Beliefs about the interdependence of people and nature embodied in myth help subarctic Aboriginal peoples interpret their environment. Spiritual leaders were people who used their powers for the benefit of others, though to some people they sometimes used their power for evil. Among many Algonquians, these shamans, or medicine people, conducted the shaking tent ceremony in which distant spirits of people or animals were conjured for curing and prophecy in a special teepee. Elsewhere, shamans performed under a blanket or dressed in a special manner, signifying their importance within the native community. Western Dean medicine men and women charged high prices for their services and asserted prerogatives or took liberties among their people, meaning many of them were feared as well as respected. Among the Innu, certain men and women predicted hunting trails by scapulomancy, a form of divination that interpreted the pattern of cracks on a caribou's shoulder blade heated by fire. The Danes of the Peace River region in the west had prophets called dreamers. These people had experienced death and flown like swans to a spirit land beyond the sky. They were healers and leaders in religious dances based on songs they brought back from their journeys to heaven. Like many other subarctic peoples, they sang to the accompaniment of single-headed hand drums. Most people, however, had some degree of medicine power obtained from childhood vision quests. In addition, there was a body of beliefs and practices, taboos, prescriptions, and minor rituals separate from shamanism, divination and curing. Among these customs were the special observances made prior to, and after killing animals. Chapter 121. The Far North Part 2. Northeastern Woodlands Cultural Area. This cultural area stretches from the northeastern coast of the USA and the Canadian Maritimes to west of the Great Lakes. The deciduous forests of southern Ontario and the St. Lawrence lowlands and coastal maritime provinces phase northward into the mixed deciduous coniferous canopy of the Canadian Shield in the west and the Appalachian uplands in the east. The Great Lakes, St. Lawrence watershed provided access to water transportation to all its peoples except those of the maritime provinces. The northeastern woodlands people include the Iroquois, Mi'kmaq, Ojibwe, and Wendat. Their land covers southern Ontario and the coastal Atlantic province of Canada. Their Upper Lithic stage broad-spectrum wild resource exploitation of hunting, gathering, and fishing, evolved in the northeastern woodland archaic and formative stages to include autochthonous horticulture and then with the arrival of corn and beans to true agriculture. The Iroquoian people referred to corn, beans, and squash as the Three Sisters. Men cleared the forest and women were responsible for planting. Animaism and Animitism characterized their ideology. Eastern Woodlands indigenous peoples belong to two unrelated language families, Iroquoian and Algonquian. The Iroquois people forms part of the Iroquoian language group but not its entirety. The same is true for the Algonquin and the Algonquian language group. Iroquoian-speaking peoples include the Erie, Neutral, Wenro, Haudenosaunee or Six Nations, Wendat Huron in the 1600s. The latter stretched from Georgian Bay to Lake Ontario. And, Iroquoian includes the Petun and the St. Lawrence Iroquoians. Algonquian-speaking peoples in the eastern woodlands include the Ojibwe, Odawa, Nipissing, Algonquin, Abenaki, Wolastoqiyik, and Mi'kmaq. Iroquoian-speaking peoples in the eastern woodlands generally occupied much of what is now southern Ontario, northern Ohio, Pennsylvania, and New York, and the St. Lawrence Valley as far east as the present-day Quebec City area. Algonquian-speaking groups extended from Lake Superior north of Lake Huron to the Ottawa Valley, and east through present-day New England and the Maritime Provinces. Mode of production. Technology. The prehistoric Stone Age economy of the northeastern woodlands featured broad-spectrum wild resource hunting, gathering, and fishing for lithic and archaic stage Algonquian peoples. They hunted deer, bear, moose, and caribou, and, where available, seals, porpoises, and whales. In hunting, they used bows, arrows, lances, traps, snares, and deadfalls. For fishing, they used hooks, weirs, nets and lysters. A lyster is a spear used for fishing that has 3 prongs with backward-facing barbs. Primitive communists used a sawknife to carve bone and ivory prongs and barbs. Meat was either boiled or roasted for immediate consumption or smoke-dried for future use. In the Great Lakes area, Algonquian peoples also collected maple and birch sap in the early spring. Among the Algonquian peoples, there was an autochthonous horticultural cultivation of wild rice that characterized the formative stage. Odawa, Algonquin, Mi'kmaq, and Abenaki peoples planted additional crops. When corn arrived, its farming was important to the Wolastoqiyik economy. The Ojibwe relied on wild rice harvested in the late summer, and may have been responsible for its spread outside its lands of origin. The Nipissing cultivated corn. When that was insufficient, they traded fish and furs for Wendat corn. Iroquoian-speaking peoples followed the same pattern of cultural evolution from broad-spectrum wild resource exploitation in the lithic and archaic stages. White-tailed deer were one of the most important game animals except in the north, where moose were preferred. Some coastal peoples hunted seals as well as freshwater fish, eels, mollusks, and crustaceans. Waterfowl and land birds were seasonally important in some areas. Fur animals, especially beaver, were significant in interchiefdom trade. Peoples in the area gathered and ate a variety of berries, nuts, tubers, and plants, and some groups harvested maple and birch sap. In the formative stage, they moved from experimentation with local cultigens to corn after its arrival. Thereafter, they relied primarily on cultivated corn, beans, and squash. Fishing, hunting, and gathering continued to supplement these domestic crops. Men cleared forest areas and women planted and harvested the crops. Wigwams used by the northeastern woodlands hunters were covered with birch bark, skins or mats. Crop storage among the Iroquoian peoples was a feature of permanent sedentary life. As were fenced-in settlements ranging from small hamlets with a few families to towns where as many as 2,000 persons. Population density was high among the Wendat. Although estimates vary, there may have been from 70,000 to 90,000 northern Iroquoians at the time of white contact. A typical village contained a large number of elm or cedar bark longhouses. Seasonal activities among the Algonquians featured an abundance of certain food, especially fish. With the advent of horticulture, seasonality in obtaining a living ended. Nevertheless, dwellings were smaller and less permanent than among Iroquoians. The homes varied from conical birch bark teepees to domed wigwams or rectangular structures that housed several families. Village size varied seasonally, with the largest population concentrations generally occurring in summer. The Iroquoians traveled mainly on land or in elm bark or birch bark canoes. The Algonquians made slender birch bark canoes. In building a canoe, bark was stripped from the birch, placed inside a staked frame, sewn and attached. Ribs are fixed in position and seam sealed with spruce gum. In the winter, the Iroquoians used snowshoes, sleds and toboggans. The long, narrow snowshoes and bare paw snowshoes of the northeastern woodland hunters were used for different snow conditions. Babiche was used as lacework for snowshoes. Babiche is rawhide, formed into strips, for making fastenings, animal snares, and snowshoes. Trade and visiting appear to have been common activities among neighboring Algonquian peoples. They also traded with Iroquoian peoples, importing corn and fish nets from the Wendat, for example. Clothing of the northeastern woodlands indigenous peoples was made of animal skins and furs. The men hunted animals for hides and women tanned the skins. Women created the clothing and decorated it with beads, quills, and a variety of natural products. Typical clothing for the people of the northeastern woodlands included robes, breechcloths, leggings and skirts. For footwear, people wore moccasins made of animal hide. Mode of production. Social organization. Before white contact, the largest political unit among most northeastern woodlands Algonquian peoples was the band. A tribal village consisted of several bands. By formative stage times, Tribal villages had become simple chiefdoms. Patrilineal groups designated by an animal totem was characteristic of northeastern woodlands Algonquian peoples. Village band territories were loosely defined. All simple chiefdom members had access to basic subsistence resources. In Iroquoian society, longhouses sheltered several matrilineal-related families. One or more households formed a matrilineage. Several lineages composed an exogamous clan where individuals married outside. A particular totem emblem designated each clan. Residence in these households was matrilocal, so there was a constant flow of men from one moiety into the wife's longhouse. Personal property inheritance followed the female line. Clanmates among the Haudenosaunee, regardless of village or community affiliation, considered themselves siblings. Among some groups, clans were united into moieties. Phratries were composed of 3 to 10 clans whose members were scattered in several villages. Eventually the simple chiefdom Iroquoian-level peoples evolved into advanced theocratic chiefdoms that possessed both civil chiefs and war chiefs, reflecting the specialization of administrative and military activities. The Haudenosaunee Confederacy had a council of about 50 permanent and hereditary offices. Condolence ceremonies commemorated deceased Confederacy chiefs, bestowing upon their successors the honorary names associated with the office. The Wendat had a similar political system. Intricate beadwork and quill work is one feature of northeastern woodlands art. Women used feathers, porcupine quills, shells, dyes and similar items to adorn their families' clothing, moccasins, and belongings. Iroquoian peoples often decorated clan symbols on their longhouses. Eastern woodlands peoples created wampum, tubular purple and white beads made from shells used for ornamental, ceremonial, diplomatic, and commercial purposes. Beadwork was sometimes more than decorative, it could hold political meaning. In some treaties, wampum belts featured the major tenets of the agreement. To accept wampum belts in formal council meant agreement with the stipulation in its woven design. The belt thereafter served to perpetuate the treaty. In northeastern woodlands cultures, art expressed on the body included tattooing of the face and body of both men and women. These tattoos symbolized a person's lineage and clan identity. An art form of the Haudenosaunee was the False Faces Society wooden masks with metal eyes. And, horsehair was added by men for use in curing ceremonies. Iroquoian languages have 2 branches, a southern one composed of Cherokee, and a northern branch that includes the Erie, Neutral, Wenro, Haudenosaunee, Wendat, Petun and St. Lawrence Iroquoians. The languages of the St. Lawrence Iroquoians, the Wendat, Petun and Neutral are all extinct. The 6 Iroquoian languages spoken in Canada today moved with their people from New York State after the success of the U.S. Revolution. Within the northeastern woodlands, there are 2 branches of the Algonquian family, Central Algonquian and Eastern Algonquian. Ideology. The Haudenosaunee had a number of medicine societies focused on healing, the best known being the False Face Society. For their ceremonies, members wore elaborately carved wooden masks. The Haudenosaunee also practiced the Longhouse religion, a blend of ancient indigenous traditions and innovations introduced by the Seneca prophet Handsome Lake. Algonquian peoples practiced midwiven. Once widespread, the midwiven became less prevalent after the arrival of Europeans in the 1700s. Today, the largest midwiven societies are found in parts of Ontario, Manitoba, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Minnesota. Indigenous peoples in the northeastern woodlands, being primitive communists, relied upon part-time specialists called shamans to interpret their animism and animitism. Among Algonquians, shamans performed rites to ward off evil spirits, such as the Wendigo, and assisted in locating game. As did shamans in Iroquoian communities for the benefit of their people. Northeastern woodlands peoples and their shamans engaged in healing practices and in seasonal rituals associated with crop harvests and periodic feasts. The Wendat held elaborate feasts of the dead, usually at the time when villages were moving to new locations. The bones of dead relatives were gathered and placed in mass graves with personal items. Algonquian peoples also held feasts of the dead, although they were not identical to those of the Wendat. During the AD 1600s, these feasts attracted large numbers of people, often from several nations. Vision quests associated with the acquisition of a personal supernatural guardian were common among northeastern woodlands cultures. Young boys would venture alone into the wilderness with no food or water and wait for a spirit guide to reveal to them great knowledge. In some nations, such as the Odawa and Menominee, young girls participated. Once the adolescent performed the quest, they returned to their village an enlightened adult. White contact. European contact brought about considerable culture change among all northeastern woodlands groups. Hunting, gathering, and fishing became marginal, although fishing remained a significant source of income. Then their agricultural practices declined as whites forced them into restricted areas. The first of these whites were Scandinavians and North Germans who made sporadic visits to the Arctic and eastern seaboard between the AD 900s and 1300s. In AD 1500, fishermen of the Newfoundland Grand Banks started trading for furs just before Jacques Cartier's contacts with Micamac and St. Lawrence Iroquoians in AD 1534 to 1535. During the late 1500s, the fur trade expanded to involve, either directly or indirectly, most northeastern woodlands peoples. During this period, the St. Lawrence Iroquoians disappeared from their homelands and the Haudenosaunee Confederacy gained prominence. By the early 1600s, there had been European settlements on Sable Island and Tadoussac on St. Croix Island in present-day Maine and at Port Royal in the Annapolis Valley. In 1609, Henry Hudson explored the coast of what became New England. The Hudson River is named after him. Samuel de Champlain accompanied an Algonquin, Innu, and Wendat war party against the Mohawk near Lake Champlain, an event that marked the beginning of European participation in intertribal hostilities that lasted for a century. By 1626, when the Dutch established New Amsterdam, intensive trade had largely exterminated fur-bearing animals along the Atlantic coast. During the first half of the 1600s, epidemics brought on by European diseases, as well as warfare, drastically reduced indigenous populations. Meanwhile, new trade relationships with Europeans disrupted the subsistence cycles of the hunter-gatherer lifestyle. A variety of trade items replaced indigenous equivalents, resulting in dependency relationships, and new forms of territoriality and leadership. In the Great Lakes area, the Haudenosaunee intensified their attack on other Iroquoian-speaking peoples and Algonquian groups during the 1640s and 1650s, forcing many to flee their homelands. Remnant groups of Wendat and Petun peoples fled west and became known as Wyandot. One group settled at Loretteville near Quebec City, becoming the Huron-Wendat. The Haudenosaunee, their population reduced by warfare and disease, replenished numbers by adopting war captives and refugees. In New England, the Pequot War and King Philip's War decimated the indigenous population and effectively removed their ability to oppose European settlement. After 1675, some Abenaki people moved to St. Francis near the St. Lawrence. By 1690, Haudenosaunee power was in flux. Ojibwe and Algonquin peoples moved into present-day southern Ontario. Their descendants continue to occupy reserves there today. In 1722, the Haudenosaunee accepted the Tuscarora, a northern Iroquoian-speaking people who had fled from what is now North Carolina, into their confederacy. Following this addition, the confederacy became known as the Six Nations. Throughout the first half of the 1700s, most Algonquian-speaking peoples of the northeastern woodlands were allied with the French and traded furs in exchange for European commodities. Except for a group of Mohawk, who had settled near Montreal, the majority of the Haudenosaunee were allied with the British. Indigenous British relations. 1763 to 1867. After the French and Indian War that Winston Churchill calls the First World War, New France fell to the British. Then a loose coalition of nations including the Odawa and Ojibwe became disaffected because of the new regime's policies. These included the appropriation of land, the crushing of any opposition by force, and the end of symbolic gift exchanges. In 1763, Odawa chief Obwandiag led his group of Odawa, Ojibwe, Potawatomi and some Wyandot to lay siege to Fort Detroit. His allies captured Fort Michilimackinac and war raged throughout the region, but the alliance quickly faltered. Pontiac agreed to peace in 1766. The incident, known as Pontiac's War, demonstrated indigenous peoples' continued struggle for autonomy, and influenced the Royal Proclamation of 1763, which recognized indigenous territorial rights and laid the foundation for future treaty negotiations. In practice, the proclamation did not apply to maritime colonies, and therefore, colonial administrators in these areas felt empowered to seize lands and establish reserves without treaty negotiations. Most Algonquian-speaking peoples were allied with the British during the North American Revolutionary War. However, the struggle split the loyalties of the Haudenosaunee in New York State. Many of them subsequently moved to lands granted to them by the British in what is now southern Ontario. Members of all the 6 nations in the Haudenosaunee Confederacy settled along the Grand River. Some Mohawk settled at the Bay of Kant. Land cessions, a growing economic dependency on European colonists and general demoralization stimulated a revitalization movement in 1799 that was led by the Seneca prophet Handsome Lake. The new Longhouse religion spread to other Haudenosaunee communities in the United States and Canada. Handsome Lake and Pontiac were the early leaders of indigenous self-determination in the Pan-Indian movement. After the War of 1812, some Ojibwe, Odawa and Potawatomi moved from the United States to the Georgian Bay Area. Another portion including the Oneida settled on the Thames River. During the first half of the 1800s, the colonial government established reserves for Algonquian-speaking peoples around Georgian Bay. The Robinson-Huron and Robinson-Superior treaties of 1850 secured large tracts of land north of Lake Superior and Huron for the government. In the Atlantic provinces, the colonial government, not bound by the terms of the Royal Proclamation, established some 60 Mi'kmaq communities. Northern Plains Cultural Area. The Northern Plains Cultural Area has a climate characterized by hot and dry summers and freezing winter. Rivers cut across the plain providing water to the area. The growth of trees in the area is restricted to the valleys. The mode of production of the Northern Plains Cultural Area relied on seasonal fruits and vegetables including nuts, berries, corn, and on the immense herds of buffalo that roamed the grassland. The languages spoken in the Northern Plains belonged to the Blackfoot, Plains Cree, and Ojibwe. The intermarriage between the locals and the European settlers led to the rise of the Métis. Plains and Prairies. The Northern Plains and Prairies of Western Canada, like no other region of North America, provided an environment in which the Upper Lithic descendants continued their way of life with relatively little alteration until the time of European contact. As the large herbivores of the Ice Age became extinct in the early post-glacial period, these people transferred their pursuit to the various species of now extinct bison that occupied the grasslands. Although heavily dependent on bison, they were hunters of smaller game and gatherers of plant foods. They developed communal hunting involving ambush and the driving of bison to hunters armed with spears and darts thrown with throwing boards called atlatls. Archaeology knows these people primarily through the chipped flint spear points that they used. New hunting methods. By about 9000 BP their fluted projectile points had been replaced by lanceolate or stemmed varieties characteristic of the late Plano tradition. Between approximately 9000 and 7000 years ago, the Plano people developed a widespread and apparently efficient bison hunting adaptation across the northern plains. By at least 7000 BP caribou hunters using spear points obviously related to those of the Plano tradition had pushed northward to the barren lands between Great Bear Lake and Hudson Bay. The following 2 millennia on the northern plains, between approximately 7000 and 5000 BP, feature the climax of the post-glacial warm altithermal when heat and drought reduced the carrying capacity of the grasslands. Thus, fewer bison and fewer bison hunters occupied the area. Nevertheless, sites around the fringes of the plains, and some sites in the plains area, show continuing occupation and the development of spear points with notches for hafting. Such points are characteristic of the following middle prehistoric period 5000 to 2000 years BP. Then various groups used more efficient communal bison hunting techniques, including jumps, over which the bison were driven. Technology from outside. The past 2000 years saw the introduction to the plains area of various influences from the eastern woodlands and from the Mississippi and Missouri Valley peoples to the south. During the early first millennium AD, small chipped stone arrow points began to replace the spear points of earlier times, and the introduction of the bow must have increased hunting efficiency. Pottery cooking vessels and containers of types similar to those in use to the east and south were used. Burial mounds were constructed in some regions, especially in southern Manitoba's Linear Mounds archaeological site, and exotic trade goods indicate contacts with the farming people of the Missouri Valley. Although most of the northern plains were beyond the limit of prehistoric agriculture, relatively small-scale farming was attempted in the more southerly regions. Horses arrive on plains. The westward push of European settlement in the 1700s caused a rapid acceleration of change in prehistoric plains life, as tribes from the eastern woodlands began to move westward onto the grasslands. Horses, which had gradually spread northward from the Spanish settlements in the American Southwest, reached the Canadian plains about AD 1730, causing a revolution in Aboriginal techniques of hunting, traveling and warfare. For the next 150 years, until the disappearance of the bison in the late 1800s, the Canadian plains and prairies saw the development of a way of life that must have been dramatically richer, more nomadic, and more varied than that of earlier occupants of the area. A recent occasional paper of the Canadian Archaeological Association entitled Archaeology on the Edge, New Perspectives from the Northern Plains 2004, edited by Brian Coman and Jane Kelly, University of Calgary Press, is the best recent set of papers bringing the archaeology of this far northern region up to date. The volume is dedicated to Richard G. Forbes, who was my doctoral committee chairman and a real gentleman of the old school variety. Chapter 122. Primitive Communism 2. Advanced Theocratic Chiefdoms. On the Northwest Coast. The coastal Native Americans arrived by land and sea after 100,000 years ago. Numerous migrations through the BC Trench happened after the Sangamon Interglacial 70,000 years ago. Then more people came by sea to Alaska's southeastern coast by 17,000 years ago. The Tlingit were the most numerous of this group, populating most of the coastal panhandle by the time of European contact. New from the dating of rocks and animal bones proves the coast of southeastern Alaska was largely ice-free and full of plant and animal life some 17,000 years ago. Thus, there was a plentiful environment for people venturing south into the New World. Alia Lesnek, a geologist at the State University of New York Buffalo, spent the summer of 2015 helicoptering between remote islands off southeastern Alaska seeking rocks exposed to the sky. Such rocks are constantly hit by cosmic rays hurtling down from space. These change individual oxygen-16 atoms in quartz to beryllium-10 atoms, one by one. By measuring the concentration of beryllium-10, researchers can calculate how long the rock has been out in the open. When Lesnek dated the rocks from 4 islands along the coast of southeastern Alaska, she found that the ice covering them had melted away about 17,000 BP. She then turned her attention to 200 animal bones that had been previously excavated from caves in southeastern Alaska. Lesnek and her colleagues used the latest research to account for the effect of marine diets on radiocarbon. They dated these bones between 45,000 years ago and the present. However, there was a notable gap between about 20,000 years ago and 17,000 years ago, implying that the area was covered in ice during that time, which was not surprising as this was the period of the Wisconsin maximum glaciation. And, travelers moving from south to north could have used the ice-free corridor in Alberta. Therefore, the New World was always open, even during the periods of maximum glaciation. Thus, the northwest coast was open to seafaring migrants for thousands of years before the arrival of Northeast Asian Northwest American carriers. The Nanam people left Kobayashi-type microblades and microblade cores 9,500 years ago at the Talton village site number 2 near Telegraph Creek. I now think that these Nanam carriers came up the Stikine River from Wrangell. Northwest Coast Cultural Area. For our purpose I define the Northwest Coast Cultural Area as that part of coastal Alaska and British Columbia beginning with the Canadian Queen Charlotte Islands and U.S. Alaskan coast at Yakutat Bay extending to northern California. The terrain is divided from the interior by the coastal mountain range. The area has a heavy forest cover of firs, spruce, cedar, redwoods, and deciduous trees. Many rivers and streams descend from these coastal mountains to the Pacific Ocean. Rainfall is high, but despite this, the Japanese current keeps the climate quite moderate. The sea and the descending rivers are full of fish. These include salmon, halibut, cod, herring, and canned leaffish. Prehistorically, mollusks were very important as well as proven by the numerous shell middens. People hunting sea animals focused on seals, otter, porpoises, and whales. Along the shores, seabirds were plentiful. On nearby land, hunters took deer, elk, mountain goats, bears, and many smaller species. The Northwest Coast Cultural Area abounds in food reserves. Thus, the socio-cultural evolution from primitive communism to advanced theocratic chiefdoms was as certain as the equivalent socio-cultural evolution of early agricultural societies in the rest of the world. The northern sub-area begins with Yakutat Bay. It extends southward to the Queen Charlotte Islands. It includes the area inhabited ethnographically by Tlingit, Haida, and Tsimshian peoples. Swadesh groups these people linguistically along with the Athabascan speakers as Nadine. The central sub-area is called Wakashan after that language family. It includes Queen Charlotte Sound and ethnographically included the Kwakiutl, Nootka, and Bella Coola peoples. The southern sub-area is named Salish Chinook. It includes the Gulf of Georgia, the southern shores of Vancouver Island, the Strait of Juan de Fuca, the Washington coast and the upper Oregon coast. Ethnographically, the Coast Salish, Chinook, and Siuslaw peoples inhabited the area. A southernmost area is called the Northern Californian. It extends from the Coquille River in southern Oregon to Cape Mendocino, California. Ethnographically, the Yurok, Karok, and Hoopa peoples inhabited this sub-area. Mode of production. Technology. The technology of the hunting and gathering lithic and archaic stages focused on fishing and sea mammal hunting. Traps, angling devices, harpoons, and dugout canoes were varied and efficient. The canoes also were the most important artifacts of travel given the rugged land areas. Woodworking included the construction of residences of both commoner rectangular plank houses and chiefly architecture. Naturally, the woodworking crafts produced a plethora of household utensils, masks and eventually totem poles. The carpentry tools included polished bone, antler, and ground and polished stone adzes. The Tlingit consumed halibut, shellfish, and seaweed in the spring, and in the late spring and summer, they focused on seal and salmon. Summer was a time for gathering wild and tame berries, such as salmonberry, soapberry, and currants. In the fall, sea otters were hunted. Herring and the anadromous canned leaffish smelt were eaten fresh or dried and stored. Fish provide meat, oil, and eggs. Sea mammals, such as sea lions and sea otters, were used for food and clothing materials. In the forests near their homes, Tlingit hunted deer, bear, mountain goats, and other small mammals. The Tsimshian harvested the abundant sea life, especially salmon, and became a seafaring people, like the Haida. Salmon was the center of their nutrition. Using this abundant food source, the Tsimshian economy developed permanent towns. The people lived in very large longhouses, made from cedar house posts and panels to withstand the wet climate, that housed an entire extended family. Tsimshian translates to inside the Skeena River. At one time, the Tsimshian lived on the upper reaches of the Skeena River near present-day Hazelton, British Columbia. The majority of Tsimshian still live in the lower Skeena River watershed near Kitimat, as well as northern coastal BC. There are distinct groups of Tsimshian native peoples, the Nishga, the Gitxsan, the Coast Tsimshian, and the Southern Tsimshian. The Southern Tsimshian language was used ceremonially by the Nishga and the Gitxsan. According to Southern Tsimshian lore, after a series of disasters befell the people, a chief led a migration away from the cursed land to the coast, where they founded Kitkatla village, the first of 3 Southern Tsimshian villages. Kitkatla was the most conservative of the Tsimshian villages. The Nishga and Gitxsan remained in the upper Skeena region near the Nass River and forks of the Skeena respectively. Other Tsimshian chiefs moved down the river and occupied all the lands of the lower Skeena Valley. Over time, these groups developed a new dialect of their ancestral language and came to regard themselves as a distinct population, the Tsimshian proper. They continued to share the rites and customs of the Gitxsan, their kin on the upper Skeena. In late prehistoric times, the coastal Tsimshian gradually moved their winter villages to the islands of Ven. They returned to their summer villages along the lower Skeena River when the salmon returned. Archaeological evidence shows 5,000 years of continuous inhabitation in the Prince Rupert region. The Haida people found the Pacific Ocean to be their main source of food. Haida men spent a lot of time fishing in the summers along the coast. In the fall, the salmon would travel up the rivers to spawn, making them easy to catch with nets, harpoons, and traps. They would catch thousands of fish in a small area enough to feed many families for a year. In addition to the salmon, other foods were halibut, smelt, crab, shellfish, seaweed, and whales. It sometimes took men days to kill a whale. It was dangerous to hunt whale, because they were able to overturn a canoe. Important foods were clams, oysters, and mussels. Before ATC status, Haida women collected the clams, oysters, and mussels from the ocean, and with the rigid ATC ranking of society, slaves did this work. Sledgehammers for splitting wood were made of stone. For hunting, they used bows and arrows, snares, deadfalls, and harpoons. For fishing, they used nets, underwater traps, bone and wood hooks, and harpoons. They also used fish lines made from cedar. Food was served on wooden platters and trays that the women made. Other animals hunted were sea otters, seals, and turtles. The Haida people used a lot of fish oil to add flavor to their food, including the oil from whales, seals, and ulachan smelt. Ulachan was full of oil, and the women had a special process of squeezing all of the oil from that fish. That oil was a valued trade good, so the majority of pressed oil was saved for trading. Meats and vegetables were baked, steamed, or boiled without the use of pots or pans. Instead, they heated rocks in the fire, then put the hot rocks into a cedar box or basket full of water, which would boil the water and cook the food. The women prepared fish in 2 ways. Some fish was eaten fresh, but most of it was dried and saved for the winter months. Summers featured Haida men hunting and gathering in nearby forests for black-tailed deer, elk, mountain goat, and bear. Mode of production. Social organization. Coastal Native American society featured a mix of private and group property. Each household owned tools, objects, and food that they had produced themselves, while the clan owned names, land, stories, buildings, and most other property. The Tlingit kinship system was based on a matrilineal structure with a family of the Crow system of kinship. The society was divided into 2 distinct moieties, termed raven and eagle/wolf. The former identifies with the raven as its primary crest, but the latter was identified with the wolf, the eagle, or some other dominant animal crest depending on location. Sometimes this moiety was called the Not Raven people. Members of one moiety could only marry a person of the opposite moiety. No word in Tlingit refers to moiety, since referring to a particular person by their clan membership was sufficient to determine their moiety affiliation. The moieties were the primary dividing line across Tlingit society, but identification was rarely made with the moiety. Instead, individuals identified with their matrilineal clan. Clan sizes varied widely, and some clans were found throughout all the Tlingit lands, whereas others were located in one small cluster of villages. The Tlingit clan functioned as the main property owner, thus almost all formal property amongst the Tlingit belonged to clans, not to individuals. In the social organization of the Tlingit and Haida, status and prestige were negotiated through wealth. To maintain position, a man of high rank demonstrated wealth by holding a potlatch ceremony in which he would give away, destroy, or invite guests to consume all of his food and possessions. This was referred to as paying off the guests who had performed ritual services or provided support in the past. Those who received goods at one potlatch would typically reciprocate by inviting their former hosts to their own potlatch later. Such invitations would confirm their relative levels of prestige and status. Other important features of the potlatch were the recitation of family histories and bloodlines, transfer of ceremonial titles, possessions, and offerings to ancestors. Most importantly, the potlatch was a dump of social surplus product. It offset the certainty that surplus social product would otherwise become the property of some person or rank, creating social inequality. The mild climate and plentiful resources of the Canadian islands and the Alaska Panhandle allowed the coastal Native Americans leisure time to devote to social pastimes, travel, and trade. They enjoyed art, music, and storytelling. Their traditions kept an accurate account of genealogy and clan history. The painted designs developed by the Northwest coastal tribes and chiefdoms featured fish, animals, and mythical creatures in patterns of black, red, and other colors. They decorated their craft goods, domestic utensils, clothing, masks, canoes, and ritual objects to signify kin ownership. Ideology of the primitive communists. The coastal Native Americans believed that fish and animals gave themselves willingly to humans, and strove to honor the animal's sacrifice. They also believed that the bones of a consumed salmon should be returned to the river in which it had been caught, to allow for reincarnation, otherwise the fish would reincarnate with deformities and refuse to return to that river. As primitive communism ended, its animaism and animitism transformed into the formal religion of the second intermediary chiefdom stage. Advanced theocratic chiefdom. Totem pole religion. The world-renowned totem poles were carved to illustrate myths, to honor the deceased, and or to imply the enormous wealth of the kinship unit or personal owners. Totem poles illustrated family lineage and the cultural heritage of the native peoples in the islands and coastal areas of North America's Pacific Northwest, especially British Columbia, Canada, and coastal areas of Washington and southeastern Alaska in the United States. Families of traditional carvers come from the Haida, Tlingit, Tsimshian, Kwakiutl, Belakula, and Nootka, among others. The poles were carved from the highly rot-resistant trunks of giant cedar or western red cedar trees. Totem poles are the largest, but not the only, objects that coastal Pacific Northwest natives use to depict spiritual reverence, family legends, sacred beings, and culturally important animals, people, or historical events. The freestanding poles seen by the first European explorers of the region were preceded by a long history of decorative carving. Stylistic features of these poles were borrowed from earlier, smaller prototypes, or from the interior support posts of house beams. Totem poles symbolized the characters and events in the religion's mythology. And, they conveyed the experiences of recent ancestors and living people. Some of these characters appear as stylistic representations of objects in nature. Others are more realistically carved. Pole carvings may include animals, fish, plants, insects, and humans. And, they may represent supernatural beings such as the thunderbird. Some symbolize mythological beings that transformed themselves into various forms, appearing as combinations of animals or part animal/part human forms. Consistent use of a specific character over time, with some slight variations in carving style, helped develop similarities among these shared symbols that allowed people to recognize one from another. For example, the raven is symbolized by a long, straight beak, while the eagle's beak is curved, and a beaver is depicted with two large front teeth, a piece of wood held in his front paws, and a paddle-shaped tail. The specific meaning of the designs on totem poles are as varied as the cultures that made them. Some poles celebrate cultural beliefs that may recount familiar legends, clan lineages, or notable events. Animals and other characters carved on the pole are used as symbols to represent characters or events in a story. Some reference the moiety of the pole's owners, or simply fill empty space on the pole. The carved figures interlock, one above the other, to create the overall design, which may rise more than 60 feet high. Smaller carvings may be positioned in vacant spaces, or they may be tucked inside the ears or hang from the mouths of the pole's larger figures. Some of the figures on the poles constitute symbolic reminders of quarrels, murders, deaths, and other unpleasant occurrences. The most widely known tales, like those of the exploits of Raven and of Cats, who married the Bear Woman, are familiar to every native of the area. Carvings which symbolize these tales are sufficiently conventionalized to be readily recognizable even by persons whose lineage did not recount them as their own legendary history. Ethnographic sources have the most important representations on the bottom, bearing the weight of all the other figures or at eye level with the viewer to heighten their significance. Many poles have no vertical arrangement at all, consisting of a lone figure atop an undecorated column. Because of the climate of the region, the nature of the materials used to make the poles, and the ignorant Christian missionaries who destroyed those they could, few examples carved before 1900 remain. Noteworthy examples, some dating as far back as 1880, include those at the Royal British Columbia Museum in Victoria, the Museum of Anthropology at UBC in Vancouver, and the Canadian Museum of History in Ottawa. There are 6 basic types of totem poles: house frontal poles, interior house posts, mortuary poles, memorial poles, welcome poles, and the ridicule or shame pole. House frontal poles. This type of pole, usually 20 to 40 feet tall, is the most decorative. Its carvings tell the story of the family, clan, or village who own them. These poles are known as heraldic, crest, or family poles. Poles of this type were placed outside the clan house of the most important village leaders. Often, watchman figures were carved at the top of the pole to protect the pole owner's family and the village. Another type of house frontal pole is the entrance or doorway pole, attached to the center front of the home and includes an oval-shaped opening through the base that serves as the entrance to the clan house. Interior house posts. These interior poles, typically 7 to 10 feet in height, are usually shorter than exterior poles. The interior posts support the roof beam of a clan house and include a large notch at the top, where the beam can rest. A clan house may have 2 to 4 or more house posts, depending on the native group who built it. Carvings on these poles, like those of the house frontal poles, were used as a storytelling device for children and help tell the story of the owner's family history. Mortuary pole. The rarest type of totem pole is a mortuary structure that incorporates grave boxes with carved supporting poles or includes a recessed back to hold the grave box. It is among the tallest and most prominent poles, reaching 50 to 70 feet in height. The Haida and Tlingit people erect mortuary poles at the death of important individuals in the community. These poles may have a single figure carved at the top, which may depict the clan's crest, but carvings usually cover its entire length. Ashes or the body of the deceased person was placed in the upper portion of the pole. Memorial pole. This type of pole stood in front of a clan house was erected about a year after a person has died. The clan chief's memorial pole was raised at the center of the village. The purpose of the pole was to honor the deceased person and identify the relative who was taking over as his successor within the clan and the community. The memorial pole had one carved figure at the top and an additional figure may have been added at the bottom. Memorial poles might commemorate an event. For example, several memorial totem poles were erected by the Tlingits in honor of Abraham Lincoln, one of which was relocated to Saxman, Alaska, in 1938. The Lincoln pole at Saxman commemorates the end of hostilities between 2 rival Tlingit clans and symbolizes the hope for peace and prosperity following the U.S. occupation of the Alaskan Territory. The story begins in 1868, when the United States government built a customs house and fort on Tongass Island and left the U.S. revenue cutter Lincoln to patrol the area. After American soldiers at the fort and aboard the Lincoln provided protection to the Tongass group against its rival, the Kagwantans, the Tongass group commissioned the Lincoln pole to commemorate the event. Welcome pole. Carved by the Kwakiutl and Nootka people, the welcome poles include large carvings of human figures, some as tall as 40 feet. Welcome poles were placed at the edge of a stream or saltwater beach to welcome guests to the community, or to intimidate strangers. Shame/ridicule pole. Poles used for public ridicule were called shame poles, and were created to embarrass individuals or groups for their unpaid debts or when they did something wrong. These poles were placed in prominent locations and removed after the debt was paid or the wrong corrected. Shame pole carvings represent the person being shamed. One famous shame pole is the Seward pole at the Saxman Totem Park in Saxman, Alaska. It shamed former U.S. Secretary of State William H. Seward for not reciprocating the courtesy or generosity of his Tlingit hosts following a potlatch given in his honor. The figure's red-painted nose and ears symbolized Seward's stinginess. Another example of a shame pole is the Three Frogs pole on Chief Shakes Island, at Wrangell, Alaska. This pole was erected by Chief Shakes to shame the Kix-Adi clan into repaying a debt incurred for the support of 3 Kix-Adi women who were allegedly cohabiting with 3 slaves in Shakes' household. When the Kix-Adi leaders refused to pay support for the women, Shakes commissioned a pole with carvings of 3 frogs, which represented the crest of the Kix-Adi clan. It is not known if the debt was ever repaid. The pole stands next to the Chief Shakes tribal house in Wrangell. The unique crossbar shape of the pole has become popularly associated with the town of Wrangell, and continues to be used as part of the masthead of the Wrangell Sentinel newspaper. On March 24, 2007, a shame pole was erected in Cordova, Alaska, that inverted and distorted the face of former Exxon CEO Lee Raymond for an unpaid debt of $5 billion. That for punitive damages ordered by a federal court in Anchorage, Alaska, for the Exxon Valdez oil spill in Prince William Sound. The Communist Party USA drafted the Indian New Deal Act of the 1930s. It strongly promoted native arts and crafts. In the totem pole, the act identified Northwest Coast art as a thing to be widely appreciated by white society. In Alaska, the Indian Division of the Civilian Conservation Corps restored old totem poles, copied those beyond repair, and carved new ones. The Indian Arts and Crafts Board, a federal government agency, facilitated their sale to the public. The project was lucrative, but many anthropologists complaining that it denied the Native Americans of their traditional culture by stripping away the meaning of the totem poles. After the tree to be used for the totem pole is selected, it is cut down and moved to the carving site, where the bark and outer layer of wood is removed. Next, the side of the tree to be carved is chosen and the back half of the tree is removed. The center of the log is hollowed to make it lighter and to keep it from cracking. Early tools used to carve totem poles were made of stone, shell, or bone, but beginning in the late 1700s, the use of iron tools made the carving work faster and easier. In the early days, the basic design for figures was painted on the wood to guide the carvers, but today's carvers use paper patterns as outlines for their designs. Carvers use chainsaws to make the rough shapes and cuts, while adzes and chisels are used to chop the wood. Carvers use knives and other woodworking tools to add the details. When the carving is complete, paint was added to enhance specific details of the figures. Raising a totem pole was rarely done using modern methods, even for poles installed in modern settings. Most artists use a traditional method followed by a pole raising ceremony. The traditional method calls for a deep trench to be dug. One end of the pole is placed at the bottom of the trench, the other end is supported at an upward angle by a wooden scaffold. Hundreds of strong men haul the pole upright into its footing, while others steady the pole from side ropes and brace it with cross beams. Once the pole is upright, the trench is filled with rocks and dirt. After the raising is completed, the carver, the carver's assistants, and others invited to attend the event perform a celebratory dance next to the pole. A community potlatch celebration may follow the pole raising to commemorate the event. Totem poles did not require maintenance after their installation and the potlatch celebration. The poles usually lasted from 60 to 80 years. Once the wood rots so badly that the pole begins to lean and pose a threat to passers-by, it was either destroyed or pushed over and removed. Older poles typically fell over during the winter storms that batter the coast. The owners of a collapsed pole might order a new one to replace it. Each culture typically has complex rules and customs regarding the designs represented on poles. The designs were considered the property of a particular clan or family group of traditional carvers. Ownership of the designs could not be transferred to the person who has commissioned the carvings. There have been protests when those who have not been trained in the traditional carving methods, cultural meanings, and protocol, have made fake totem poles for what could be considered crass public display and commercial purposes. The misappropriation of coastal Pacific Northwest culture by the art and tourist trinket market has resulted in production of cheap imitations of totem poles executed with little or no knowledge of their complex stylistic conventions or cultural significance. These include imitations made for commercial and even comedic use in venues that serve alcohol, and in other settings that are insensitive or outright offensive to the sacred nature of some of the carvings. White contact. The southern portion of Prince of Wales Island was settled by the Haidas emigrating from the Queen Charlotte Islands in Canada. The Tsimshian emigrated during the territorial period from a town near Prince Rupert in British Columbia. The Tlingit were known to travel for more than 1,000 miles south to trade with native peoples in the Pacific Northwest. Trade in the lithic and archaic stages included items of native copper, blankets made of red cedar bark, and dog and goat hair. During the ATC stage, slaves were traded. Then Christian missionaries descended upon the territory of the Northwest Cultural Area and did a great deal of damage. Among other things, they demanded the destruction of the totem poles. By the beginning of the 20th century, they had achieved the outlawing of the religion of these people. It was not until 1938 that a start was made on restoring the rights of the people to their religion and their poles. The American Indian Religious Freedom Act, Public Law No. 95-341, 92 Stat 469, codified at 42 U.S.C. 1996, is a United States federal law, enacted by joint resolution of the Congress in 1978. Before the act, law had prohibited many aspects of various Native American religions. It was enacted to return basic civil liberties, and to protect and preserve for natives their inherent right of freedom to believe, express, and exercise the traditional religious rites and cultural practices of Native Americans, Eskimos, Aleuts, and Native Hawaiians. These rights include, but are not limited to, access to sacred sites, freedom to worship through ceremonial and traditional rites, and use and possession of objects considered sacred. The Act required policies of all governmental agencies to eliminate interference with the free exercise of Native American religion, based on the First Amendment. And, to accommodate access to and use of religious sites to the extent that the use is practicable and is consistent with an agency's essential functions. It also acknowledges the prior violation of that right. Chapter 123. Foundations Revisited. 4 years ago, in the very first chapters and lectures in the ABCs of Communism television series, we reviewed the fundamentals of Marxism-Leninism that constitute the foundations of dialectical and historical materialism. The next 4 years I have spent reviewing the archaeology and ethnography of all the countries and culture areas of the New and Old Worlds. In other words, Volume 1 explicates the theory and the remaining 7 volumes are the proofs. Now I want to review these foundations. Marx and Engels discover the laws of history. When Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels met in Paris in December of 1842, they realized that they had independently come to the same conclusions about cause and process in human socio-cultural evolution. Namely, that humanity evolved a new way of handling the world that anthropologists now call culture. Culture consists of a base called the mode of production and a superstructure. The mode of production consists of forces of production or technology and the relations of production or social organization. Chart of culture as buffer between people and their environment. Superstructure. Ideology. I. Mode of production. Forces of production, relations of production. Technology, social organization. Motor of socio-cultural evolution. Dialectics. Primary causation in the evolution of society and culture must be internal, and in the case of culture its loci is the level of development of the productive forces. What is essential to understand is the relationship between the general contradiction within society and the motor of change we call the general crisis of each stage. This is the dialectical key. In concrete terms, every step taken within primitive communism to ensure equality and collectively producing the necessary thing of life was simultaneously making eventual inequality inevitable. What does this mean? First, let us look at the general contradiction in human society from the very beginning and the subsequent 7 million years. Namely, the contradiction between the ability to create more than is needed to survive from day to day and the danger of creating jealousy, envy, and coveting. These latter feelings will tear primitive society apart if allowed. Thus, the slogan of the primitive communist is that the bare minimum of possessions needed will make us affluent. On the other hand, the spare time collective tool-using primates have on their hands will be spent in cogitation. Some of that thinking will be about making better tools and subsistence strategies. These things, if allowed, will lead to having more on hand than what is needed day to day. As generations pass, so will their egalitarianism. There will be too much on hand, leading to social dissolution by envy, jealousy, and coveting. Marx's final bequest. When Karl Marx read Lewis Henry Morgan's classic founding textbook in anthropology called Ancient Society, he realized that Morgan had come to the same conclusion as he and collaborator Friedrich Engels about the future. That conclusion was that the communism of the primitive society was to be recreated, this time on the new technological basis created by capitalism. Marx studied all the ethnological literature of his time. He gathered this data in his ethnological notebooks. He found that the origin of class society and the state was in the chiefdoms of the literature. There was no scientific archaeology available to Marx. On his deathbed he asked Engels to complete Capital Volumes 2 and 3. And, he asked him to pull together the information he had amassed in his ethnological notebooks and what Morgan had done in his various books and publish that compendium as a final wish granted. Engels did all these things. He did the best he could about the prehistoric implications of the ethnographic data in the 1888 book The Origin of the Family, Private Property, and the State. However, there was little archaeology available at that time, and it would be another century and a quarter before I would pull all of it together in the correct theoretical frame. That compilation and explication is what you have been studying in this course on the ABCs of Communism, Bolshevism 2019, Volumes 1 through 8. Human Biological Evolution. Reading from bottom to top, this is how I present the 3 grades of human biological evolution through the last 5 million years, from human-like apes to ape-like humans. Homo sapiens. 1500 cc cranial capacity. Since 1 million years ago. Homo erectus. 1000 cc cranial capacity. Since 2 million years ago. Homo australopithecus. 500 cc cranial capacity. Since 5 million years ago. General crises stage by stage. First band stage. Homo australopithecus. L plus TV1 and V2. Produce enough only. L equals human concrete labor. T equals technology. V1 equals cost of life. V2 equals cost of maintaining technology. Underscore equals general crisis. Second band stage. Homo erectus. L plus TV1 and V2. Produce only enough. L equals concrete human labor. T equals hand axe technology. V1 equals cost of life. V2 equals cost of maintaining hand axe technology. Underscore equals general crisis. Third band stage. Homo sapiens. L plus TV1 V2 surplus social product. Non-productive social time vs. Productive potential. L equals concrete human labor. T equals Middle, Upper Paleolithic, and Mesolithic tools. V1 equals cost of life. V2 equals cost of maintaining technology. Surplus social product equals proto-surplus value, about to be irreversibly reversed productive potential. Underscore 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 equals locus of general crisis. Final stage of primitive communism. Band and tribal agriculture. Homo sapiens. TV1 V2 surplus social product. Surplus needed in family farm / needed surplus is dangerous. L equals concrete human labor. LP equals human labor power. T equals Neolithic / formative agricultural technology. V1 equals cost of life. V2 equals cost of maintaining technology. Underscore 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 locus of the general contradiction of tribal. Agriculture is the surplus needed in family farms in case of environmental disruption vs the inherent danger of surplus creating inequality between family farms. The simple chiefdom stage. TV1 V2 surplus. Storage / support. Neither too much or too little. L equals concrete human labor. LP equals emergent labor power. T equals proto-archaic, archaic, Neolithic / formative / chalcolithic technology. V1 equals cost of concrete labor and collective labor power. V2 equals cost of maintaining technology. S equals surplus. Storage equals surplus in storage for redistribution as needed. Support equals pay for professional specialists and the center. Underscore 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 equals the locus of the general crisis now features enough surplus to satisfy demand but not too much. What is extra to the agreed upon amount needed per person in the family farm is collected and sent to the chief and stored in her central warehouse. Potential inequality is eliminated and needed surplus obtained. Advanced theocratic chiefdom stage. TV1 V2 surplus and proto-SV. Storage / support. Profit / theocrats. L equals concrete labor. LP equals proto-surplus value. T equals chalcolithic and Bronze Age technology in the Old World. Classic and some post-classic technology in the New World. V1 equals cost of labor and labor power. V2 plus cost of maintaining technology. LP equals proto-surplus value. Underscore 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 locus of the general crisis. Surplus and proto-SV equals that surplus accumulated in the center. Storage equals that surplus held in storage. Support equals that surplus dedicated to professional specialists. Profit equals that appropriated by the high ranks for themselves. Theocrats equals that dedicated to the theocracy whose religion holds society together. For some persons this is a double dipping. In the absence of the state, this religion is essential in keeping the masses in line, but it is a new factor exacerbating the increasingly complex division of labor. The stage of slavery. LP plus TV1 V2 surplus value. Profit versus the state. LP equals labor power of the slave mediated by the overseer's whip. T equals Bronze and Iron Age metallurgy. V1 equals cost of keeping the slave alive. V2 equals cost of maintaining the technology. Surplus value equals homogenized collective labor input of a gang of slaves measured by some clock. Profit equals that appropriated by the slave owner. State equals army and police that keep the slaves in servitude. Underscore 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 the locus of the general crisis of slavery. The stage of feudalism. This is the intermediary stage between chattel and wage slavery. It can be expressed as a quadratic equation with the former descending in importance through time and the latter ascending in importance in the same period. LP plus TV1 V2 surplus value. Profit versus cost of the state. LP plus TV1 V2 surplus value. Profit versus cost of NGM. The stage of capitalism. LP plus TV1 V2 surplus value. Profit vs. Next generation of machinery. LP equals homogenized collective labor of factory workers measured by the factory clock. T equals mechanized machinofacture. V1 equals wages. V2 equals cost of maintaining machinery. Surplus value equals what is created above V1, V2, and cost of input material. Profit equals that which is appropriated by the capitalist. Next generation of machinery equals constant needed investment in new more efficient NGM. Underscore equals the locus of the general crisis of capitalism. The road to the communist stage features two intermediary stages of socialism. The first I identify in your textbook as the stage of Stalinist socialism. The second I describe at the stage of advanced socialism now in the process of completion in the People's Republic of China and the republics of Cuba and Socialist Vietnam. Cooper's Ferry, Idaho. Archaeologists have uncovered almost 200 stone artifacts, including projectile points and flake tools, and bone fragments from large mammals at the Cooper's Ferry site in western Idaho, the United States. The projectile points from the site are said by the lead investigator to closely resemble those found in Japan. I have not been able to communicate with said investigator. The key discovery would be Kobayashi microblade technology, and I hope future drawings and photography will elucidate this possibility. The Cooper's Ferry site located in Idaho's Lower Salmon River Canyon within a terrace at the confluence of Rock Creek and the Lower Salmon River of western Idaho. The Nez Perce tribe refers to this place as an ancient village site named Napahi. This site is located along the Salmon River, which is a tributary of the larger Columbia River Basin, said Oregon State University's Professor Lauren Davis. The team unearthed 189 stone artifacts, including 27 stone tools. They found charcoal, a fire-cracked rock, and 86 bone fragments likely from medium to large-bodied animals. They also found evidence of a fire hearth, a food processing station, and other pits created as part of domestic activities at the site. Stone tools from the Cooper's Ferry site. Many artifacts from the Cooper's Ferry site are associated with dates in the range of 15,000 to 16,000 years old. G. Davis et al. 2019. Late Upper Paleolithic occupation at Cooper's Ferry, Idaho, USA, 16,000 years ago. Science 365, 891 to 897. Etzanoa. Etzanoa is located in present-day Arkansas City, Kansas, near the Arkansas River. It lasted from AD 1450 to 1700. Spanish explorers, who visited the site, said Etzanoa may have housed 20,000 people. Francisco Vázquez de Coronado visited central Kansas in AD 1541, naming settlements Quivira. The Umana and Liba expedition visited the Etzanoa site in AD 1594 and Juan de Onate visited there in AD 1601. They recorded the inhabitants as being the Rayados, that in Spanish means striped. The Wichita people were noted for the straight lines they tattooed onto their faces and their bodies. In April 2017, the location of Etzanoa was finally discovered when a local teen found a cannonball linked to a battle near Arkansas City, Kansas that took place in the year AD 1601. Local researchers used this artifact as evidence, which enabled them to pinpoint the location of Etzanoa. Donald Blakesley, an archaeologist at the Wichita State University, has led recent research on Etzanoa. In 2013, historians at the University of California, Berkeley, retranslated the early Spanish accounts of expeditions to Kansas. These clearer translations allowed Blakesley to match written descriptions to archaeological sites. He located the 1601 Spanish battle site in Arkansas City. In 1994, during road construction, thousands of artifacts were unearthed. Residents of Arkansas City had regularly unearthed artifacts, such as potsherds or flint points. Kansas State archaeologist Robert Horde is researching sites in Rice and McPherson counties. Archaeologists have discovered more than a dozen large settlements along 6 miles of the Walnut River. These are called the Lower Walnut Focus sites. The occupation of these sites has been dated from AD 1500 to 1720. A small number of artifacts of Spanish origin have been found at the site. It would appear that the Rayados abandoned the Walnut River site in the early AD 1700s. Perhaps they moved a few miles south to Kay County, Oklahoma, where two 1700s archaeological sites, Deer Creek and Bryson Paddock, of the Wichita are known. They appear to have been much reduced in numbers by then, possibly as a result of European diseases, warfare, and the slave trade in Indians. The descendants of the Rayados were absorbed into the Wichita tribe.